The swordsman called the countless swords Sorcerer ch 31-66. Chapter 31. No, that's strange. Ardis, Norris said as if he has had enough. 8 Tavern in the Thoria's entertainment district. Occupying a table, Ardis and the members of Bright Stars of White Night were sitting together, finishing their long expedition if half a month. Ted and the others had just returned after finishing their request yesterday. Invited for a drink, Ardis, who came to the bar on his own, explained what happened recently, and was met with a question from Norris. What? Ardis asked reversely. Once again, Ardis explained from the start what had happened after splitting up with Ted and the others. Receiving the request that they introduced, he was met with a battle when he went to invite Nia, bringing Nia to the Lord's mansion and completing the request. And then the fact that he was followed by Nia everywhere after that. The matter that they formed a temporary party because there wasn't any choice. Because that Nia didn't have any prejudice about the twins, he had been proactively working with her. And Nia, who wouldn't stay in an inn no matter what, is now currently living in Ardis's house. It's definitely weird. Norris interrupted without hesitation. Weird? Yes, it's weird. The fact that I didn't judge Nia as my enemy because she doesn't have prejudice against the twins? No. The problem isn't the right. Ted spoke from the side this time. That Nia girl doesn't have prejudice against the twins. Certainly that could be a good thing since she can interact with the twins without problems. But that's different than letting that girl into your house and live together. That's right. It was strange for me too. It's certainly good that she doesn't hold any bad intentions towards the twins. It's certainly good she is a reliable mercenary as well. But having her freeload the house is a completely different matter, right? Getting pointed out by 3 different persons. Ardis thought again. Nia is trustworthy as a mercenary. That is certainly what Ardis had judged by himself after working together for a little while. Nia doesn't discriminate the twins. That's why there's no need to hide their existence. But it's certainly as Ted and the others said. Even so, inviting her into your house, there isn't any reason anywhere. Come to think of it, that's certainly the case. It was just as they said now that Ardis thought about it. Nia isn't his family or even someone he should take care of. Because they are splitting the earnings from hunting equally, there is no way that she's lacking funds to stay in an inn. After rethinking about it, isn't it fine if she stayed in an inn and only meet up with Ardis during the time for work? Ardis was too focused on the safety of himself and the twins. He was probably overwhelmed by the surprise of Nia denying the existence of the goddess that his rational thoughts were blown away. He didn't even question her, who continued living together with Ardis after having let her in temporarily from the rain. Lately, the twins seemed to have become familiar with Nia as well. Although still not conversing, the distance had at least shortened to the extent that they can eat in the same table. Well, the twins seems to be accustomed to her too. Isn't it fine? It's fine, Ted retorted expectedly. But for Ardis, there's no problem as long she doesn't have any bad intentions. There were free rooms in his house in the first place, and it's not like he's planning to rent them. He didn't know whether she's serious or not, but Nia seems to be following Ardis as a servant rather than an enemy. She's a helpful mercenary, and doesn't have any animosity towards the twins as well. If so, then Ardis didn't really have a reason to chase her away. If Ardis is fine with it, then it's nothing we should say about. Compared to Ted, who still didn't seem convinced at this point, Norris didn't seem to care anymore. Since he's a type that less caring about other people in the first place. Leaving that aside, Ardis, you heard about the recent news? The recent news? About the grinder? Yes, that. There's a tropic quite hot in Thoria's taverns recently. It was 4 days ago. Mercenaries on the grasslands spotted a gigantic shadow flying across the sky. The mercenaries thought it was a bird's shadow at first, but since Thoria is surrounded by grasslands on 4 sides, the sighting of birds itself is quite rare. Neither mercenaries nor peddlers had experienced many occasions when the shadow of a bird is flying above their heads while traveling. The killer bird and observe rare big birds that live near Thoria. One can see their appearance quite frequently. The 2 of them are ferocious carnivores, not just gathering around corpses of mercenaries or peddlers. They would even form groups and attack humans. They're very dangerous and troublesome beasts. Although dangerous, it's only true for the peddlers and average people who doesn't have ways to fight back. They aren't a strong foe for mercenaries, so they aren't a problem for mercenaries. It's to an extent that repelling them doesn't sweat any experienced mercenary, unless they are striking at your weakness, or forming groups to attack. They aren't feared opponents for mercenaries. That day, the mercenaries who saw the bird's shadow thought so at first as well. But that's until they witnessed the bird dive down and attacked a huge fighter bull. Fighter bulls are giant herbivore about 3 meters in length on the grasslands. Since their temper is very short, if one drew close accidentally, they would receive a painful strike from the 2 horns on the bull's head. Looking at the shadow which swooped down, the mercenaries have realized that they were wrong. It's not a killer bird nor an observer, since their size was at most 1 meter apart when it spread its wings. But that shadow which attacked its prey, its size wasn't in any way inferior than the 3-meter big fighter bull. The shadow that finished off the fighter bull in just a few moments, spread its wings as if covering the bull's body, then started shaking on the spot. It was probably tearing apart the bull. The mercenaries who saw that immediately left the spot at full speed, and reported to the soldiers after returning to Thoria. And there had been similar reports ever since. After analyzing the witnesses' reports, it's suspected the owner of the shadow is actually a grinder. I knew about that news, but is the credibility? I've never heard a grinder that would come down from the valleys. Ardis said, so full of suspicion. It might be unbelievable story, but there'd been many witnesses and apparently the cause behind it is also found. The cause? Ted explained. Recently, mercenaries are getting attacked less by despairs and beast kings. It's a happy scenario for the new mercenaries who are hunting, but if the numbers of despairs and beast kings are actually declining, if they decreased, what about it? Because there are less predators around, then the preys will flourish more. Of course, it's not like they can increase in a huge number, but the number of them getting hunted is definitely lesser. Wasn't there a case where the herbivores overflowed on the grasslands before? There are people who think the reason behind a grinder would come out so far from the Kenobis Valley is that the grasslands had become an attractive hunting ground. If what Norris had said was the truth, then a part of responsibility falls on Ardis too. Even Ardis by himself can hunt many despairs and beast kings. Adding on the fact of Nier accompanying him, the amount they've hunted together was even more. The despairs that they've hunted in the past half-month were more than 50. As for the beast kings, Ardis couldn't remember. Their hunting might have been in the domain of overhunting, and there is certainly the possibility of affecting the grasslands ecosystem. Despite so, it isn't like Ardis is feeling too responsible. If a grinder would show up in front of him, then he'll take care of it, but it's not like he will take his time to find and exterminate them, especially if he had the free time to do so. He might as well use it to take a nap in his house. That's why his tone became boorish naturally. So, what about that? Is it anything we should care about? Unfortunately, it isn't that simple, you see. Norris' reply made Ardis furrow his brows. From his experience with Norris so far, every time he said something like this, what follows isn't pretty. For peddlers and caravans, their life and death depends on the safety of the highway. And the rulers who govern the territory is responsible for the safety of their highway. As Norris said, guaranteeing the safety of the highway is the Lord's job. Since it'll become a risk for merchants to carry their products across a dangerous region, naturally, the frequency of merchants and caravans coming would decrease, causing various prices to surge and other negative effects to Thoria. Different than despairs and beast kings, grinders can fly in the sky. To make matters worse, grinders are strong enough to treat the despair of grasslands as ants. If they left the grinder to do whatever it likes, then there will sure to be victims in the short future, and there will certainly impacts to logistics. As such, the territorial army will form a subjugation team. Since it'll be too late when victims appear, the territorial army had taken early measures unexpectedly. Ardis was impressed. Although he personally didn't have a good relationship with them, it's not like they are heavy-assed incompetent people. Or maybe the Lord is capable. Either way, it's not like Ardis can judge the Lord's capability since he'd never met him before. The main unit of the subjugation team will be from the territory, but they seem to have called out to some famous mercenaries in Thoria for the sake of covering their corners. That's why, boss. As Norris raised his voice, the tavern owner who was at the counter moved towards their table lazily. I think you've heard it from Norris already, but it's a nomination request that came for Bright Stars of White Knight. The requester is the Lord. It's to participate in the subjugation. Participation reward is 3 gold a day. For those who spots the grinder, 10 gold and 50 gold added on if the subjugation is succeeded. The 3 gold coins for the participation fee are for the entire party. It's an enormous sum for normal mercenaries, but for Ardis, who is now earning an average of 10 gold a day, it felt a little less. That's probably same with Ted and the others. With their strength, depending on the details of the request, they would get at least 5 gold a day. Are you guys going to accept it? Ardis asked Ted about the compensation. The subjugation compensation is alluring, but it's not like we can find it that easily. Honestly, don't really feel like accepting it. From Ted's tone, it seems like he doesn't really have the mood to participate. Considering your future, it isn't recommended to reject a nominated request, especially from the Lord. After the tavern's master gave his warning, Ted answered after a while. Sigh. And the slim chance of winning if we came across the grinder on the rare chance. Well, sorry, but I'll reconsider if Ardis is taking part, since we probably won't die even if the grinder appeared. And so, it'll be depending on Ardis if we are going to accept the request or not. Norris continued the talk from Ted towards Ardis. Ardis rested his arm on the table and supported his head, making a thinking gesture for a while. Then he asked the tavern master, "Will I have to go under the territorial army's command?" "No, the expedition will basically be split into small groups. There probably wouldn't be any soldiers in a mercenary party." From the start, the army didn't seem like they had the intentions to mingle with people like mercenaries. They probably thought that it'll be fine as long as the grinder is found and is subjugated. After splitting up the search area, it seems like it's up to your own working. Then I won't mind, but what about near the territorial army, especially the prideful general? Ardis would not complain if he didn't have to meet with that guy. As for bright stars of White Knight, since it's not a good idea to be giving a bad impression to the Lord, they should cooperate proactively so that they will be considered positively in the future. All that considered, Ardis still had one matter left. Is it fine if Nia join? Nia is the partner that he had been working together with for the past while. If Ardis were to participate in the subjugation, then Nia would be on her own. Although, since it's Nia, even if he told her to do not come, she would just follow him as she likes. That depends on how useful she is. The useless ones are unneeded. Ted is correct. Since the participation compensation is for the entire party, more members means lesser portions. No matter how Ted and the others aren't troubled with money, it isn't like they are good people who would work for free. I can vouch for her abilities. She has enough strength to hunter whips on her own after all. Then at the very least, she won't be a baggage. Fine. The girl will also accept the request as one member of Bright Stars of White Knight. Satisfied with Ardis's answer, Ted decided to accept the request. Alright. 5 people as Bright Stars of White Knight will be participating. Something like this should be fine, right? The tavern master seemed to be relieved as he spoke, before returning to the counter. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Finishing the preparation after 2 days, the grinder subjugation team had departed from the town of Thoria. The territorial army is leading while the hired mercenaries follow behind. It seems that Lord Thoria had invested about 2 company worth of soldiers in the operation this time. It was about 1/3 of the entire Thoria regiment. It just shows how serious the Lord is taking the matter as this time. But in truth, the one who proposed a quick response and to send this much military power, is the one who controls the entire Thoria regiment. The general, the Lord of Thoria, is not in any way incapable, but it can be said that he's a little dense in military affairs. That's why, when incidents like this happens, it will mostly be handled by the general. The general appointed one of the soldiers as the operation commander and split the 2 company into squads of 4 spearmen, 2 heavy soldiers, and 3 archers. For each of the squads, a single veteran soldier acts as the leader. A total of 38 squads is formed by the territorial army, together with 9 mercenary parties that had been hired. The total power of the subjugation team was made of a total 47 squads. Since the territory is participating with 2 company, which is formed from 2 commanders and 8 corps. As one of the corps commander, Deccan was given the authority to command 5 of the squads. Riding on horses, One of the front lines of the territorial army called out to Deccan from the side. Corps Commander Deccan, it's an honor to be in an operation together with you. The voice came from above the horse which is running parallel to Deccan's. Corps Commander Dress. It's the first time for me to be participating in a battle together with you. Yes. It's really reassuring for us to have the Thoria's best swordsman Corps Commander Deccan together with us. Anyone with a higher position than a Corps Commander is given the privilege to ride on a horse in the territorial army. Since Dress is a Corps Commander, he is also riding a horse at the front. The front has 2 company commander, and the vice commander, then Deccan and Dress, and a total of 6 other Corps Commander are riding together. Deccan and Dress have the same position. But since Dress was only recently promoted from a squad leader 2 months ago, and he's also the youngest amongst the Corps, he must treat Deccan and the other Corps Commander humbly. With this much military prowess, even a demonic being would be dealt with swiftly. Deccan and the others, or even the territorial army, didn't seem to have a lot of information about grinders. For grinders who normally lives in the Canobis Valley in the far west, it's out of the norm for him to appear in Thoria's grasslands. Even for mercenaries who explores all around the continent, the people who willingly climbs Canobis Valley is only a few. Thus, naturally, there were less people who has experience fighting with a grinder. There were records about grinders in Thoria's archives as well, but other than being described as a strong monster, there wasn't any further details regarding it. Yeah, that's right. With this much soldiers, a grinder would just be a trivial opponent. There were some mercenaries who wouldn't send out their troops. Such disappointing people, getting so worked up over just a single demonic's being. It's exactly because that the strength of a grinder is not clear. That's why the general had arranged this much combat power go subjugate it. That in itself is not wrong if considered from a military strategy perspective. But Deccan himself had thought such worry is not needed. If they had this much money to spend, wouldn't it be better if they used it to improve on the army's equipment rather than hiring mercenaries, is what he thought. Because of that, he felt frustrated in his heart. Seriously, even giving them compensation for just tagging along, and he's being so stingy about our own army. Well, in the end, he's just a person blinded by money and only know how to swing a sword roughly. It's not like we had any expectations for the mercenaries in the first place. Just that at the very least, it'll be good if they can contribute even a little in scouting. To spend that much for just participating compensation, Deccan himself was not convinced in any way. But if looking from the perspective for the sake of the territory, there's a different view. Mercenaries are troublesome existence. Since they are stronger than average people in the first place, if they go down the wrong road, they would become the likes of bandits and thieves, a violent thug that harm the society. To avoid such things happening, the territory would give mercenaries some extent of work, and the result will be indirectly preventing the degradation of security. Rascals like that, why not chase them out of the town as soon as possible? Although he didn't voice it out, it's something Deccan had thought frequently. Deccan recalled the mercenary woman that he faced 10 days ago. She was barbaric with no honor nor ethics, only good for her strength. Certainly, it's true her ally's blue hair was pretty, and her sky-colored eyes gave off a deep impression. He didn't have a choice but to acknowledge her beauty. But her insolence towards the Lord and themselves, the army, is in no way forgivable. He wanted to beat that woman down from her high horses, but instead he lost miserably. And the general had to show that pathetic scene in front of the Lord. It was a challenge to the woman to regain the honor of the army, but the result was in the shape of even more disgrace falling on Deccan himself. Deccan, who was called the best in the entire army, was lightly taken care of by the mercenary woman, and knocked out on the floor. It's not like anyone had ridiculed him directly, but he couldn't know what people are thinking and saying behind his back. The subjugation order he had gotten this time as well, it's probably telling him indirectly to cleanse his dirtied name. So, he must have some results on this grinder subjugation no matter what. Something like the strength of mercenaries is unneeded. While monologuing, Deccan grasped the reins of his horse tightly. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Heading west, the grinder subjugation team arrived at the area with the most sighting reports, before splitting up into the predetermined squads and started searching. Will they even be fine, facing the blue sky that spread above their heads? Ted said. The member of Bright Stars of White Knight have split up with the main unit and started walking around leisurely in their responsible search area to find the sighted grinder's shadow. Ahaha. That's true. To think they can challenge a demonic being with that much, What a bad joke. Norris agreed while laughing. It's not just Norris, Ardis is also feeling the same. The despairs that are crowned as the despair of the grasslands. Grinder had incomparably more strength than that. Facing that overwhelming strength, the Lord had sorted 400 men. Certainly, that is not a small number. But, a demonic being as their opponents, especially the ones that can fly, simply grouping up a bunch of soldiers wouldn't mean anything. No magician, and half of them looks like some greenhorn with no battle experience, and that commander guy doesn't seem like he has the guts to fight in the first place. Taking out demonic being with that much is a bad joke. Ted, who is counting on his fingers, Orphelia agreed. Really, they are really ignorant of the strength of a demonic's being. Number means strength in battle. That doesn't change even if the opponent is a demonic's being. Even if the damage one can deal is little, if the number increases, the damage will definitely pile up. But for numbers to be effective, it's only possible for opponents that have strength below a certain degree. Even if you have countless people, if none of them can even deal a scratch to the opponent, then in the end, there will be zero damage dealt. Rather, the large number of people would just result in the blocking of their own movements. Ardis thought that the mercenaries who didn't even have a single magician among them is the most foolish choice. Furthermore, there seems to be many new soldiers that doesn't have any battle experience. To fight a demonic being in that formation, it'll just increase the number of sacrifices. If they plan to overcome quality with quantity, then they would probably need few times more than that. Seeing how the soldiers is having 3 squads attack at once, if they can ignore the fact that half of them are getting sacrificed, then it'll probably stop the grinder for a while. Ted said so, but Ardis's thoughts were a little different. If Ardis was the commander, then he would not give weapons like spears to the soldiers, splitting one half of the soldiers as archers, and the other as shielder, and let them move in at least 50 people or about the size of a small platoon. Since in the first place, the soldiers wouldn't be able to deal any damage to the demonic's being. Then the strategy of focusing on defense from the start and holding out for other squads help once they spotted the grinder, all while minimizing the sacrifices would be best. The mercenaries that are familiar with dealing with demonic being should be the one to be the grinder's opponent. There's no need for the soldiers that aren't used to battle to be wasted. Even worse, the strength of the soldiers that Ardis saw, even a despair would prove difficult for them. But everyone in the army seemed to believe they can win. There were also some of the corps commanders saying that it'll be more than enough even without borrowing mercenary strength. Their head already gone after training so much? With that much, even a beast king will wipe them all out. Norris said it without a caring tone as usual, but Ted let out an angry voice. Well, it's because the number of beast kings decreased that it became like this in the first place. Norris smiled as if ridiculing. All right, I'm sure we still have many complaints, but, since we'd accepted the request officially, let's properly do our assigned work. It's all right, Orphelia, we know work is work. Although their mouths were complaining, since they accepted the request, then they must properly do it. Ted took the front line, while Ardis and the others took caution at the sky as they surveyed the grasslands. Although they say the number of despairs and beast kings had decreased, it's not as if the grasslands are completely free of danger. There are still carnivorous beasts like green knife, coyote, and glass wolf lurking around. It went that way, Ardis. Ted let out a warning. Ardis and the others, they are currently engaging in a battle with a pack of coyotes. Coyote is a small carnivorous animal of the canine family. It's less powerful than a beast king, but its fangs are sharp. Another dangerous trait that sets it apart from a beast king is that they will form groups to attack. Ardis used the short sword that is floating in the air and shot it towards the coyote that is rushing here, swiftly taking its head. There were another 2 coyotes that circled for their back, but Ardis didn't even have to turn around as Nia had blocked their advances. Nia drew an arc with her arm, then countless icicles formed, before getting sucked into the coyote's head. The coyotes let out a rustle before falling over while still having a standing posture. The 8 coyotes that came for them didn't even have a chance to realize their disadvantage to retreat, as they were obliterated by Ardis and the others. He, as expected from someone vouched by Ardis, that's some nice movements. This degree, it's akin to child's play. Nia replied to Ted with a monotone. Wait up. You didn't chant just now? What? Could it be that you can use chantless magic like Ardis? Chant? What is that? Huh? Ophelia and Nia crashed their question against each other. Ophelia seemed like she couldn't help but be surprised that Nia can use magic while completely omitting chance, while Nia seemed not understanding why Ophelia is being so fussy. It's because that the basic common sense of the both are clashing with each other. Putting aside Ophelia, who had started hugging her head, Ted said in a good mood, "It'll be a waste if it's just a temporary party for this occasion only. How about it? What about entering our party together with Ardis? I am only a servant. If my master chooses so, I shall accompany." Ahaha, that master-servant setting, she seems to be serious. My bad, Norris said in a teasing tone, while looking at Nia. As soon as they've met, the woman introduced herself as, "My name is Nia. I am a servant of my master, Ardis." With the surprising introduction, even Norris couldn't speak anything under that awkward atmosphere. Just like that, while scattering the beasts that came to attack occasionally, Ardis and the others continued the search for Grinder. There's seriously nothing but small fries here. Walking around the grasslands for half a day, the only encounters they've had were with Green Knife, coyotes, Glass Wolf. There weren't even any figures of Despairs and Beast Kings in sight. It just shows how grave was Ardis's and Nia's overhunting. "Hey Ted, shouldn't it be lunch soon?" It's already that time. Till now, there wasn't even any signs of a Grinder spotted. It might be the other teams might have encountered it, but, at the very least, there weren't any news like that came to their side. If there isn't any news, assume that it is still undiscovered, is what they agreed on beforehand. So, it's not like they can leave the site on their own. Although it was like that, the subjugation this time had many problems in it. It might be that a team is currently engaging in a battle with the Grinder now, but, if there's no information, then Ardis and the others cannot go for help. They had agreed to send a smoke signal when they spotted just in case for that, but, in truth, if they were thrown into a battle suddenly, there probably wouldn't be a chance for them to do that. For teams that only have normal soldiers, then it's possible for them to be totally wiped out in a moment as well. Of course, albeit like that, it's not like Ardis and the others have the authority to say anything about that. What they can do, is to fulfill their role without making a complaint. Then, let's rest over at that shade. Ted pointed to a nearby tree. Although it's a grassland, there are still some trees dotted around. The tree shade besides the highway is the nature's resting spot. It's a precious space for mercenaries who are hunting or traveling merchants. Say, Ardis, sorry for the bother, but can you put out some water? My bottle is completely empty. Then I shall. Quicker than Ardis' answer, water spawned from Nia's hand. Mew mew mew. As if frustrated, Ophelia stared at Nia. From her perspective, there's now a second person other than Ardis who can use chantless magic. She probably can't stay calm because of that. Hey, Ophelia, you too, quickly eat. Of course Ted couldn't understand something like the frustration born from the basic common sense of a magician. Beside Ophelia, who was hugging her head with creases on her forehead, Ted and Norris bit into the roast meat sandwiched with bread leisurely. My master, the food is heated up. I will just heat it normally. I said there's no need to heat it up especially, right? Albeit it's in the wild, it's shame for servant to be serving cold food to her master. Isn't it a master's vessel to just receive a servant's offering without saying anything? Even though no one asked. During the break, Nia took care of Ardis meticulously. She would form a shade made of magic above Ardis. She would hand out bread that's heated up, and occasionally offer him cold water. It was exactly like a servant who's serving her master. Ted, who had saw it after putting away his bread, muttered in a soft voice, "Well, certainly she looks like a servant doing that. But, it's the first time there's such a servant with that kind of tone, at least for me." Norris gulped down the water after eating the cold bread. This water, it's nice, Norris said so while peeking into the bottle. In any case, he didn't want to be the one complaining to Ardis, who was being treated like a royalty. He thought, if he wanted to bother, why not direct that excess energy and leeway to something else? Speaking reversely, it just means that they do have such a leeway in this occasion. In truth, if they wouldn't encounter the Grinder, then this search might as well be considered a peaceful picnic to Ardis and the others. As they finished their meal, it was Ardis again who lied on the ground and tried to a blissful nap after meal. But since Ted and the others were there, he wasn't allowed that, and the search continues. Albeit so, what they do after that isn't much different than what they did during morning. While dealing with the coyotes and green knives that they encounter occasionally, they leisurely walked around the grasslands. Soon, Ardis and the others started seeing the highway on the front. Let's head towards the highway and head south a little, then let's return to the east I guess. Let's group up with the main unit and the commander after we head east. Then the search should be over for today. Ophelia responded to Norris. There were quite some people on the highway. As they approached the rendezvous point, Ardis realized there were more people than he expected. Since there's the rumor with the grinder recently, could it be that they are just peddlers and caravans who banded up together to move? Since the army is scattered here too, the bandits and thieves can't make their move as well. Next to Norris, who was saying while looking at the map, the members of Bright Stars of White Knight were talking leisurely. Good grace, finally. Well, it wasn't any big earning, but a relaxed job like this occasionally is nice too. That's true. The weather is nice too, and it was fun after all. Ardis agreed to that too. But unfortunately, he has his reasons to not mingle with the army unnecessarily. For me, I really hope that the grinder would come out or something. Well, a day like this is nice too, but if we will be stuck in this jobs for who knows how many more days, then excuse me from that. And I'm sleepy. Sleepy is normal for you though, Ophelia commented as if given up. Well, don't say something like that, Ardis. Hey, take a look. The warm sunshine, and the comfortable breeze, and even the annoying despairs or beast kings didn't appear. Looking at the clouds drifting in the blue sky, and the shadow of a bird flying by, and, while circling his arm around Ardis's shoulder, Ted, who talked on his own, suddenly furrowed his brows. His gaze was at a single shadow with the shape of a bird flying high above the sky. It's not a killer bird, Not an observer either, right? Behind the both of them, who narrowed their eyes, Nia pointed out calmly. Couldn't it be the grinder? Chapter 34. Chapter 34. A little different format today. Itis flying in the skies leisurely as well. The blue skies that stretched to the horizons were its entire garden. Looking down is the grasslands that stretched in green, and the things that move on the ground without wings. How laughable and miserable way of life. Even though the sky is so wide, there are no one who can restrain itself. No one around to annoy itself. As long as it minded its own business flapping the wings that it was born with, there's no need to be scared of the small creatures. As it made its way under the shadow of the trees to rest, while screeching occasionally at the things who appeared occasionally, they would run away scattered, and if there were some foolish enough to disturb itself even after that, then it would just have to cool the wind. The wide sky, only itself is the king. But such king of the skies is not exempted from hunger either. Its place of slumber, a certain mountain, is unfortunately lack of praise for itself. No, lacking is a little incorrect. The mountains are blessed with the nature's grace. The trees that receive that blessing would form fruits, small animals would eat fruits and increase in population, bigger animals would consume the small animals and turn them into its meat, then at last, even the bigger animals would be turned into food for the strong beings. And that strong being is exactly itself. No matter small or big beasts, they should all devote themselves as its food. But there were strong beings in the mountain beside itself too. Because the praise were abundant, there are many strong beings. That is exactly the world of the mountains. In no way there are a lack of praise. But even so, the strong beings would plunder from each other. Even though there were no one who can stand in his place in the skies, it's not easy to win against the other strong beings in the mountains. Its own prided claws and beak wouldn't even scratch the hard one. Taking the breath from the metal-spitting one would probably tear its braided wings. The swift one have movements faster and sharper than the winds, and the unknown one had a gaze of terrifying heat. To compete with the other strong beings in that mountain and win over praise, even for the king of the skies, it's not easily accomplishable. But now is different. While flying to the eastern skies coincidentally while chasing its prey, it realized the scenery below was different than what it had saw before. There are preys on the grasslands too, but with the amount and size of the preys in the past, the grasslands didn't have enough allure to attract it to come out this far especially. But what now, it thought, didn't the amount of preys increased by quite a lot since the last time it saw? Although it still wasn't satisfied with their sizes, that can be compensated with the quantity. Above all, there weren't any other strong beings on the grasslands. There wasn't a need to fight for the preys while hunting. There were many others too who hold wings in that mountain, but many of those can only fly low. Only its own kin can fly out of the mountain to come this far to the grasslands. But the other kin have not realized that preys are filling the grasslands. The moment it realized that every prey below itself was its own, It trembled in joy. It's a little tiring to fly all the way from the mountain, but, thinking about the quantity or prey, it was worth the effort. What shall it savor today? It is looking forward to choose its prey. Riding on the wind to the east, it looked around the grasslands below. Its eyes caught the figure of countless preys moving around. For some reason, there were many preys grouped up today, and most of the groups were the 2-feet beasts that get lost in the mountains sometimes. Looking around, there was about 10 groups. There's a little annoyance eating the 2-legged beasts, but it's good that they are grouped up. Besides that, there are many of the 2-legged beasts that would still come at it even when their pack friends are dead. Different than the other beasts which would run when 1 or 2 of their own is taken out, it can hunt for many of them at once. There would be some with hard shells occasionally, but it was not a huge problem for its prided claws and beak. The problem is that it is difficult to eat. The 2-legged beasts are strange. There are some of them who are terrifyingly strong, so it had to be careful. But, if the worst comes, it can just fly to the skies. It's because the wingless 2-legged beasts couldn't fly. Occasionally, the 2-legged beasts would throw up needles to the sky, but it would be fine if it's high enough that the needle doesn't reach. While it circled around the surrounding, it decided to hunt the pack with the most. Individually, the 2-legged beasts are small, but, with that much of them, it can have a filling meal. On top of that, it also saw several 4-legged beasts around. Seeing the countless preys that would satisfy its hunger, its instinct was filled with joy. Without even realizing that it was being showered by the gazes of the 2-legged beasts, it ignored the smaller packs, and dived straight down to the largest pack. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. A single shadow flew directly at them from the sunny blue sky. Behind Ted and the others who were narrowing their eyes from the dazzling sun, Nia said calmly, "Couldn't that be the grinder?" A sudden silence as they all focused on that single point in the sky. There are various sizes of bird that normally appears in this grasslands. More than 10 species appearances are recorded. But other than the carnivores, killer birds and observers, the others are smaller than 50 centimeters. The shadow reflected on their eyes didn't look like a small bird's, but the silhouette was different than killer bird or observer. In other words, it's not a shadow seen usually in this grassland. The next moment, Ted broke the silence. "Prepare for battle." "Norris." "The signal?" "Already preparing." "Ophelia, keep your eyes on it." Ardis and Nia prepare to engage. Suddenly the entire party became a strained atmosphere. "Ted, the others already have the smoke." Ophelia noticed the smoke signals that had already lighted from other locations. "TCH. The discovery compensation is taken, huh?" The smoke signal of discovering the grinder had already been lighted by another team. As 2 streams of smoke rises from the north side, there were smokes starting to rise from other places as well. The news of discovery would definitely be noticed by other squads as well. The problem now is, where will it descend? Just in case, Ardis had deployed his short swords. As Ardis and the others nailed their gazes on the shadow, it ignored them and flew further east. As the shadow became smaller and smaller, it's the direction of the main unit. Like what Ted pointed out, the shadow is heading straight for the main unit. Since the main unit are made with 3 squads, they had more people than the other squads. But with their strength, it didn't seem likely they can manage it. "What should we do?" "It's probably too much for the peace-raised soldiers." Ophelia hushed Ted's judgment. The instructions from before were head to help the squad in battle swiftly, right? The problem is that they are very unlikely to be in time. If the grinder was aiming for the squads near them, then they might have been able to make it in time. But, if it was flying towards the main troops, then it will be very difficult to make it in time from here. "I guess there's no choice but to chase after it now." It's still not confirmed where the grinder will attack. Ted and the others started their swift movement in the direction of the new smoke signal that have been raised. "Ted, I will go first." Reporting shortly, without even hearing for an answer, Ardis started his floating strides. Leaving behind the distant angry yell of Ted behind, Ardis headed east with an extraordinary speed. Of course, diagonally behind Ardis was Nia, who used her own variant of floating strides. The both overtook 2 squads and caught sight of the main unit in about 30 minutes. There were victims already, Nia uttered with a straight face. The main unit had already engaged in a battle with the grinder, as they saw the scene of racket from far away. There's neither formation nor order. There were only soldiers who swung their spears panically. The commander on the horse that couldn't give out proper orders. In such a close-range fight, The archers who couldn't shoot arrows, which accounted for half of the corps, were totally useless. As Ardis and Nia got closer, there were figures of the soldiers falling one by one. The grinder, which had a gigantic height of 3 meters, was standing leisurely in the middle of the massacre. The grinder spread its wings as if intimidating. The size of its figure doing so made the soldiers who were holding spears look like dwarves in front of it. As the winged demonic being set its next spearman as its target, it swung its sharp claws. That's bad. He had already reached in range of his sword magic, but Ardis didn't want to use it in front of the soldiers. Of course, he would prefer to prevent useless deaths, but, honestly, for the sake of soldiers that he didn't even know, he didn't want to show his hand with one of the corps commander around. While Ardis was still in the moment of hesitation, a single dagger was thrown diagonally towards the grinder from his back. It was near. Thanks. Ardis conveyed his appreciation shortly, before diving towards the grinder with a fierce momentum. The dagger thrown by Nia stuck into the grinder's arm, stopping its movement for a moment. And that's when Ardis leapt into it, deploying his physical barrier chantlessly, while matchingly chanting offensive magic. The fierce crimson that is the miracle of flames born of the ancient dragon's breath dash. Furnace Taganov, flames of purgatory. Flames manifested from Ardis' both hands, released towards the grinder. Unfortunately, the grinder kicked against the ground strongly with its 4 horse legs and retreated to the side with a huge distance, avoiding the trajectory of the flames. Feathers of its wings covering its upper body were burned to cinder by the aftermath of the flames. Tch. Ardis clicked his tongue unconsciously. To not drag in the surrounding soldiers, he limited the area of effect and shot it upwards, but now that had backfired. Kaya, the grinder who took the damage for the first time, acknowledged Ardis is a dangerous enemy. As it slowly retreated back into the air, it blew up a tornado surrounding Ardis with its mana. The wind pressure that was comparable to fierce swift blades casted by a high-class magician assaulted the soldiers. Ardis, who tried to deploy his own magic barrier, realized that a strong barrier is already deployed in the surrounding. It's near her. During the time Ardis was facing against the grinder, she had probably toughened up their defense. He immediately changed his mind and looked at where the grinder was heading, but when Ardis saw the figure of grinder, it was already high in the sky. If there weren't eyes watching right now, then there were countless ways to deal with it. After giving a last glance at Ardis and the others, it flew towards the west. That is even worse. Where the grinder headed was Ted and the others. If it would retreat to Kenobi's Valley peacefully, then it would be great. But the west is where Ted and the others, other mercenaries, and even the peddlers and travelers on the highway. Near. We will pursue. If it's now, the grinder is still in sight. If he can chase it to somewhere where's no people, a demonic being at that level, Ardis can take care of it with no problem. But just at that moment, Ardis, who was about to pursue with his floating strides, was called out from behind. Wait. Treating the injured is highest priority. You guys are magician, right? Can't you use healing magic? If you can't use it, then medicinal herbs on the heavily injured soldiers. The man, presumably the commander who was on the horse, yelled to Ardis and Nia. There's no way you can chase after something that flies anyway. Ardis clicked his tongue while pretending not hearing him. Certainly, it will be impossible for anyone to pursue a flying demonic being normally. But Ardis and Nia can do that. Perhaps they can catch up if they pursued now. Hurry up and start treating the injured. Squad leader, form your team. After getting our formation back, we will track its whereabouts. Are you stupid? Ardis, who wanted to blurt that, swallowed back his words. With the main unit that has the most people already in a state of ruin, reforming the subjugation team now doesn't accomplish anything. Even if they manage to regroup with the other squads, it would just get ruined to an extent like the main unit. In the first place, everyone is too spread out. Grinder is not an opponent that's easy enough to be dealt with 10 or 20 soldiers. That commander probably has no idea that retaining Ardis and Nia here would just put more soldiers in danger. What are you spacing out for? Quickly treat the injured, the commander-like man yelled in a loud voice. In the first place, bright stars of white night had participated while trying to not stand out in front of the army. Making a bad impression with the commander now would just make that effort pointless. My master, how should we proceed? Nia, who came beside Ardis, asked. No choice. While helping to treat them, look for gaps and pull away. Looking around, there were many soldiers who were injured and collapsed on the ground while waiting for their help. There were several people who are already too late, but There were also some that seemed savable if they worked quickly. It wasn't guaranteed the grinder that flew away would attack other humans. Since it was injured as well, there was a high chance it would return to its nest. On the other hand, there were lives here that would be lost if not treated quickly. The unguaranteed possibility of danger and the heavily injured in front of his eyes, while putting both on the scale, Ardis proposed the compromise. They would provide medicinal supplies and take part in treating the injured while not standing out and finding a chance to slip away. Eventually, when the unit began to restore order, they quickly left the spot without getting spotted by the commanders and began to run westward on the grassland. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Thank you to Sander for supporting the translation on Patreon. Commanding one of the squads, Deccan led the soldiers while they continued the search, before witnessing the giant shadow flying over their head. Immediately after that, several smoke signals were lit, signifying that it was in fact the grinder's shadow. There were 10 soldiers under his command. Even though he thought to regroup with the other squads nearby, when he realized the grinder is flying towards the main unit, he decided to move immediately. The main unit is comprised of 3 squads, a total of 30 soldiers. They would never lose. Deccan was feeling rushed as the main unit might subjugate it way before he arrives. The subjugation this time was a precious chance for Deccan to regain his honor. Although crowned as the best in the army, he was lightly taken care of some unknown mercenary. To cover that shame, he must contribute in the subjugation somehow. If he shows contribution that satisfy everyone in this grinder subjugation, then the people ridiculing him as all talk that lost to a girl would definitely disappear. That's why before the grinder is taken out by the main unit, he must regroup with them as soon as possible. Sir Deccan. There's something flying from the direction of the main unit. One of the archers who noticed a shadow drawing closer reported. As he stopped his advance and looked up from his horse, he saw one shadow flying above the sky. The shadow slowly became bigger and bigger. He could see that the shadow was definitely larger and faster than a normal bird. It was the same silhouette that flew overhead a while ago. Although the reason isn't known, the grinder had flown here from the direction of the main unit. It's the grinder. Everyone, stance. At Deccan's command, the soldiers formed formations. Heavy soldiers, front. Archers take aim. Just like that, the shadow flew straight to Deccan. As it came closer, it became clear how big it was. Eventually, when it arrived directly above Deccan and the others, it stopped its movement, and looked down as if surveying them. Archers, attack. Receiving the command, 3 arrows were shot towards it, but all the arrows drew a parabola and fell before they even reached it. A near-ringing screech sounded. KNN. Wind blades attacked Deccan and the others. The fierce storm that's comparable to upper-grade spells ruptured the soldiers with light armor easily. Jaya! The screams of despair of the soldiers reverberated in the grasslands. Deccan was blessed with better armor, so he didn't receive a critical blow, but the horse that he was riding collapsed after suffering deep gouges on its body and severed legs. The shadow descended onto the ground, dyed in red from the large amount of blood. Be big. The soldiers shook at the size of the bird which landed was even bigger than what they expected. This is a grinder. Its overwhelming presence. Their instincts as an organism is ringing bells to warn them to escape. They have already lost half their combatants. Only the heavy soldiers with shields and Deccan, a total of 5 remained. But he can't afford to run away from here. There's no better chance to regain his honor. If he chose to turn his back now, even if his life is saved, he would probably be ridiculed the rest of his life. Deccan gritted his teeth as hard as he could, and suppressed his tremble while lifting his sword, giving out his orders to the heavy soldiers that are left. Don't shake. Look, it's already taken damage. We can win if we surround it. The dagger which stuck in the grinder's front foot that was bleeding, and the feather of its upper body burnt were reflected in Deccan's eyes. It was obvious that it fled after suffering an injury while engaging with the main unit. If so, then the grinder must have consumed quite a lot of stamina. He was taken by fear a little while ago, but it's definitely not a situation they can't win. With Deccan's voice motivating them, the heavy soldiers assaulted at the grinder at once. But the swords swung by the heavy soldiers were dodged, and their swings which were thought to be deadly were deflected by something. Reversely, the grinder swung its claws, accompanied by the sound of the winds rupturing. It sliced a heavy soldier in half together with his armor. Continuing, Another heavy soldier beside him had his head punctured by the sharp beak before collapsing. It wasn't an opponent that they could win. Wah! Deccan lost his words. Impossible to win. The words that did not leave his mouth floated in his mind. Deccan Corps Commander. We, the 32nd Squad, had come to help. Deccan, who was stunned in fear, heard his comrade's voice from behind. Along with that were numerous heavy footsteps. It's another squad that came from Deccan's west side. Now, there were 13 people in the scene. But Deccan, who had witnessed the prowess of the grinder, he had understood that they won't be able to win no matter what. The other spearmen and heavy soldiers that came for help had already started running, assaulting the grinder. Wait, don't. Deccan's warning was too late, as the line of soldiers were bisected by the grinder's claws. The spearmen had their chest gouged out. Others had their limbs severed. The heavy soldiers had their shield penetrated by the grinder's beak, punching a hole in their heads. Every time the grinder moved, more and more soldiers had their life plundered. They will be wiped out if they don't retreat. Such thoughts came to Deccan's thoughts. But, will the grinder choose not to chase after themselves who are fleeing? They were different than the grinder that can fly. Chasing after a few humans should be an easy feat for it. What saved Deccan from his confusion was the single arrow that lodged itself to the grinder's lower body suddenly. The arrow that was shot from somewhere without warning dealt damage to the grinder. The next moment, a large boulder of ice appeared on top of the grinder and crushed its wings. The person who swung his large sword with a loud cry was a swordsman with a muscular body. It was a swordsman with maroon hair swinging his bastard sword wildly. The trajectory of the swing caught the grinder on its torso from the side. The grinder's body bent from the strike. Dead, get away. A woman's voice called out. The swordsman holding the bastard sword immediately took his distance. As if waiting for that, a sharp arrow aiming the grinder's head was released. However, could it be that the demonic being had predicted the attack, as it lowered itself slightly? Orphelia. The dance of eternity of the shining deep green in the color of imaginary land and the silence. Trusius Fote. Storm of the North. The man who shot the arrow shouted, and the girl in a robe chanted. Accompanying the finished chant, a fierce blizzard assaulted the grinder, covering its body with a layer of ice. But that attack was blocked by something like an invisible barrier. A large portion of the damage was nullified. The grinder shook its body, shaking away the layer of ice, and stomped on the ground with its forelegs that resembled a horse's. Oops, it didn't seem like it's effective at all. The steel-colored hair archer said so with a light tone. I know that. If you are so free to say useless things, then shoot even one arrow more. I don't need you to tell me that. Here. Another arrow flew toward the grinder, but it was probably already on guard. A gust of wind blew around it, causing the arrow to miss its aim. Aiming for that moment, the swordsman with the bastard sword slashed. The grinder stopped it with its claws and dropped its beak onto his head. The swordsman used the small round shield that was fixed on his arms, and magnificently redirected the attack. From what Deccan observed, the current situation is probably even. The swordsman who is standing in front of the grinder avoided attacks or redirected them, all while looking for gaps to attack. It wasn't as if the archer's or the magician's attack was doing anything effective, but it was still restraining and limiting the freedom of the grinder's movement. We can win. Just as a small hope started to rise in Deccan's mind, the swordsman failed to redirect a claw attack with his shield, and the shield shattered into pieces mercilessly. Shit! Curses came from the swordsman's mouth. Redirecting an attack with a shield is not an easy technique. It must be done by accounting for the attack power, speed, and the timing all in an instant, then positioning yourself with the shield in the correct angle. If the calculation is even a little off, if the timing is even off by a millisecond, the technique will fail, and the shield will suffer a heavy blow. The fact that the swordsman with the bastard sword had perfectly dodged or redirected the attacks just proves his skills. With the current situation, there's no way they can keep it up forever. If so, then taking away the opponent's combative power first would be the best course. But they were lacking in someone who can deal enough damage to do that. Where is Ardis walking around now? The woman wearing a dark green robe shouted. So noisy. It's not like I was playing around, you know. The woman's shout, which wasn't expected to be replied, was replied. Ardis? The voices of the swordsman, magician and the archer overlapped. There, Deccan saw a young man with a black hair holding a broadsword in a stance behind the grinder. Kyuku? The grinder, which realized his existence behind itself, trembled and showed an expression of what seemed like fear. The grinder immediately flapped its wings and tried to gain altitude, but another figure was already on top of it. "You can't run this time." The Alice blue hair fluttered in the air. The white-hooded woman stabbed a dagger into one of the grinder's wings. Blood spurted out like a fountain. At the grinder, which had lost its balance, the black-haired young man attacked with his broadsword. One flash. The other wing that was uninjured was severed cleanly from its roots. With its one wing completely severed and the other injured, it can no longer escape into the sky. "Don't cause such a trouble for me." While saying that, the young man swung his broadsword to the side, and the grinder's head separated from its torso. It was a moment when the overwhelming existence that the army couldn't raise a finger against was overwhelmed by someone even stronger. "I'm saved, huh?" Seeing the grinder's huge body collapsed on the ground, Deccan finally had a chance to breathe deeply. But that is also a short moment for him before he noticed the carnage around. The damage to the army is critical. The squad that was originally commanded by him, there are only 3 survivors including himself. Even for the squad that came for help in the middle of the fight, only 6 of them are still here. Among 20, 11 casualties. It was a huge defeat. On top of that, the ones who saved Deccan and the others who couldn't even pluck a single feather of the grinder were the despicable mercenaries. For Deccan, he didn't like every single aspect of this. He wasn't convinced at all. This is all a bad dream. His mind kept refusing the reality. "My master, are we taking back anything else other than the head?" "Number. It's not going to be worth anything after all." "Acknowledged, my master." A female voice talked to the young man. Deccan raised his head at the familiar voice, and there was the figure of the woman with Alice blue hair and sky-colored eyes in a robe. Deccan's eyes widened. A chance meeting with his unforgettable opponent, the woman who was the reason that he was ridiculed and shamed in front of His Excellency and the general. Without even a sliver of respect, the despicable woman who only sought strength. Even now, she ruined his chances of regaining his honor, giving him a new shameful experience. The dark emotions were eating away at Deccan's mind. Among the soldiers who were praising the young man and the woman loudly, Deccan was the only one apart from them who muttered with hatred. "That woman." Chapter 37. Chapter 37. As a reward for subjugating the grinder by themselves, Bright Stars of White Knight had gotten a total of 50 gold, with each member getting 10 gold. It wasn't a bad sum. With the threat of grinder gone, the logistics and item prices are returning to their normal state. The territorial army and the lord were praised of their quick action. Of course, there were deaths during the subjugation, totaling the main unit that was attacked first, and the other squads that was attacked later. There were almost 20 casualties. It can be said that they got away with just that much casualties thanks to Ardis and the others. If Ardis and the others didn't take part in the subjugation, then the worst scenario of everyone being wiped out might have happened. Albeit that, the public was told that it was the army who succeeded in the subjugation. It's not like Ardis has any complaints with that, since Ardis and the others had gotten their befitting compensation for participating. Even if the army didn't do much and the grinder was actually subjugated by Ardis' party, it's no denying that the subjugation army is formed by the army and they have the most men in it. Few days have passed since the grinder subjugation. Ardis was hunting with Nier as usual, but he noticed presences surrounding them. He thought it was his imagination at first, but it didn't seem to be so. Even the residents who used to talk with Ardis seemed to be avoiding him. When he's walking around on the streets, soldiers would appear and interrogate him. Every time he entered or left the town, the border check was strangely stricter for him. Even when he goes to his frequented store to buy groceries and other necessities, the shopkeeper there would make a troubled face too. There was even one that yelled at him, "Don't come to this shop anymore," and chased him out. The citizens' gazes which were directed to him turned cloudy by the time he noticed it. It's not like there's any special harm towards him, but he felt a sense of unexplainable sense of uncomfortableness from them. And someday like that, Ardis was called out as he walked on the empty street alone. "Ardis-san, Ardis-san, here." Turning around to the voice, it was a girl waving her hand from an alley. She looked familiar to Ardis. Ardis put up his guard just in case as he followed the girl to the back alley. The one waiting there was a lovely girl with her dark blue hair tied up. You are Kashiha? Ah, you remembered me." Annie-san is a little happy. It's the girl at the perch inn that Ardis and the twins stayed in for some time. "Do you have something with me?" To be honest, well, It isn't fine for me to be interfering with a customer that I basically drove away. But, well, Ardis has his own situation too. Although she was the one who called out to him, she couldn't open her mouth properly. Ardis-san. Recently, are you getting eyed by the army? What do you know? There were some soldiers that came to the inn. It was a young soldier named Deccan. He's strangely bothered about you. Could it be that you talked about the twins? Under the sharp gaze of Ardis's, Kashiha had no choice but to shrink. And no way. It'll be a breach of trust if my inn started spouting guests' secrets. I didn't lie to the soldiers and told the period you stayed in the inn, but I've never muttered anything about the twins. In the first place, I was the one invited you to my inn. It'll be going against me belief if I did something like that. Just that. They've asked around the other guests and the surrounding neighbors, so the matter about the twins might be known. Ardis suddenly wanted to click his tongue badly, as he suppressed his instinct to do so with a bitter expression. He took out a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to Kashiha. Thank you. Now I finally know what's the reason behind the uncomfortable feeling in the past few days. Sorry, I couldn't help. Don't mind it. What you've told me just now is more than enough. You are running a business at your place as well. I know well that a bad rumor will be fatal. See you. Ardis left that words before walking out to the main street. I guess I should tell Ted and the others too, huh? He changed his schedule and headed towards the inn where Ted and the others are staying and explained what he had experienced. The average citizens don't know the details of the grinder subjugation. Of course, the fact that the army were useless, and the subjugation was done by mercenaries was only known by the participants. But the soldiers in the subjugation team witnessed it. Especially for the corps commander or the company commander, their reputations in the army were probably dragged in the mud. There's a possibility that they are holding a grudge against Ardis and the others because of that. But after telling Ted and the others about it, it doesn't seem like they had such changes in their surroundings. In other words, it will be right to assume that the problem lies within Ardis himself. Since he was glared by the army's commander, that is the general, in the first place, it isn't impossible for their animosity to grow into hostility. Having said so, it still doesn't explain why the citizens are directing unfriendly gazes to him. In the end, Ardis returned home with the unsolved mystery, but was called out by Ted and the others 2 days later. We found out the reason, Norris said directly. There's no need to ask what reason he's talking about at this point. Ardis kept silence as his eyes conveyed Norris to elaborate. Basically, the twins' existence had been known, and the reason behind that is the woman living at your house, Nia. It seems that Norris had taken the entire day yesterday to investigate. The first reason was something Ardis expected. The information he heard from Kashiha from the Perchin is more than enough for him to hypothesize that. Just that, he couldn't grasp the reason behind the soldiers. If it was because of the subjugation that day, there's no way he was the only one being investigated. It's the request we brought to you originally, but you brought Nia to the Lord's mansion, right? Yeah, it's that time that I've met with Nia. Then, after Ardis brought her to the mansion, you didn't accompany her, right? Well, that's a given. I don't have any reason to do that, and in the first place, I don't think I can even enter the mansion. That's right. The problem seems to be originated from that. Of course. He had known that after bringing Nia to the mansion, she had come to his house a little while later. Since Ardis wasn't interested, he didn't ask. This as well, it's a matter disgracing the army, so there was a gag order. Nia, she had apparently caused various troubles for them. Various? You see, it seems that she was totally disrespecting the minister and the general, and even beat a corps commander to the ground. On top of that, when the Lord came out, she just spoke her own things and left after that. What is that woman doing? Ardis felt pain in his head. Now, she is a trustworthy self-proclaimed Ardis's servant, but, occasionally, her action can still betray that entirely. Honestly, Ardis hasn't known what happened before Nia came to his house, but, now that he knew, there's no way he can escape from it. She pretended to look docile, but now it's revealed that she was actually carrying a huge bomb on her back when she came to Ardis's house. So, the best guy of the army that time, it was apparently the same Deccan, one of the corps commander for the subjugation. Remember him, Ardis? Ardis silently shook his head. It seems like that Deccan guy. He was unable to do anything about Nia and was shamed in front of everyone. On top of that, as he thought to take back his name with the grinder subjugation, the result was that more than half of the soldiers died. and all the work was done by mercenaries. He probably has deep hatred for you, as Norris slightly laughed and continued. Couldn't it be that they are targeting not you but Nia? That's why they went to investigate about you, but doing so, they found out that you were sheltering the twins. But, isn't that Deccan's personal problems? Leaving aside the rumor in the town, isn't it strange that the entire army is being strict with me? It might be rude to say this, but does a corps commander even have that much authority? Well, Ardis, in the first place, the reason that Nia was invited to the mansion was because she defeated the company commander. Huh? She was challenging people on the highway, right? And apparently one of them was the company commander. So that's... Ardis's brows furrowed. Yeah, in other words, they invited Nia to the mansion to relinquish that fact, and sent out the strongest warrior, but still lost. On top of that, the effort of subjugating the grinder was stolen as well. So, it probably wasn't very amusing for the army. So, it's that she's being targeted by the whole army? You said it was weird. Since Ardis was already targeted by the army in the first place, now that Nia did the same thing. Ardis buried himself on the table. The one who set the fire was Nia, but it seems that Ardis's action in the past had contributed to it as well. Then it isn't entirely Nia's fault. In the past, Ardis had refreshingly refused to teach his sword magic, so he had a bad image to the commanders and general of the army, and now that Nia did this, it all piled up and the army became hostile to him. And the result was that the information regarding the twins was leaked. The majority of the army seems to think that we are Miser who stole their efforts. If the top twists the truth a little, then wouldn't the soldiers at the bottom believe that? Basically, it's something like the personal hatred towards Nia who had costed the army's reputation became a collective hatred, and so, Norris finished his explanation. Be careful, Ardis. Ted, who judged the topic, has overopened his mouth. With the rumors of those children spread, the gazes of people on you will turn worse. Some of them might even do something direct to those children. Of course, that possibility is already in Ardis's consideration. But in the end, being able to understand it doesn't mean he is convinced. Having said so, there's no way that doing harm directly is fine. I knows that without you telling me. Well, the average citizens probably wouldn't be a problem, but you see, those fanatic believers of the goddess are different. With that much belief, some of them are even worse than a demon's being. On top of that, even without violence, there are many other ways to mess with the children. Other ways? You should realize it already, but the way that people refused to interact with you, that he understood so clearly that he doesn't want to. The way people walk around him would purposely shift their gazes from Ardis. The way that they would look somewhere else when Ardis talks to them is also so that they can distance themselves sooner. It's to show that Ardis is different from them. Even if their individual purposes and reasons are different, all of them showed the same reaction. Even farmers and merchants, all of them are believers, you know. If they don't sell you bread or weapons, then no matter how strong you are, you will be in trouble. Ardis could neither agree nor disagree. If it's himself, then he can procure some food in some way. Living outside the town is fine by him as well. But it'll be hard to ask the twins to do the same. With the weak and defenseless twins, they have no choice but to live in a town. In a society, you can kill someone even without a weapon. Even if the ones doing the killing don't have any intentions to do so, people can easily die when there is too much animosity. Don't forget that. Ardis knew something like that long ago. The animosity of human beings, it was something more dangerous than monsters that one could never let their guard down around. Don't worry, I wasn't raised in a nice enough world to not look down on people's animosity. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Thanks to Norris, Ardis finally knew the source of his discomfort. It isn't something he can ignore, but it's not like he can do anything about it now. In any case, the root of the problem lies within the unfounded belief of the forbidden children, so it isn't an easy problem to solve. After all, it's not like he can just settle it with strength like the grinder subjugation, since the belief of the goddess is deeply rooted in society. The other problem is because of Nia's actions with the army, with the corps commander's eyes on her and the entire army against her. It didn't seem like it's possible to solve it peacefully at all. The Lord seems to be on the side of the army as well. Leaving Ted's party, he returned home while getting the ugly gazes of the citizens. Ardis sunk into the sofa after entering the living room. While staring at the ceiling, someone approached from behind. He would have liked to take a nap now peacefully if it's possible. Should I just move out of Thoria? What's the matter? my master." Behind Ardis, who was sighing, Nia appeared with a tray in hand. After serving tea for Ardis and herself, Nia sat beside Ardis and reached for the cup on the table. Despite all that, being a servant who lives under the same roof as Ardis, she had affirmed her position in the house by displaying all kinds of skills in laundry, cleaning and brewing. Even now, she would do her job as a servant by bringing drinks for Ardis, who is resting. On the other hand, her ethics and mouth is still the same. Although she would call Ardis as her master, she would sit down on her own and enjoy the tea sooner than Ardis, so it's really suspicious whether she really has any self-awareness as a servant. But at the very least, she's taking Ardis into consideration for her actions, and she cared for the twins. Recently, it seems the twins had gotten used to Nia. There's been several occasions Ardis saw the twins conversing with her. It was found out that she hid a huge bomb in her pocket, but they aren't stranger enough for Ardis to chase her out just because of that. "It seems that the army and the Lord have eyes on us," Ardis said so while wetting his mouth with the tea. "What's wrong about that?" "That kind of small fries. There's no need to worry. If Master wills it, shall I exterminate them now?" "Don't." Ardis wasn't hoping for something like that. It's not a problem that can be solved with violence. If that was the case, then there'll be no need to ask Nia to do that. Just Ardis storming the Lord's mansion by himself will be enough. The problem is after that. The opponent is a noble. The king is behind his back. Messing with Sir Thoria would mean offering a fight to the kingdom. Ardis is just a mercenary. He has no intention to cause a disturbance in the country. If the worst comes, he will just have to move to another country. Since it looked like only the Lord is moving, there's a high possibility that the kingdom isn't involved. If he leaves Thoria, there's a chance that the problem will solve itself. While thinking like that, he arrived at the words, "Should I just move out of Thoria? I guess we should stay put for the time being." Leaving the house empty like this is worrying. After all, if they let the time pass, the citizens might calm down. Even if the army and the Lord have bad intentions towards them, they can't do much if Ardis and the others are abiding the law. Of course, that is only if the opponents are loyal to the law. Nia met the Lord before, right? What kind of man is he? Ardis knows what kind of person the general is. He's a type that's prideful and full of justice. If the Lord holds his reins firmly, then the general will not go out of control. But he had never met with the highest figure here, that is the Lord of Thoria himself. From what he had heard from the citizens, it seems like he's a good lord. If it's Nia who've met him directly, then she should be able to give a better impression than Ardis. A greedy, underhanded and foolish pig. Ardis's hand, which was carrying the cup of tea to his mouth, stopped. Huh? You are asking about the Lord, right? He's a greedy, underhanded and foolish pig. It was an evaluation filled with thorns. Is that so? By the way, what about the general? A dog that barks well against a stray dog. Hearing that, Ardis thought it was correct in a sense. Her evaluation of the general wasn't that much different than what Ardis thought. If so, Nia's opinion towards the Lord should be at least half correct. If that's the case, then it'll be better to judge them as may or may not uphold the law. There's a possibility they will choose an underhanded method. So it's better to keep our guard. Ardis's concerns became reality in a few days. It was a cloudy day from the morning that day. The sky didn't look like it's clearing any time soon, even when the evening came. With the starlight hidden by the clouds, the house gate was shrouded in more darkness than usual. Violent noises came from the house's front gate. "My master." "I know." Ardis had realized the big group of presences surrounding the house. Their manner wasn't that much different than an average person. They're probably soldiers. To surround their house like this at this time, at the very least, Ardis can tell it isn't for something good. "Shall I show force to them myself?" "To chase them or defeat them away, it's an easy feat for Ardis and Nia, who have the strength. But the problem is what comes after. If they choose to chase the intruders away, it just means that more will come the next time. I will go confront them." "Nia, you go make preparation with the children to leave the town." He likes to live peacefully as much as possible, but it's probably impossible now that it's like this. With that much people surrounding the house, they probably expected Ardis and the others would resist and prepared suitably. Leaving behind Nia and the twins who had started packing up their stuff, Ardis headed to the entrance. "It's a scrutiny. Open up." While banging on the door, a soldier-sounding man voice reverberated. Their voices already seemed on the edge. It felt like they would breach the door in just a few minutes. "What's the matter this late?" As Ardis opened the door while calling out, someone's order resounded. "Breach." Smashing the door open, The soldiers which were fully armed tried to enter the house, but that attempt failed magnificently. What the heck is this? With Ardis's physical barrier deployed in an instant, the soldiers was blocked of their advances and crashed into the invisible barrier head first. It is an application of physical barrier. It repels and rejects anyone or anything that has hostile intent to the caster. Of course, it's Ardis's original, so it wasn't a magic known to the normal world. That's why rather than being the usual magic spell, it's a sorcery. Since it's deployed throughout the house, even the other windows and entrances are fully warded against the soldier's attempt. What a barbaric way to visit. If you want to be invited inside, isn't there something much like procedure and courtesy? Ardis said so rudely. Be bastard. You are going against the army? Going against? I don't even know what's your agenda for coming here. How can I go against that? If you tell me what you all are up to, then I might be able to help too. As so, Ardis answered while playing fool. So, what's the matter today? Amongst the soldiers which were filled with bloodlust, an old man came to the front. It's probably their commander. A detain warrant is out for the mercenary woman living here. You won't be spared if you hide her. Detain warrant? Under what reason? Crime for harming our soldiers, and the suspicion of kidnapping young children. Well, that's not quite peaceful, huh? Ardis's eye showed his disdain. The crime for harming their soldiers. They're probably referring to the incident when Nier defeated one of their company commander and corps commander. In addition, kidnapping. They probably want to make use of the twins' existence as an excuse as well. From what they say, it seems like they have the intentions to not just take Nier, but even the twins with them under the pretense of victims. For that, it isn't anything that Ardis consider acceptable. Do you have the detain warrant? Look at this. The old commander man shoved a big piece of paper in front of Ardis. And detain warrant is a formal document issued by the government officially. Under Nagra's kingdom's law, a criminal can be detained on the crime scene by the soldiers. But since it isn't a crime scene now, to detain the suspect, they must have the warrant issued under the pretense of investigation. Well, in actual, there are many occasions the soldiers detained people without the warrant. After detaining them, only the warrant is issued. With this kind of system in place, it doesn't matter actually whether they have the warrant or not. However, it is essential if the suspect is a privileged class such as a noble, and if resistance is expected like a powerful mercenary, it is often issued with the aim of psychological effects on the opponent. In this case, the latter will be the reason. It's certainly a detain warrant, but where is the official seal of the justice court? With that fact pointed out, the commander was stuck with his words. The court is a government agency that assures the legibility of the detain warrant. In order to prevent the abuse of warrants by lords and nobles, the contents of each warrant are examined and checked whether there are any suspicious points on the charges or suspects. By obtaining the court's seal, a detain warrant can finally have the legal basis. Reversely, that just means that any warrants without the seal is fake. So that means that the matter this time is not known to the country. It's the personal decision of the Lord here. Confirming this fact, Ardis decided how to act. The court's examination will pass soon. We have judged that detaining the suspect shall be prioritized. Receiving a painful counterattack from what he thought was an ignorant mercenary, the commander tried to use an excuse to cover it up. So, who's the one being detained? The mercenary woman. We know that she lives here. Name? The name does not matter. The mercenary woman is the mercenary woman. These people, did they come here without even knowing the name of the person they are trying to detain? Since Nier's name wasn't on the warrant they provided, Ardis thought it might be the case as he confirmed it. To think that they don't even know who they are supposed to be dealing with. No. If you don't know what's the name, I don't even know who am I supposed to bring you. I said that just at the mercenary woman. Ardis's decision is already set in stone. What he is doing now is to buy time for Nier and the others to prepare. Even if you say mercenary woman, there are 3 here. Who should I bring? What? Of course, it was Ardis's big lie. But the soldiers could never know how many people are in Ardis's house. It's the same for any house in the town. How many people are living in this house? They wouldn't know unless they had stepped into this house themselves like Ted and the others. The woman we are looking for has a long ice blue hair and sky-colored eyes. The 3 of them matches that, but there's no way that's the case. No, well, even if you say it's impossible, it's like that in truth. Ardis purposely scratched his head and showed a troubled expression. So, who should I bring in the end? Jigua. In any case, just bring all the women in this house here. We will judge the rest ourselves. I guess this much is the most I can do. I understand. I will bring them here. Please wait a while. Saying that, Ardis stepped back into his house. Just in case, Ardis showed a docile and obeying attitude, so it doesn't seem like the soldiers are trying to enter forcibly. Ardis, who returned to Nia and the twins, asked the obvious. Is the preparation finished? My master, various necessities and all the arms had been packed. Philia and Rihanna had finished changing as well. There's enough food for about 4 days. As expected, it's impossible to pack things like the furniture, with 2 huge bags on her back, and another 2 which seemed like they can fit 1 adult man in each on the ground. It seems like it's filled to the brim with items. There's no helping that. Just bringing our equipment, money and food is enough. It might be a little wasteful for him to dispose all the furniture that he had bought, but it's stuff he can buy again anyways. With Rihanna, going out? With Philia, don't want outside. The twins were tugging at Ardis's pants with an anxious expression. For the both, the outside world probably was filled with painful memories. But if we stay here, many scary uncles will come inside. So endure for a little. All right. The twins reluctantly nodded. With Ardis' words. Recently, the both's words had increased, and they were able to express their own thoughts more freely, but it seems that they still wouldn't try to be spoiled. It would be seriously troublesome if they started crying, but, since they listened to Ardis, it was a heavy load off of Ardis's mind. Well then, let's go. They went up to the roof from the 2nd floor and went through the attic. You both, hold onto my arm tightly. It might be better if you close your eyes. All right. While carrying each twin in each arm, Ardis dispelled the barrier surrounding his house. With the barrier dispelled, he aimed to slip away by flying in the darkness when they are occupied in breaching the house. Ardis flew upwards to about 100 meters in altitude, then together with Nia, who carried 2 huge bags in her arms, they flew towards the southern sky. The soldiers are probably searching the house desperately by now. They might even resort to destroying the walls or put the house on fire, but that house had already served its purpose. Although it might be a huge deficit for the Merchant Association, Ardis didn't have a sliver of sympathy for the people that would coldly say cancel the contract and get out now if they come to know about the twins' existence. Well, that's why he had paid 100 gold in deposit in the first place, since something like this might happen so unexpectedly. The Merchant Association might have actually earned some spare. After Ardis and the others flew long enough that it'll take a day by foot from Thoria, they've settled down for the night. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. So, regarding what we'll do from now on, beside the twins who curled up in their coats, Ardis broke the silence. The dawn that started to shine over the grasslands. Overcoming the first night after leaving Thoria, Ardis talked about their headings while preparing breakfast. We should aim for the capital first. If they progressed southwest from Thoria on the highway, then they will arrive at the capital after about 5 days. Then there's 3 choices after that. Stay in the capital, or the coalition of city-states, or the empire. In the west of Nagara's kingdom, there's a gathering of various sizes of towns, having formed an alliance between themselves. It is now known as the Coalition. Then there's the Elmania Empire in the southeast, the empire which lies on the southeast of Rava's continent. They are hostile with Nagara's kingdom since the olden times. The history of the 2 countries was filled with wars. Even now, the 2 countries is still at throats with each other. Will the north not be considered? Well, the country going past the plains of Thoria in the north, there's a country called Bronchel Republic. It is a country where its president is determined with an election. Although the country itself is very rich, the fact that the men are superior than women there is what made Ardis not consider it. Nia will be troubled if we went to that republic. That country doesn't acknowledge something like a female mercenary after all. In the first place, there were no work for females in the Bronchel Republic. Even the official government positions are only open to males by law, and there wasn't anyone that it would hire a woman. Of course, the right to vote is only given to men. Ardis didn't think to bring the twins to such a country. That's why it was excluded from his choice in the first place. And living in the empire doesn't sound really easy. I guess our only choice is go for the coalition. Elmania Empire is a country with a strong noble prioritization, so it couldn't be said as a country that's easy to live. On the other hand, the coalition is made of unique towns with different cultures, It's worthy for them to pay a visit. The only thing that the coalition is lacking is the unity between their towns, but, as a place to live, it isn't worse than the kingdom in any way. Let's look at the capital first. If there's an official detain warrant for us, then let's head west for the coalition. After deciding their future plans, they rested fully well on the day, and started moving when the night had fallen. If they are going to fly, then doing it in the middle of the night will be better, as they will be less visible. Also, they are also warding against any pursuers that might have come from Thoria. Without the worrying presence of a pursuer ever appearing, Ardis's party progressed to the capital through the sky, and landed somewhere in the forest about 2 hours' walk away from the capital. I guess we have to secure a shelter first. Ardis said so. He didn't know how the detain incident will spread to the capital. Of course, Ardis didn't think that the information will travel faster than they who were flying, but just in case, if Thoria had planned it with the kingdom in advance, it wouldn't be a smart idea to show himself publicly. That's why he thought to conceal himself in the capital to gather information for the first days in advance would be best. And in case of emergency, Ardis or Nia should enter the royal city alone so that they can escape immediately. So, he thought to set up a base here, and split the job up between himself and Nia to enter the capital to gather information and taking care of the twins. Nia agreed as she said, "If my master says so." Nia, go chase away the dangerous beasts round here. And procure some praise while you're at it. Acknowledged, my master. Although it isn't as bad as the Courser's forest, it's a place where humans doesn't live. Of course there'll be carnivore beasts around. There's no need for Nia to annihilate them, but warding them away is surely needed. Then, I will be getting into the base making. Ardis, making house? Ardis, big house? The twins who had enough sleep during the day, they maintained their energy although it's already very late in the night. They stuck around Ardis, and asked interestingly, "It's more like a shack rather than a house, what I'm making that is." "Well, for the time being, it'll be good enough if it can be a shelter for avoiding rain and winds." Since there's still some time till the dawn, Ardis used his magic to illuminate the surrounding dimly, and removed the trees that will get in the way, cutting off the excess leaves and roots with the wind and piling the logs on the base made by compacting the soil. He didn't care to use dried logs or not, since it's just a temporary lodging. He decided to save time and effort. After lining up logs on the roof as well, Ardis used soil baked into a hard tile and laid it on the roof to prevent the rain leaking inside. And drying the leaves that he cut from the trees with his magic, they were made into a bed replacement and put in the room. Probably attracted by the sound and the light, twin swords that came near occasionally was easily defeated by Ardis after blowing them away. The twins continued to stick onto him even when he was working, but he thought that it was better than having them sit further away and risk getting attacked by twin swords, so he didn't mind it as he continued the work. After finishing the temporary base in under 2 hours, Ardis carried the tired twins who were too active inside, and sat down while floating the light source. "I should have put in more effort in making the ground flatter." Although the ground was lined with dried leaves, Ardis frowned at the uncomfortable seat more than he expected. Thus, he cut down a few more trees and sliced them into floor tiles shape and arranged them in the room. "I returned, my master." As he was doing this, Nia had returned. Praise that she had hunted for meals were put down from her hands. "Good work." "How was it?" "It wasn't anything tough. There's really no need to pay any extra caution to the beasts." And then, there was a pond nearby, but the water there is too polluted to be used. But since there isn't any river around, there should be underground water nearby. It might be worth a try to dig a well. "A well, huh? Then let's leave that for tomorrow." "You can rest for the day. I shall proceed with butchering these first." "My master can rest first." Lifting the praise to her chest height as she showed, Nia stepped outside. "It's about time the night goes, and the sun rises." "When the sun rises, make breakfast. Dig well. Fences for this shack." "Exploring the surroundings. Remove any dangerous beasts. And, I guess improving the facilities here will be next, huh?" While feeling the presence of Nia outside, Ardis curled up in his coat and slept. From the next day onwards, Ardis and Nia had been working on improving the living environment of the small shack that is their base. When the sun had reached overhead, after taking a late breakfast with the meat that Nia butchered, they started working immediately. The first should be the well, right? As a test, Ardis dug up random spots around the shack. Surprisingly, the third one had water spurting up. Not settling for that, He continued to dig a few up and chose to make the well above the water vein that's the cleanest and has the most water. After that, he cut down more trees in the surrounding, and divided them into some suitable length and shaped them into a grid, before putting it up on the perimeter of the shack. Because that he was using magic with his abundant mana for everything, it took at most 3 hours for him to dig the well and put up the fence around the perimeter. If it would been have done by manpower, then it's probably a work that'll need more than 10 days. Without ever knowing that the scenery unfolding in front of their eyes was anything but normal, the twins' eyes sparkled in joy by the new things which continued to be added on. Ardis, what's next? Ardis, make a big one. It's enough for now, the rest will be for later. The twins who were unsatisfied pouted. Compared to when they had first met, they came to be more expressing. In Thoria, they were afraid of people, but, since there isn't anyone around, they probably finally had a chance to do so. If so, it might even be better to live like this rather than in a city. Of course, that is said after their safety is guaranteed. Also, I get a playground in the front yard. While adding on another agenda to tomorrow's schedule, Ardis called out to Nia. Look out for a little. Also look after Philia and Rihanna for me. My master. If it's investigating or chasing away the beasts, I shall go. No. I want to know about our surroundings myself as well. I will return before the sun sets. Ardis left those words as he stepped into the forest. While dealing with the carnivore beasts that he come across occasionally, Ardis walked around the forest that is about 30 minutes away from the shack. Just like what Nia said, there's a pond nearby, and aquatic creatures such as shell cow or crawlers which are rare to a forest are living there. But that was all he found interesting. The beasts that came out wasn't in any way threatening enough for Ardis and Nia. Of course, there wasn't any demonic beings or the likes of it around. Then, it means that if there's anyone that comes here, they are most likely mercenaries. There probably wouldn't be any cases of peddlers or travelers getting lost in this forest. It's conveniently a nice spot for their base. Ardis dealt with 2 small beasts and brought them back to the base as souvenirs while the daylight is still out. The next day, after Ardis built the playground inside the fence perimeter, he left Nia to look after them again, before entering the forest once again. While pretending to chase away the beasts that is dangerous for the twins with his overwhelming power, he dealt with those that are foolish enough to not care despite his efforts. Well, it wasn't all bad since he can use the ones he hunted as food. There were still leftovers from the food supplies he brought out from Thoria, but, since he's going to check out the capital himself, it's difficult for Nia to take care of the twins and hunt for food at the same time. Now that Nia and Ardis is still around, it's better for them to stock up on food. Fortunately, they both had absurd magic capabilities. They can make cold storage for food, and to maintain it is easy enough for the both of them. Just like this, 5 days have passed since they left Thoria. It's enough time for even walking peddlers to reach the capital from Thoria. Of course, if they are on a horse, then they would have arrived a long time ago. It should be a good time for Ardis to start his investigation on how the matter in Thoria is spread into the capital. Nia, take care of the twins for me. Acknowledged, my master. Leave it to me. Since the twins will be staying here, either Ardis or Nia will have to stay here. From their abilities, it doesn't matter which of them stays, but psychologically Ardis would like to stay. But if Thoria had sent someone over to monitor the capital, having Nia investigate would be eye-catching. After thinking about it, Ardis decided that it would be better if he was the one going to the capital. Fortunately, the twins had gotten familiar to Nia as well, so there's probably no problem for them to stay with her for a while. And his trust for Nia personally too had increased more than before. I'll probably be back on tomorrow dusk or night. Ardis, be safe. Ardis, souvenir please. Ardis started his floating strides and pulled through the forest after being sent off by the twins. Probably because that the gate of the capital isn't opened yet, there wasn't anyone he came across while he progressed off the highway. Continuing his journey without encountering anyone, Ardis circled the highway and walked about 40 minutes and arrived at the capital's south gate. Nagra's kingdom capital, Gran. Its population is about 300,000, it's the largest city of Nagra's kingdom, and one of the few largest cities in the entirety of Rova's continent. Gran, which was in the north of Konobe's valley, like Thoria, it's facing the ocean, and is also famed for its sceneries and nature. The big highway that split the entire Rova's continent, traveling northeast on the highway leads to the Bronchel Republic, the west to the Coalition, and the southeast to the Elmania Empire. With Gran as a successful town in the trading industry from a long time ago, many people and items are gathered here, together with a huge amount of money. With that much financial power, Gran, which used to be only a single capital country, expanded its territory into a kingdom. The capital is made of the old district which had the old houses from the pre-kingdom era, and the new district which was after the kingdom is founded. The old and new district is separated by the wall of the old district surrounding it. The wall is a relic from the pre-kingdom era. The new district was created back in the days with more leeway, but the population of Gran had never stopped increasing till this day, so there isn't really any more left over land for development. It seems that there was plans to expand the outer walls, but since it will use up a huge sum of money, and their relationship with the Empire isn't the best now, it didn't seem likely the Empire would let them go if they did so. While recalling what he had heard from Norris before, Ardis walked normally towards the outer wall. It seems that it was just the right time for the soldiers to be opening the gate. Now then, hope that there won't be anything. While suppressing his nervousness, Ardis called out to the gatekeeper soldiers. Is it opening soon? Yeah. Wait a little while more. The preparation is almost done. The gatekeeper took a glance at Ardis's face, before replying without changing his attitude. From that, it seems at the very least, any orders regarding Ardis weren't distributed to the gatekeepers. So, Ardis stood around and waited while looking at the surroundings. You've come quite early, huh? Probably that the preparation is done, the gatekeeper called out to him. Actually, I wanted to enter the capital yesterday night, but having attacked by a grass wolf, I didn't make it in time before the gate closed. Oi, that's quite the trouble. Good work out there. Wait, you're a mercenary? Do you see any peddler here? As expected, I don't see any peddler. The gatekeeper smiled kindly and said, Is that so? So you're a young and brilliant mercenary, huh? But isn't it dangerous to camp outside by yourself? Although I can't do anything if it's past the gate closure time, we will just let it slide if you camp in front of the gate. Since there were guards during the night, also there were lights here, it should be much safer than camping in the wilderness. I recommend you to come over here even if it's a little far if there's a next time. At the gatekeeper's attitude, which was friendlier than expected, it loosened Ardis's cautious heart a little. Paying the tax called a toll to enter the town, Ardis completed the procedure officially. During that, many mercenaries and caravans had passed by Ardis heading out from the capital. There were many people who prefer to leave early. It was as expected from a capital. Alright, it's done. Your first time to the capital? Then I should tell you things that you should be careful about. No, I came here before so I know. Is that so? Then there's no need for me to say huh. While thanking the gatekeeper, he stepped into the capital while encompassed by the fresh morning air. The first will be securing a retreat path, and the inn for tonight, I guess. While surveying the surroundings, Ardis disappeared into the back alley. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. A town where money and people gather. Naturally there will be an entertainment district where all the people gather after their work. With a population of 300,000 people, the scale of the entertainment district in the capital, Gran, is justified. There are more than hundreds of taverns in different scales of size located in the entertainment district that's in the north of the capital's new district. It's a fact that everyone in the capital knew that the taverns in the entertainment district can be categorized widely into two types. Ones that are near the entrance of the district are mostly upstanding ones which runs dining hall and normal inns, and ones that are more further in the district can be said as brothels or gambling houses. Those kinds of taverns are only opened during the night. For those that work as a dining hall, most of them are open from lunchtime. For those that work as inn, most of them are open throughout the entire day. As for the taverns that opens throughout the days, there are never a lack of scums of society there. Skipping their work and drinking alcohol, one can tell that they are exactly that with a glance. Just because they have a little spare money, they would spend it all. Scums that are mercenaries, probably having drank all night yesterday. There are several figures that are writhing in the effects of the hangover. And in a tavern that is filled with such people, there is also one similar scum with delicate features who looked around with a cold gaze. But different than the others at the scene, waiting like this in the tavern is one of his job. Cesar, thanks for your good info last time. A person who came down from the second floor called out to the man who was drinking his fruit juice in front of the counter. The man who was called Cesar stopped his hand that was holding the glass at his mouth, and replied without even looking back, Didn't I said so? That was a piece worth way more than 3 silver. Yeah, that was some good stuff. Only that time, the owner of the voice seemed to emphasize on that point. Since there was one time when Chezer's information that was sold to him was treated as a waste of money by the owner of the voice. Although Chezer thought it was a good piece of information. What matters for information are how fresh they are. It's more crucial in that aspect than any kind of meats and vegetables or the fishes in the marketplace. It's the norm for a piece of information that had become worthless in just a few moments. When Chezer gave him the information, it was certainly when it still had its worth. It was his fault for not taking action quickly even after he received the information. Blaming Chezer for it is just an unfounded excuse for his own inability. Albeit that, it's not like Chezer was hoping for a mercenary to understand that results is everything for mercenaries. The result brought by the information, it'll be good when it brings profit, and bad when it doesn't. In fact, Chezer thought that dealing with opponents like this is stupid, but mercenaries are the precious source of his information and also his buyer at the same time. He couldn't act shrewdly because of that. Tell me if you got any good ones. The mercenary man left those words before leaving the tavern. On the other hand, Chezer didn't bother to reply. He silently tilted the glass of fruit juice since he wasn't nice enough to deal with someone that's not a paying customer. The time when the sun reached overhead, there is still not many people who entered. Furthermore, the number of people who talk to Chezer sitting at the counter is limited. Even if there's any, they're either ex-customers, or potential customers. The people who have matters with Chezer during lunchtime are all people who want to buy information from him. Chezer himself focuses on selling information during this period of time as well. On the other hand, stocking in information is done during the night. Since mercenaries or peddlers that comes to the tavern during the night would drink and become loose-mouthed, sometimes he might get some interesting news. He would gather and sort the information he has obtained, splitting them up, and putting them with a price to those who needs it. Chezer is exactly one would refer as an information broker. It's not like anyone can be an information broker. Depending on what they know, they might get into trouble as well. That is why he doesn't move on the surface, and only gets information from the people's chattering. Because of that, his net of information is very wide. By the way, the master operating this tavern is also in the same industry. There are many people who come to the tavern to get information. If they don't need any detailed information, they would ask from the master here by giving some tips. If there are people who can't get what they want with just that, then it's the occasion of an information broker like Chezer to shine. Chezer, a customer. The master behind the counter called out. Chezer turned around troublesomely. In front of the master at the counter, there was a young man who seemed like a mercenary, aged probably 14 or 15, with a violet headband, and a light purple robe around his body. Black eyes and black hair, although his face seemed like a young adolescent, the way he stood was reminiscing of a skilled mercenary. You are the information broker? That's right. Having got the affirmation, the young man sat beside Chezer. Without even ordering, the master put out a glass of cider to the young man, and the young man took out 3 copper coins and put it on the counter. It doesn't seem like he's a runaway brat like he seems, Chezer judged. As the master received the copper coins with a satisfied face, he went away from Chezer and the young man. Finally, Chezer opened his mouth. I'm the information broker, Chezer. Well there. Isn't it an ethic to introduce yourself when the opponent had done so? Do you want to know my name? Isn't it only by naming ourselves can we build a trustworthy relationship? If you want to know my name, I'm fine, but how much are you paying for that? Chezer's eyes narrowed. It's been a while since he met another mercenary who put a price on their own name. So, what kind of information are you looking for? Chezer started the main topic as if nothing happened before. The woman that appeared near Thoria's highway. About that. I want to charge you for 2 silver, but I'll settle with just 5 coppers. The information that the young man wanted to know was the strange mercenary woman that appeared in Thoria recently. It's quite cheap, huh? Well, it had a worth of 2 silver before, but now it doesn't really worth that much. Chezer judged that the young man probably wants to challenge the mercenary woman, but according to the information that Chezer had gotten, it's supposed that the woman mercenary had already stopped appearing on the highway since a while ago. After getting invited to Sir Thoria's mansion, there's no reappearance of the woman mercenary on the highway as far as he knew. Got it, let's have that. The young man put the copper coins from his pocket onto the counter, and Cesare started talking about the mercenary woman. The period when and where the mercenary woman started appeared, her appearance and her battle style, and her result of no loss. The information of people who challenged her, the fact that no one knows what her purpose was, and the countless hypothesis rumor regarding the woman's real identity. It was the information he sold to many mercenaries about a month ago. But, since the woman had not shown his appearance already, it's already considered a dead information. Cesare thought it wasn't even worth 1 silver now. In the end, the woman stopped appearing about a month ago. After ending his talk there, Cesare felt strange at the young man's expression. He thought that the young man's face would spell that it was a waste of money for what he'd heard, but the young man had an expression as if he saw it coming. Rather than that, it felt like the young man wasn't interested at all. But it couldn't possibly be true that someone who wouldn't be interested in the information he paid to hear exists. Then, what about the whereabouts of the woman after that? The young man requested even more information. It'll cost extra. How much? 5 silvers. It seems that the young man had even more of a lingering with the mercenary woman than other mercenaries. Cesare, who judged the price it higher. The young man who heard about the price raised his eyebrows but put up the amount on the counter anyways. About half a month ago, there was apparently a fuss about the appearance of a grinder on the western grasslands of Thoria. Do you know about grinder? Yeah, I know about them. Is that so? And regarding this grinder, Thoria's territorial army sent out a subjugation team swiftly and eliminated it. Apparently the mercenary woman had taken part in that subjugation. On top of that, she contributed greatly. The young man gestured to continue with his gaze. From here on is my own information. It's not even known by other information broker. Cesare smiled and said in a soft voice purposely, it seems that the mercenary woman, she had a rough incident with the Thoria soldiers about 5 days ago, and since then, she disappeared. Is it not known where she had gone? Well, that's, in the first place, the rough incident itself. The credibility is really suspected. Cesare, who said so, felt suspicious. Normally, someone who heard his story for the first time would realize and asked what was the rough incident. It could be that the young man is only interested on the whereabouts of the woman, and doesn't care about what had happened in between. Certainly, even if the young man wanted to know more about the incident, it's not like Cesare know any further. What he knows is only that the Lord of Thoria had issued a detain warrant for the woman, and the basis of that is the crime of harming the soldiers and kidnapping of young children, and the failure of the detain resulting in the woman's missing whereabouts. Then a young man who has black hair and black eyes who always accompanied her. Thinking until there, Cesare unintentionally swallowed his breath. Cesare shut his eyes to hide his shaking mind. It was as if to hide them from the young man with black eyes and black hair in front of him. What's the matter? The young man asked at Cesare, who stopped talking suddenly. No, it's just that I thought I should organize and verify the information before I tell you. Can you give me 1 day? You don't have to do that much though. It's not a matter that I can simply let it slide. Please let me properly provide information that's worth 5 silvers. I shall complete the verification by tomorrow morning. Got it. I will wait here in the morning tomorrow. While saying that, the young man headed upstairs. After a few minutes, when he appeared again, he called out to the master, I will be back by night. All right. The dinner is after the night bell rung. Make sure you'll be back before midnight. If not, it'll be extra charge. Got it. The young man exited the tavern after lightly waving his hand. That guest, is he staying in a room upstairs? There is an inn on the 2nd floor in this tavern. It's something everyone knows. Yeah, what about it? Do you have his name? Of course. The inn records should have the young man's name. It'll be a breach of trust if the master leaked the information of guests to someone else other than the inn management originally. But Tras have known that the master is someone who would not care as long as there is profit. 1 silver. The master said his price after a short silence in the tavern. Isn't that too pricey? It's a name that an information broker wants to know specifically. Then wouldn't that mean it has the value? Good grace. It's not good for an amateur in this business to show his desires. 6 copper. Whose effort was it that you got a customer today? 8 copper. If you say that, then I have no choice. Shall we settle at 7 copper? All right, deal. Receiving the money from Cesare, the master immediately shoved it in his pocket. So, what is the respected guest's name? Wait for a bit. The master retrieved the inn records, and opened to the page of the people who checked in today. After staring at it for a little while, The master pointed at the name that the black-haired young man checked in with. Eucterus, it seems. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Arriving in the capital, Ardis chose a suitable cheap inn with a tavern and entered. Of course, it wasn't for the purpose of drinking but to gather information. He had decided to ask the tavern's master and an information broker as to how the information from Thoria had spread to the capital. Of course, he couldn't just ask it straightly. That's why he had played the role of a young mercenary who wanted to challenge the rumored mercenary woman and purposely asked for details when Nia was still challenging mercenaries on the highway. With that, he understood a few things. First, the information that Nia had been a part of the Grinder subjugation team is known here. Next, it seems that there isn't any detain warrant issued by the capital. And finally, any news regarding the twins didn't spread to the capital. As he thought that any further thoughts are unneeded, there was a piece of information that he couldn't ignore that he got from Cesare, the information broker that has a thin figure. That information broker was a person who sat in the tavern on the first floor of the inn Ardis lived in, who always seemed to sip on his glass of fruit juice. When Ardis entered the inn, he asked the tavern master to introduce him to an information broker and was replied with, "He's not around now, come back just about before lunch." He was probably referring to Cesare. So, he walked around the streets and visited the neighboring taverns, before returning just about before lunch as the master said, and was finally introduced to the information broker. The man called Cesare, despite being an information broker, he's quite a formal person with his polite words. Even his appearance is well groomed, one might even feel his nobleness, his brown hair that was glossy as if wet, and the eyes that is slightly dark brown in color. He had the looks of someone that would probably be pestered by the adolescent girls on the streets. Looking closely, he had an aura that could be comparable to a noble's son. The information that he'd gained from this man called Cesare, it was more accurate and latest than any other information broker. It was only Cesare who knew the news about the attempt of detaining Nia in Thoria. In addition, it seemed that he had also heard from Thoria that they aren't aware of where Nia went. Furthermore, it seems that he still has some unconfirmed information in his hands. Cesare had promised to confirm and compile the information he has and deliver it tomorrow morning. Of course, it's not like Ardis can judge the situation with just Cesare's information. So Ardis had also met with several other information brokers and confirmed how much of the information regarding Nia in Thoria had reached the capital. While doing so, the sky had completely turned reddish, and Ardis walked alone in the back alley. The back alleys have a completely different system compared to the streets outside. Just in case, Ardis had come to the underworld's information broker as well, but doing so, he realized that he was being surrounded by people. It seems that they have waited for a chance in the empty alley. "What's your purpose?" With hostility clearly directed towards him, Ardis asked in an annoyed tone. "With more than 10 people in the front and back, there's no escape path anywhere. They've probably planned in advance to not let Ardis get away." The leader-like person in the front opened his mouth. "We won't take your life, so there's no need to worry. But it's just if you don't listen, it's not our fault that if you get injured. Your aim is money, and that's true. Let's take that while we are here." It seems like they weren't looking to rob him, although the possibility that they are the pursuers sent by the Thorio army flashed in his mind for a moment. He immediately excluded that. After all, even if it's the much-hated army, they wouldn't ever hire ruffians like these to capture Ardis and Nia when they even have distrust in mercenaries. Either way, I'll just have to crush you all. How much longer you can keep that composure? You all, do it. The thugs attacked at once after receiving the leader's order. Fools. With that much people coming at once in a narrow alley, there's no way they can move properly without blocking each other. To throw away their advantage in numbers on their own after surrounding their enemy in a narrow place is just too idiotic. Of course, even if they are at a wide place without obstacles, the chances of Ardis getting hurt by these thugs is close to zero. Without drawing his sword, Ardis kicked the first man who rushed to him, before turning his back to the wall on his left side, and intercepting the attack from behind. Because of the limited space, there were only 3 persons able to reach Ardis at a single time. On top of that, every one of them is an amateur. He received the attacks from the amateurs head-on, and knocked out 2 of them in a single breath. For Ardis, they weren't opponents that threatens him even if he was unarmed. TCH, you leave me no choice. Resolved to lose 1 or 2 limbs of yours. The leader drew a dagger from his waist and took a stance, Following that, the other thugs drew their daggers and knives as well. Ardis used wind magic chantlessly. The blades of wind pressure that had no precursor anywhere severed the sharp blades the thugs were holding one after another. Huh? What? Looking at their own weapon that is broken in half, the thugs were stunned as to what happened. Taking that chance, Ardis sunk his fist into them one after another. Some took it in the throat, some in the solar plexus, some in the chin, or some unfortunate ones collapsed after receiving a kick in their groin. The thugs that lost half of their comrades lost their will and started fleeing in all directions, including the leader. Well then, who hired you? Ardis forcibly grabbed one of the thugs that collapsed on the ground, and asked with a cold voice. You don't know. It's the truth. We just heard from our boss to attack you. Was it to capture me? Why yeah. We really didn't have the intentions to hurt you. Even boss said to capture you without injuring if possible. Ardis judged that there is no use going further than this, and released the scared thug. He wasn't an opponent even worth killing. Ardis started thinking as he left the scene. Now, who would order for his capture in the capital, and who would benefit from it? As expected, the most plausible one is still the Thoria army. Capturing Ardis to force him to spill where Nier is at. The army certainly had such a reason to capture him. But if the army was behind this farce, then they would definitely be more proper and send better men than those thugs. There's possibility that Thoria had involved other nobles or the church, but Ardis couldn't find it likely that they have realized Ardis and Nier had come to the capital. The only ones who know Ardis is currently in the capital is Ardis himself and Nier, together with the twins, Philia and Rihanna. He hadn't met any acquaintances in the capital either, and his face isn't famous enough to be known by everyone. While holding on to an indescribable feeling, Ardis returned to the inn without coming to a conclusion. And it came that the next day had completely dispelled that. The next day, Ardis focused on information gathering during the morning just like the day before. But, it was all information that he'd got before. In the end, it seems that the most anyone else was able to provide was the same information that Cesare did, about how Nier participated in the grinder subjugation, and the fact that her whereabouts is currently unknown after escaping from the detain. With Cesare's report next on the schedule, Ardis returned back to the inn just before lunch. Ardis called out to Cesare, who sipped fruit juice in front of the counter just like yesterday. Have I kept you long? After a long pause of silence, Cesare turned around. He looked a little serious at Ardis's face, before offering a seat to Ardis. Well, have a seat first. So, how about it? About the confront that I talked about yesterday. It seems that the Lord of Thoria issued a warrant for the mercenary woman. The reason was harming the army soldiers, and suspicion of kidnapping young children. When the army surrounded the woman's house and breached in, there wasn't anyone in there, and the capture failed. Then the whereabouts of the woman is lost. As expected, compared to other information broker, Cesare's information was more accurate and detailed. Just that, the detain warrant seemed to be issued entirely from the Lord himself. It didn't have the seal of the Justice Court. That's why Thoria is trying to hide the existence of warrant itself. It seems like it's still not known now. This was a piece of happy news for Ardis. He was suspicious the moment that the warrant was shown without the Justice Court seal, but, as expected, it's confirmed that the warrant wasn't issued legally. If Thoria's side is trying to hide the truth, then at the very least, they won't be chasing after Ardis and Nier on the surface. That information, is it accurate? It's what I had found out after a day of verification yesterday. I didn't have enough time to fully confirm it. It's about 70% trustable. But, I'm sure that it isn't any clue that any other information broker had caught onto. Probably only the National Intelligence Agency would know about the truth now. Is that so? Certainly, it isn't guaranteed that the information is correct, but it had been the 6th day since the detain attempt. If Thoria's side isn't hiding the information, the other information brokers would have gotten to it long ago. If only Cesare was the only one who gotten this piece of news, then it's probably the truth that Thoria is trying to cover this incident. But, Ardis still felt something was hanging on to him. Cesare, who knew so much, why had he not talked about Ardis himself at all? Before the grinder subjugation, Ardis had paired with Nier and hunted for quite a while. Since Nier was always with him, there should have been witnesses of them two walking in the town together. On top of that, it was Ardis's house that they raided, and the one who showed up to the soldier was Ardis as well. Finally, when Nier disappeared, Ardis did so as well. Even though Ardis was more than involved in the incident, There wasn't any case that Cesare talked about Ardis. When his thoughts had reached that far, he suddenly had an enlightenment. He recalled the indescribable feeling that he got when he was attacked by the thugs yesterday. The person other than Nia and the twins who knows Ardis is in the capital. His conjecture soon became conclusion. The delicate-looking man in front of him. He was the one who realized that he is Ardis. If so, Ardis tried to lay down a trap. Well, there's no choice then. It's enough that you looked into it for a day for me. I have my comrades who are waiting for me, so I will be leaving the capital in the afternoon. He hoped that the prey would get caught in his trap. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Having sent off the black-haired young man who said that he is heading out to purchase some daily necessities, Cesare repeatedly gasped for breath as he tried to calm down his intense heartbeat. Yesterday, after investigating more after separating with the young man, Cesare had gotten more news. Among those, was that the attempt to detain the mercenary woman was the lone judgment of Sir Thoria, and the name of the mercenary who paired up with the woman is Ardis. In addition, that young mercenary Ardis, he's the owner of the house that the mercenary woman lived in, and he had been missing after the detain attempt as well. It's obvious that he is also moving together with the mercenary woman now. The young man who was in front of him just a few moments ago, black hair and black eyes, the violet-colored band on his forehead, and the light purple-colored short robe that covered his body. In any case, he had fitted the characteristics of the mercenary Ardis too well. It seems that he had checked in the inn with the name, Tris. But, considering if he's the real Ardis, then it's understandable given their situation. Cesare thought, if the young man is indeed the mercenary, Ardis, then he should definitely know the whereabouts of the woman. When he arrived at that conclusion, greed swelled in Cesare. Thoria had covered up the detain attempt and all the news about it before the country had known about it. But, that was not because they had given up on capturing the woman. It was because that they wanted to hide the scandal of their unlawfulness. It's highly likely that Thoria is still thinking about capturing the mercenary woman. The detain warrant that Sir Thoria had issued was unlawful considering that it didn't have the acknowledgement of the Justice Court. That's why, unlike the army of Thoria, there isn't any reason for the army in the capital to move. So, it's impossible for them to capture the mercenary woman. But if Cesare can find where the mercenary woman is currently at, he thought he will be able to sell that information at a high price to Sir Thoria. It might be without any value in the capital, but it should be a piece of information that Sir Thoria wouldn't be able to ignore. He was sure that the value of it would not just be copper or silver coins, but at least 10, or even 20 gold coins. If he can capture that young man, then he will be able to get a huge fortune. That is why Cesare took actions immediately. He got in contact with the leader of the thugs in the slums, described the young man's appearance, and hired them to capture him. For those who lives by in the slums every day with just 2 coppers, with a single gold coin, they would wag their tails happily to Cesare. And he made sure to instruct the thugs to attack with as many people as they can, and surround him in a narrow place, closing the distance immediately and minimize any unneeded injuries on the young man. No matter if the young man is a mercenary or a magician, even against those with battle experience, numbers will win. In addition, with the battle conducted in close quarters, a magician wouldn't be able to show his strength. Since if they can just stop him from chanting, it's an easy win. When Cesare gets the whereabouts of the mercenary woman from the young man, Cesare just need to lock him away until he gets compensation from Sir Thoria. Thinking about the huge sum that he will eventually get, as he was comfortably sipping on his fruit juice, suddenly a voice, "Have you wait long?" came from behind. Was his unrest noticed by the young man? Did his shoulder jump from the surprise? The fact that he couldn't reply anything due to the shock, was it suspicious to the young man? Cesare hadn't thought about the possibility that the young man will be able to return to the inn. On top of that, the young man was totally unharmed. While faking his calm, Cesare provided the additional information as he promised to the young man. Is my voice trembling? Am I speaking too fast? Those were the thoughts that Cesare kept having when he was talking. After the young man returned to his room on the 2nd floor, Cesare finally had a chance to catch a breath. He gulped down the entire glass of fruit juice in his hand before starting to think. Could it be the thugs couldn't even raise a hand against the young man? While reflecting on the mistake that he made while appraising the young man, he smiled slightly. It seems that the young man hasn't realized that Cesare was the one who ordered the thugs. If so, then Cesare still has a chance. If the thugs were helpless, then hiring mercenaries will do it. Although he will have to pay much more compared to the thugs, mercenaries are definitely more capable. Since Cesare is an information broker, he has many mercenary acquaintances. It's a perfect job for someone strong but a little stupid. As he thought so, the person who came up in his mind was the guy who said, "Tell me if you got any good ones." Because the young man had announced that he will be leaving the capital in the afternoon today, there wasn't much time left for Cesare. Chapter 43. Ardis, who had left the tavern, walked around to purchase necessities. Alorfi had brought as much supplies from Thoria. It'll run out soon. Since everything is still for the time being, he didn't have any intentions to buy a lot, but he's still grabbing some cookware and towel. Food supplies are the most important. Although there are meat that they can procure by hunting in the forest, they can't possibly maintain their health with just that. That's why Ardis had always tried to make sure there is a balance in their meals, but there are limited food types that can be procured in the forest. Next, he procured flavoring such as salt and pepper, albeit Ardis himself thought that how food tastes doesn't matter. If it doesn't kill you and doesn't make you throw up, then Ardis has nothing to complain about. But it's a different story for the twins. After all, they've never had good meals before they met Ardis. After going around the shops, he found everything that he was looking for, so he returned to the inn. The time is already afternoon. The busy lunchtime had passed. Even Cesare's figure wasn't found in the quiet tavern. I wonder if the fish has bait the bait properly. Ardis, who confirmed that, took his baggage and left the inn. After being asked by the tavern master, "Where are you planning to head next?" Ardis just vaguely answered in the direction of the Empire, before carrying his baggage on his back and walked to the south gate composedly. Glancing around the stalls on the streets here and there, Ardis faked his leisure walk in the town, and exited the capital through the south gate. Ardis, who walked towards southeast direction, was called out to right around the time when the gatekeepers are far enough that they couldn't be seen. "Wait up, will ya, brother? They came here." He turned around without a shred of panic, and there was the figure of 5 mercenaries there. It seems that the voice was from the mercenary in the middle, who seems to be wielding an axe. There were axes in the hands of the both people beside him as well. It seems all 3 of them are wearing heavy equipment and prepared for battle. Behind them are 2 robed men. They looked like magicians, but of course, there's no telling unless they fought. Since Ardis and Nia didn't look like magicians themselves after all. "Me? Haven't you got the wrong person?" "Nope, it's certainly you." "Well, I won't say much, but can you be a good boy and get caught, at the very least?" "I don't think I have any reason to be caught though." "Even if brother thinks that, it's no choice since someone wants you caught." The man exposed the existence of the requester. The question was, who is that requester? It's not like the man will answer straight if Ardis asked. On top of that, even if Ardis asked, it's not like he can avoid a battle with the mercenaries. If so, Ardis replied, "Not with words but chant for magic, the melody that severs thine mind and the beckon to Maharoba. I guess I will be satisfied with just finding their intentions of capturing me alive." Molt on sheep sleeping haze. Wah, fast. The silver haze encompassed the mercenaries who weren't even ready for it. To have taken distance while confronting an opponent who can use magic was their mistake. Of course, the fact that they have 2 magicians in their party, and the fact that they stood within distance to act if Ardis used magic, showed they weren't amateurs. But Ardis's chants were even faster than what the mercenaries had expected. It's because that the chant that is unavoidable for any other normal magicians is just a facade for Ardis, who can use chantless magic. It was only a fake to disguise his chantless magic. Even when the mercenaries panically rushed at Ardis, they were already too late. The sleeping magic that was casted with Ardis's mana reaped all the mercenaries' consciousness in an instant. With the magic that even Norris considers extraordinary, the mercenaries were helpless against it. After finishing his sleeping magic, he didn't even pay attention to the mercenaries that dropped like flies, and took out sturdy ropes from his baggage that he prepared for everyone. It would be extra effort if they escaped like yesterday after all. Binding all 5 of the mercenaries, after gauging them, he dragged the leader guy into the bushes. Then Ardis removed the man's gag and slapped him to forcibly wake him up. The man who woke up was aloof for a second, but he immediately started realizing that he was bound. "What? Where am I? Oi! What did you do?" While standing in front of the yelling man, Ardis smiled coldly. "What did I do, huh? You guys fell to my sleeping magic. Do you not remember? The man looked around in unrest and yelled anxiously, "Everyone, where are my comrades? I have finished them off first though." Ardis, who had a chilly expression, said so. Of course, it was Ardis's big lie. Ardis wouldn't show mercy to anyone who aimed for his life. But these mercenaries didn't have killing intent in the first place. Even if Ardis is over-exaggerating their actions, he knows how to deal with his opponents depending on the situation. "Are you killing me?" The man who finally grasped the situation turned green. Since the mercenary had no way to grasp Ardis's thinking, he couldn't help but feel his life is in danger. "Do you intend to beg for me to spare you after what you've done?" Ardis said so as if he's fed up. But well, you guys are so weak. Could it be that you are all some runaway brats who just became mercenaries? Ardis taunted the mercenary man, who seemed to have lost his words in frustration. That's too much. Unexpectedly, it seems that the man is the type to say anything without thinking. If so, it might be unexpectedly easy to make him spill the beans. Ardis, who thought so, smiled in his heart. "Well, certainly you win in your voice, but to not know that yourself was sold out." "Wow, sold out? What do you mean?" Ardis, who saw his response, laughed hysterically and said, "Do you still not realize? Your brain is quite the amazing one. I was just requested." He gave you false information, and my job was to lure you in his trap. "False information?" Ardis continued, speaking with a cynical expression. "Yup. You guys were just baited by the false information like dogs chasing after a piece of bone. You thought you all were ambushing me, but it was the reverse. Quite some hatred that you have on you." "Me? Who would? Having gone this far, there's only the last push." "You still don't get it, huh? Try recalling who told you guys to attack me." "It's just that simple of a matter. I see. It's that bastard Chezzer." "Gotcha." Finally, after so long. "Quite a dull man you are." Although he said so, he was smiling inwardly at the name that he expected. "Shit, that guy." The man who was furious cursed at Chezzer. After hearing the man's angry yelling, Ardis smiled like a villain. "Well, don't be that mad. I will properly convey your feelings to Chezzer." "What are you saying?" "That bastard set a trap on me. He can't die enough for this." The man wailed and screamed with his whole. And there, Ardis had a brilliant idea. Well, you don't have to be that mad. Since everything I said just now was a big fat lie. Huh? As if unable to comprehend what Ardis is saying, the man had a stunned expression looking at him. "A lie? You mean that bastard Chezzer sold me out?" "Yup. The fact that I was requested by Chezzer, and he provides false information to you, and he sold you out. All that is my lie." "Your friends are still lively over there." His mouth was half gaping. He was speechless, looking like a pigeon that was hit by a bin gun. "Well, I will be the one giving a lesson to Chezzer. I will return to the capital. You lots can take it easy here for a little." "Yeah, that's right. I will take this as my compensation." Leaving that behind, Ardis stripped the helmet that the man was wearing. After picking up his baggage again, Ardis started moving towards the capital again, leaving behind the man and his friends. Wait. Only the voice of the man yelling to retain Ardis reverberated in the surrounding. Ardis paid for the entry toll in the south gate once again, and he headed straight to the entertainment district, and entered the inn he was staying in just a few hours ago. Other than the workers who were busy preparing for the waves of customers that will come in the evening, there were only few customers seated. And there it was, the figure of Chezzer with his glass of fruit juice in his hand, sitting at the counter among the customers. Without paying attention to Ardis's footstep until he had reached the counter, noticing the strange atmosphere, Chezzer finally turned around, and his face immediately petrified. Seeing the pale-faced Chezzer, Ardis paid it no mind and threw the helmet to the mercenary man, and said with a creepy smile, "It seems to be a lost item from someone you know. Can you help me return it?" Why? Here? I thought you left the capital." Chezzer squeezed his words out in obvious dismay. "It was my intention, but a few bad stray dogs came at me right after I left. Well, fortunately I got rid of them, but it seems they've forgotten something." Ardis substituted the mercenaries who attacked him as stray dogs and explained, "There's no way a stray dog would ever wear a helmet." But Chezzer didn't even have the leeway to realize the sarcasm. "Is that so? That, it must have been a big trouble for you." "Well, it isn't that much of a big deal other than an annoyance. I was attacked by thugs in the back alley yesterday as well, and it wasn't anything significant too. No matter how many comes, they will just get the bitter end." teeth. That's some fearsome ability. Maybe recovering from the sudden shock, the instant when Cheshire tried to start talking and pull through this situation somehow. Ardis closed the distance in an instant, and whispered in Cheshire's ears expressionlessly, "But it's only 2 times that I will forgive," while smiling. "Think that there's no such thing as the third." It was a warning that he will not be forgiven if the next comes. "Ah, why yes." While shrinking his voice, Cheshire muttered vaguely, patting the shoulder of Cheshire, who seemed like a petrified frog being stared by a snake. Ardis left the tavern just like that. It was a small trouble that happened, but Ardis's purpose for the time being is achieved. Ardis looked up at the wide sky. The sun had already long passed its nigh, but there's still some time before evening. Even considering the time he will use for buying food supplies and moving, Ardis can return back to the base before the night falls completely. While thinking what kind of souvenirs he should get for the twins, Ardis walked towards the street lined with shops with such a peaceful thinking. Chapter 44. Finishing his shopping, Ardis, who returned to the base in the forest, said during dinner, "So, from 2 days in the capital, it seems that the detain warrant for nearest Sir Thoria's own decision. The news hasn't spread to the capital, and there are only a few who knows. It's probably to hide Thoria's misdoings." Fumo, "Then there's no need for me to be hiding myself." Nia nodded as if satisfied. "Since that's the case, we can probably walk around in the capital without problems, but I don't really think it's possible for us to buy a house or stay in an inn." "The reason?" "Even if we were to hide the existence of the twins, it'll still be discovered eventually, like in Thoria. If that's the case, it'll be better if we stayed here in the first place. Of course, compared with living in the capital, there's more danger with the wild beasts around, but regarding that, it isn't any problem if either Ardis or Nia is around. Rather than that, it's much easier to deal with the wild beasts than the animosity of the citizens. Also, rather than being indoors, it's probably better for the twins to be exposed to the outside world a little." Ardis and Nia looked at the twins. Ardis had felt his heart loosened up unrealizably at the figures of the twins hugging the piece of bread and dug into it in big chunks after a long while. "If my master has decided so, then I will only follow." Nia said it as a matter-of-factly. "All right. Then tomorrow is serious house constructing business." "Ishwit house mweking, Fahia help too." "Hiana will mwek horse too." The twins, who had bread still in their cheeks, spoke, but it was words that he couldn't grasp the meaning of. The next morning, Ardis and the others who finished their breakfast went right into building a house. "We must expand the base first, huh? Nia, can you clear out that area over there?" "Just leave the trees you cut down here." "Acknowledged, my master." Nia, who received the instructions, set out and logged the surrounding trees and burned the remaining stumps with high-temperature flames. Ardis then continued cutting away the branches of the logs that continued piling up, before using magic to help them dry. With this, the logs should be all dry within half a day. Next, Nia casted earth magic on the area that she cleared out, digging the soil up, then forming appropriately sized blocks of earth and firing it to harden them. "My master, will this be fine?" "More than enough." After about an hour, the space for the house that is soon to be built is cleared out successfully. It was about twice the size of Ardis's house in Thoria. "All right, next we'll be laying out the blocks of earth as the main building material, then put out the dried wood, the living room and dining room, kitchen and toilet. Well, might as well make a bathing spot." The place that the soil was dug up to become an underground storage, and also a hidden room in case any emergency happens. If so, then we'll need a dummy storage shack outside the house too, huh? At Ardis, who was focused in thinking, the twins tugged at his clothes and asked, "Ardis's room?" "Not making NN? Of course I will." "My room and near room, then a room for you two?" "Together with Ardis is better." "Same room with us." "Since we have a lot space, why not have your own room?" And there, another voice was heard. "I don't mind if it's the same room as well." "No, as expected, that would be." Ardis frowned at that idea. Since it's just a small shack now, they are sleeping together, but Nia is a young woman after all. Although she talks like a man, having a woman who looks like she's in her 17 or 18 sleeping together in the same room with another young man is awkward as expected. In the end, leaving aside whether if it will be used or not, Ardis decided to include separate rooms in the plans. To not attract attention by not making a second floor, instead focus on the underground room. "My master, how about a kiln for baking bread?" "Certainly, It will be annoying to bite bread every time they go for a resupplying trip to the capital. If they just stockpile on ingredients, then it'll be less of a burden to bake it in-house. And hiding the smoke from the chimney isn't anything difficult. Nia knows how to bake bread. Something of that extent is nothing. It seems that Nia is quite knowledgeable in many things. Is that so? Then let's make one beside the kitchen. After finishing allocating spaces for everything vaguely, Ardis started working on the foundation immediately, reforming the surface of the hole that was dug out by using his magic to bake the earth, then splitting it into different rooms. After laying a layer of blocks on the basement floor, he layered soil on it and another layer of blocks over that. The above surface main building material is also the blocks that were made by baking soil with magic. Stacking and arranging the blocks like bricks, Ardis made walls and roof. Because that there was a lack of blocks in the middle of constructing, Ardis instructed Nia to procure more. She went to a place a little way from the base and dug up a large volume of earth before bringing them back and making them into more blocks. Although baking the soil to harden them up while inserting mana is Ardis's own method, Nia, who wasn't taught at all, was able to do that simple task perfectly. If it's about pure strength, then Ardis won't lose, but what was mysterious was Nia is a person with more secrets than Ardis himself. And the first day's work concluded there. The next day, after processing the wood that was dried out completely, Ardis added it to the floor and roof, and covered the walls. Then the rest of the wood is used to make furniture and doors for the rooms. The leftover vacant space was then made into training space, and somewhere to stock firewood and timber. Then lastly, a small garden beside the house. Although the twins had been able to go outside now, it's not like they can go into the forest or the town. So Ardis thought the small garden might be able to help quell some bore. Well, it had taken shape considerably. Then from today onwards, we will be upgrading from the small shack into this. A move? Today? Yeah, let's move our baggage from the shack. Will you both help? I will carry the clothes with Rihanna. Then, I will carry the bread with Philia. The energetic reply came from the twins, as they walked towards the shack. After sending their backs off, Ardis looked at the scenery of the new house that had just been built. There were still many small details that he has to get to, and there were still many things lacking. But, it can be used as a shelter for the time being, as Ardis felt a little sense of accomplishment. Then, bed, chopping tools, cooking utensils are still lacking. For the time being, getting all the required miscellaneous items first should be prioritized rather than finding work. Money. Well, there's still a lot. My master. If it's not enough, I have 60 pieces of gold saved. No. Didn't I said that's Nia's own money? It seems that Nia had no intentions of ever spending her earned compensation money for herself. Although Ardis told her that she would help him to hold on to the money, she didn't seem to treat it as her own at all. Of course, she will still spend on the bare minimum necessary items, but that's only a few silvers in comparison. I still have more than enough on my hands now. There's no need to use Nia's money. Ardis still had more than 80 gold currently. If there's no rent to pay, then it's an amount enough to live with for a few years. Tomorrow, I will go to the capital again to buy some items and bedding. What shall I do? Since the twins would be left here, there's no way other than either one of them stay behind to look after them. As for choosing who, it'll probably be better if Ardis is the one who goes out and Nia stays. Although nothing was obvious on the surface, Sir Thoria might still be looking for Nia secretly. Sorry, but you'll be house sitting. Acknowledged, my master. Without looking unsatisfied, Nia lowered her head. Being able to build a house outside the town and hide the twins there. Such a choice was only possible because Nia was there to take care of the twins when Ardis isn't around. If it's only Ardis, then he only has the choice to either take the risk and bring the twins together with him or let the twins stay in a house rented in a city like before. It was thanks to Nia that Ardis had such a freedom of movement. Although he had not spoken that loud, Ardis is really grateful. I will leave that to you. Substituting his words of appreciation, Ardis spoke the words of trust to Nia. Nia, who heard that, smiled satisfied as a reply. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Ardis, who stepped in the capital once again, walked towards his destination immediately, the place that is the cheap tavern that the information broker Sorcerer is always in. There were only sounds of preparation of lunch from the kitchen. The only guest in house was Sorcerer. But well, it's not quite correct to call Sorcerer a guest since he's just doing business as an information broker in the tavern. Yo! Although Ardis called out with a light and relaxed tone, Cesare, who turned around, was evidently shaken. Even his light brown eyes showed fear. After all, Ardis is the last person that Cesare wants to meet. What is it? What an attitude to have with your customer. Isn't it a given that I have something that I want to know from you? Shouldn't you be happier? Of course I wouldn't be happy. It was a huge mess after that, you know, because you told that guy that we were in cahoots and trapped him. I was put into various painful experience. It seems that Cesare had gotten himself revenged from the mercenaries that Ardis had done in. What's up with that? I told them that it was a lie properly though. That mercenary seemed a little idiot after all. Well, with that, of course he's still not a veteran. He's still considered one of the veterans in the capital though. Although he has a weak brain that can only think straight, his abilities should be real, was what Cesare said. HNN. With that, Ardis recalled the mercenaries from a few days ago. But even if he reappraised them, the impression they had on Ardis is still third-rate mercenary who can't even gauge their opponent's strength. Certainly, compared to Gresh's party and the Mariules students that he had helped out before, the mercenaries certainly looked better. But since Ardis's benchmark was Ted's party, which was considered strong even among mercenaries in Thoria, that level of strength couldn't even be compared to anything. Well, that's nothing important. Let's us move on to the business. It's not nothing important for me though. What business? Do you mean you have something you want to know? Cesare had a skeptical gaze at Ardis. What else is there other than that? Well, I thought you were hating me. Hate? That. Well, certainly that incident before wasn't something insignificant and pleasant. But I have told you that there's no next time, right? Contrast to Ardis, who said lightly. Cesare's cheeks seemed to be trembling. Then. But your information is highly valued. Your news is accurate and detailed, and no one else in town has them. That's why I'm trusting your work. What Ardis had praised was only Cesare's business and the information he provides. Ardis didn't judge Cesare's way of living and personality. And so, are there any new information regarding the mercenary woman? 2 silvers. Cesare, who was fatigued mentally, kept silence for a little while before willing to deal with Ardis. Ardis grabbed 2 silvers from his pocket and put it on the counter. The fuss in Thoria, it's slowly being known by information brokers here in the capital. For now, it's just a rumor about the disappearance after a breakout with the soldiers, but the truth about the detain warrant will leak out eventually. Sir Thoria is trying to cover it up desperately, but it happened in the town. Even if it's in the night, the neighbors who witnessed that probably leaked it out anyways. What about investigators of Thoria? For now, there's no sorts of that. But it seems there were people in Thoria who got the news of that and started pursuing after the mercenary woman. Probably those that are hired secretly by Sir Thoria will also come here. There's good news too. It seems that they are only pursuing the mercenary woman. They don't have a sliver of interest in the black-haired young man beside her. The black-haired young man who has black eyes and wears a violet headband. With the young man in front of him having the exact appearance, Cesare said so while narrowing his eyes. Is that so? Also, it's the same regarding the twins. Sir Thoria's aim is purely on the mercenary woman. This time, it was Ardis's turn to narrow his eyes. Ardis realized anew that this man is exceptional as he thought. With just 2 days, Cesare even brought back information about the twins that he didn't have before. Got it? Is that all you've got? Are you unsatisfied? It's worthy of 2 silvers in my opinion though. There's no dissatisfaction. Let's move to the next. At the unexpected reply, Cesare had a suspecting expression. Next? What is it? The mercenary woman appeared 3 days ago in the capital, before headed towards the Empire. What? What's that? My information for you. Cesare had a surprised expression, since he knew that the person in front of him wasn't someone who would give out information to other people for free. Is that the truth? Whether it's the truth or not, isn't it the responsibility of the people who gets that information to find out themselves? While saying irresponsible stuff, Ardis took out a single gold coin on the counter. And this? The payment for you to spread that. You want me to spread fake news? Then that's just a domestic cat, is it? Ardis stole Cesare's words and said it first. Yes. Do you not fancy being a domestic cat? Ardis's words blew away Cesare's response totally. I still have my pride being a stray in so many years. Domestic cat was a phrase signifying a subordinate of someone in power, someone who does dirty work in the underworld. They're people like investigator, assassins, proxies, and lastly information brokers like Cesare himself. What Cesare meant by being a stray was that he isn't hired by anyone. On the other hand, there's another saying, a domestic dog. It refers to those who serves the people in power in a normal society. Knights and soldiers, politicians and officials, civil servants and the sorts. They are abiding by the law on the outside, so they wouldn't do any dirty work. There will be no one helping you if you're a stray. You won't even know when you will get stabbed. On top of that, strays who play pranks must get the death penalty. Ardis said the last line while smiling coldly. Having received Ardis's lesson after playing a prank on him, Cesare's mind probably couldn't stay calm. Then are you saying that you will help me out when the time comes? Why should I help you? I mean, you told me to work for. I never said anything like become my domestic cat. I just said that what's wrong with being one? The black-haired young man said so. I will pay you money and you will do work befitting of that. This is the deal. As long as you don't try to do anything to me, then I think that we can have a good relationship. Ardis is not asking for Cesare himself, but his exceptional talent in gathering information. If Cesare can provide Ardis what he wants, then all is fine. Well, that's the situation. Pleased to do business with you. After saying that one-sidedly to Cesare, who seemed to be on the verge of crying, Ardis left the tavern. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. It's been a few days since Ardis set up a new base of operations in the forest near the capital. Although he had gone out for hunting a few times, it's not like he had someone who would introduce jobs to him like in Thoria. Ardis continued mingling as a mercenary while carrying various necessities items back into the home in the forest. One ordinary day like that, having paid the information brokers Cesare 3 copper, Ardis had gotten his hands on some news. Although Sir Thoria has no business with you, it seems there's some mercenaries that think otherwise. Some are aiming for you. Just at the same time when the story regarding Nia flowed to the capital, Ardis's name had been known in the capital as well. From the information that Ardis have gotten from Cesare, it didn't seem like the Lord or the General had made any moves targeting at Ardis himself. But mercenaries who don't know about that, or those who knew but speculated, they seem to have started taking actions to apprehend Ardis to offer him to Sir Thoria. Well, in a sense, the leaked rumor is quite effective. Like what Cesare said, Ardis's request to spread the rumor of the mercenary woman went to the Empire had been caught by other information brokers in town, and the mercenaries had gotten that news. As expected, there weren't any mercenaries that were willing to chase them to the Empire. In the first place, there wasn't even a single official request. Even if they managed to apprehend Nia, it's not guaranteed that Sir Thoria would pay them, so there wasn't anyone thinking of making an expedition to another country. But instead of the woman, if it's Ardis who appears time to time in the capital, which is their home ground, it's natural for them to have that thought. Of course, it's not like there's any guaranteed compensation for getting Ardis as well. But, those that don't understand that, those who are looking for something interesting, those that can't think properly for themselves, all of them probably thought of Ardis as an easy prey. Back in Thoria, Ardis didn't really stand out since he was hiding the existence of sword magic and chantless magic. Thus, there's probably little to no information of Ardis's strength in the capital. You should be careful for a while at the very least. Well, it's not like you would get done in that easily. Got it. I will do just that. Thanks. I'm taking my part of money. There's no need for thanks. Cesare said so with a complicated emotion. But well, I don't really mind getting attacked, but having them come at me so often would just be troublesome. So you are not bothered by the attacks, huh? Even if they came with numbers, it's not like those average mercenaries can do anything to Ardis. But it doesn't change the fact that it's troublesome and time-consuming if he had to deal with them every time. If so, wouldn't it be fine if you just showed your strength like to the mercenaries before? Like hunting some famed demonic beings or something. Demonic being subjugation, huh? Till now, Ardis hadn't been making himself known by his name. He had thought that doing so would certainly call for troubles, but Ardis already has troubles on him now. There's no meaning pretending to be a normal person after that. If so, showing his overwhelming strength instead might be a better hand to stop those people from messing with Ardis. If Ardis becomes known as one of the best mercenaries, then even if the information regarding the twins gets leaked, he might have a chance to protect them from malice. Cesare, what kind of famed demonic beings is there near this capital? 1 copper. The information broker asked for a deal. Quite the cheap price, huh? Well, It's information that even ordinary citizens would know about. Even if you don't ask me, you would find out if you asked around. Then why not just tell me without charging? Because the pride of being an information broker is on the line. He's a man who has the most consciousness about his occupation at the strangest place. Fine, 1 copper it is. While smiling bitterly, Ardis took out a copper coin and put it on the counter. Talking about famed demonic beings here in the capital, and those that will make you famous if subjugated, there are 3. The first is in the north of the capital, having its own territory in the Kenobis Valley, the Bellchaser. It's a mutation of a trone and has 2 streaks of mark across its head. Then the next is the four-winged in the small island you can see from the capital. It's a large monster that has 2 heads, 4 legs, and 4 wings. Then the last is the Crimson Eater that had made a nest in the ruins in the beach. It's a humanoid monster that's covered in blood red. Sorcerer explained the 3's characteristic while counting with his fingers. They are called the 3 Great Demon Shear. All of them are monsters that yet caused many challengers to lose their lives. They're not inferior to the grinder that you fought in Thoria. If you just make your strength known by hunting any of them, then there'll surely be no people daring to make a move on you. Is there a bounty for them? Of course. The territory of the Bellchaser is right on a place that's said to have a vein of heavy metal ore, but because it had made its nest there, the investigation to confirm that couldn't be done. The country wants it subjugated by all means, since being able to harvest heavy metal near the capital is a strong advantage whether economically or strategically. The only place that the kingdom can mine for heavy metal now is right next to the Empire's territory. With the current state of relationship with the Empire, whenever a war breaks out, the mine will surely become a war zone, and mining there would be impossible. What about the four-winged? Since it destroys ships nearby, the sailing line of merchant ships had to take a long path. If that isn't around, then opening the sea area there for fishing would be possible too. As for the Crimson Eater, even though it's a ruin, it's one of the capital's old fortress, and since it's one of the fortresses we have, having some monster making a nest in it costs the kingdom's face. If there's that much reason to subjugate it, the army should have been sorted. With the current situation with the Empire, the country can't weaken their forces for that. There isn't any large-scale subjugation in the past 20 years or so. Certainly, that's a reason for the army for wanting to avoid any large damage. With monsters with strength matching of a grinder, gathering a bunch of soldiers will just increase the number of casualties. So you're saying that hunting 3 of them will spread my name? Yup, that's right. Subjugating any one of them which had never been done before should do the trick. I see. After that, Ardis added on payment for extra details of the 3 great devils, before leaving the tavern. Finishing the necessary preparation, Ardis headed towards the north gate of the capital and departed to the Kenobis Valley. With floating strides, he flew at full speed in the air when there were no eyes around and arrived at the destination just before noon. Although it's near the capital, it's a mountain that no one steps near. The overgrown leaves swayed in the winds, with presences of moving beasts around. Ardis can tell that it's a lively mountain. Ardis took out the cheap bell that he bought from the capital, and rung it lightly. The crisp sound of the bell ringing reverberated between the trees. Suddenly, the beast's presences that Ardis felt just a moment ago around him disappeared. From the story he heard from Sorcerer, Bellchaser will appear whenever a bell ring. A normal Tron doesn't have such a characteristic, but it seems that the sudden mutated variant has a reaction to bell ringing. As Ardis continued to ring the bell for a while, a 4-legged white creature appeared within the woods. It really came out for the bell. The demonic being that appeared had a head like a lion, but its legs were thin as a waterfowl and its claws were webbed. It was as if severing the legs of a lion and connecting a waterfowl's. Its appearance didn't differ much from a normal Tron. What differed was their color. A normal Tron has a light brown colored body, but the one in front of Ardis's eyes is completely white. There are 2 streaks of mark from its forehead to its chin. It was exactly what he'd heard from Sorcerer. It's definitely the Bellchaser. Let's end it quick, I guess. Although Ardis felt a little bad for the Bellchaser, who was the apex of predators in this territory for a long time, he didn't have the intentions of wasting his time. Before the Bellchaser had a chance to even cry, 2 short swords were already shot out, severing its front legs. For the finisher, Ardis severed its head himself after closing the distance swiftly. Few hours later, Ardis is now at a small island near the capital. He's now looking for the four-winged in its nest. It's also a simple task to lure this one out. The four-winged would never forgive anyone who steps in its territory. Without even hiding itself, Ardis, who flew to the island above air, was immediately met with the attacks of the four-winged just as he got on land. "It's a little bigger than what I heard though." The information that he got from Cesare was its wings was about 5 meters, but, from what he sees, it's closer to 8 or so. The feathers covering its body were closer to black than purple. Its figure was a fierce predator bird. The heads, which has a sharp beak each, and the 4 big feet armed with claws, and the origin of its name, 2 pairs of wings. The 4 blades of wings headed straight to Ardis. Otto. It was a simple attack, but, with its sharp beak and momentum with its huge mass, it was a deadly weapon. Ardis took altitude in an instant to avoid that. Having its first attack missed, the four-wing took distance and turned around in a big radius. Suddenly, the surrounding was dyed in light, and the next moment, arrows made of light assaulted Ardis. As expected, not even Ardis could avoid that, so Ardis deployed his magic barrier chantlessly and met the arrows head-on. After making a dry crackle, the light scattered. Something much like a thunder attack. The long-range attack that he heard from Cesare is probably this. Well, certainly if something like that struck a ship, it definitely won't be surviving. If the beak attack doesn't reach, it will just use the lightning attack. With that much, even strong mercenaries on the ship will be useless. With that attack, the four-winged probably managed to fend off any humans so far. But, that's if it's against people on a ship. Since Ardis has the means to fly, he has methods to close the distance with the four-winger. If he can close the distance, then he can either use magic or throw his short swords. Go! Ardis threw the short swords in the sky. The 2 short swords drew arcs horizontally from both sides and headed for the four-winger. Against the four-winger, which was evading the unknown attack, Ardis pursued and adjusted the trajectory with his sword magic. Without missing, the short swords that reached the four-winged was merciless, severing its wings from the roots one after another. The four-winger, which had lost 3 of its wings, started to crash into the seas after losing its flight ability. Ah, crap. If it sinks to the sea, then getting the subjugation proof, which is its heads, will be difficult. That's why, Ardis immediately froze over the area of the sea that the four-winger will crash into, and made a giant sharp icicle while he's at it. The four-winger, which can no longer sustain its balance in air, continued to fall while gaining speed and finally impaled by the ice. After spasming for a little while, it stopped moving. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Thanks to Virium for supporting on Patreon Desu. Retrieving the 2 heads of the four-winged, Ardis headed to the ruins near the capital, looking at the sun which had already passed overhead, a land known for its past prosperity, and the fortress where the once prestigious lord, a rebel that had his last stand against the royalty. The true identity of the Crimson Eater that appears in the fortress isn't known. From what others say, it is the spirit of hatred born from the Lord's resentment that died in the fortress. Ardis walked into the fortress with burnt walls, with piles of black char scattered in the room. Their original state can no longer be determined. Only the green grasses and vines are able to prosper in this place. Here should be fine. Ardis found a wide space that would be easy to fight in, and took out a familiar apple from his bag and placed it on the floor. Crimson Eater would attack any red things. On the other hand, it also means that you won't be in trouble if you don't have any red on you. The subjugation army that was sorted the first time had no way of knowing that. During the first subjugation attempt, the commander who was wearing a red jacket was the first one to be killed. Crimson Eater seemed to react to human blood as well. If you would get even a slight wound, then it'll set its next target on you. Of course, it wasn't as simple of a matter to solve with not wearing anything red and fight without being injured. Even if it reacts strongly to anything red, it will counterattack when it was attacked. If that counterattack caused blood to spill, what happens after is the illustration of hell. Because of that, the 3 subjugation attempts made by the army had all ended in failure. The last attempt of the subjugation was made more than 20 years ago. Taking a little distance away from the apple left on the floor as he waited. Water dripping. Such sound entered Ardis's ears. It was as if a body of water was dripping on the floor. There. The origin of the sound slowly made its way to the entrance of the room that Ardis is in. It was something shaped like a woman but entirely in red. It was definitely not a human. The red body was translucent. It was as if a statue carved from a red crystal is moving. But contrary to the looks, the sound of its footstep was as if water splashing the ground. I don't get it. Is it a solid or liquid? Or could it be like a soft jelly? In front of Ardis, who was still pondering, The Crimson Eater crouched down to the floor and smashed the apple with both its hands. "Well, it'll be clear when I cut it." At the same time, Ardis's short sword took flight. The short sword that arrived above the Crimson Eater swung down on what could be called its head with a fierce power. But it was a sound of metal clashing that was heard. "It's harder than expected." The short sword that was supposed to behead the Crimson Eater was instead broken from the hilt. The blade deflected and stuck in the floor. The Crimson Eater looked towards Ardis. "Of course, it's shaped like a woman, but it isn't clear if the concept of head applies to it at all." But, at the very least, it showed signs that it had noticed Ardis's presence. It seems that it had determined that Ardis was the one who had attacked with the short sword. The Crimson Eater stood back up, and walked towards Ardis while swaying. "It's just going to break again if I don't strengthen it." Ardis drew his broadsword, and covered it with his mana. The sword was enveloped in a dim light. Ardis aimed for the sides of the Crimson Eater and released flame magic. From right to left, the heat and explosion enveloped the Crimson Eater in an instant. However, as if not noticing the flame attack on itself at all, the Crimson Eater continued walking. "Flames won't do." Then, continuing that, magic attacks of various elements of ice, water, earth, wind and thunder had been used, but none of them had any effect at all. Then, how about this? A dazzling light manifested in front of Ardis, before compressed into a single point and shot out all at once. The streak of light headed straight to the Crimson Eater, penetrating its chest in an instant. "Looks like that hurt, right?" Then, Ardis changed the properties of the mana enveloping his broadsword into the light element. Ardis's legs kicked against the floor, closing the distance in just a single leap. Ardis swung the broadsword before the Crimson Eater even had a chance to react. Splash! A feedback of slashing through water was felt through his hands. In front of Ardis, who couldn't comprehend the strange feedback, the Crimson Eater's head was severed from its body. Then, the body that had lost its head lost its shape and collapsed into just a pool of red water before splashing onto the ground. Shortly after that, the sound of the severed head hit the ground with a dull sound. On the other hand, there was the pool of crimson liquid flowing on the ground. Compared to the state when it was fully intact, it was clearly a weird outcome. Ardis's mind was in confusion. What is this? At the unknown feeling of disgust, Ardis took a step back unintentionally. Dusk in the capital Gran. The main street of the capital is unusually noisy. It was because of the black-haired young man who walked leisurely while attracting attention. Other than the purple headband on his forehead, it was a normal face without any special characteristics. From the light purple robe on him, people in the same business can tell that he's a mercenary. His age looked young, but it wasn't that uncommon to see young men who ran from home aspiring to be mercenaries. Albeit that, the items that the young man had on his back were gathering attention. There were 4 heads on the young man's back. No, looking closely, 2 of them which looked like a bird's head are actually connected. But the one who realized that, the next moment, he realized again that calling something that size a bird is just too out of common sense. Oi, could that be the 4-winged? Huh? Of course, something like that wouldn't be. White body and 2 marks on it. It's the Bell Chaser. Then is the red one Crimson Eater? No, that's strange, right? Why the hell is the heads of the 3 great demons of Gran there? Did he subjugate them? Don't be foolish, they aren't opponents a little boy like that can take on. Then what's those heads doing there? With various speculation thrown around, more similar lines covered their voices. Without giving an eye to the surroundings, the young man walked to the entertainment district leisurely as if showing off. The name of the young man is Ardis, a sword magic user. It was this exact day that his name had started spreading in the capital. While feeling the gazes and reactions the people gave him, Ardis arrived in front of the tavern, which was filled with guests enjoying their drinks, before stepping inside grandly. At the arrival of a new guest, the bartender welcomed him in a loud voice. However, the guests that realized Ardis's arrival became eerily quiet. Between the silence that was never found here normally at this time, only Ardis's footsteps resounded as he weaved through the tables. Oi, brother. Bringing those things to a place to drink is rude. A bearded man who was drinking his beer from the mug beside the table he passed through raised a loud voice. Of course, those things that the man said was referring to the heads of the demonic beings that Ardis had on his back. Certainly, it's unmannerly for Ardis to bring such things to a place to drink. Although that Ardis had cauterized it to stop the heads from bleeding, it still doesn't change the fact that they are heads. In a place that serves food, especially where guests are enjoying their drink loudly, it definitely wasn't something Ardis should have brought inside. Of course, Ardis had known that from the start. He wouldn't have done this normally. But today was different. He had to do this no matter what. Sorry. I will get out as soon as I've done my business. What business? I have something to hear from this man called Cesare. In the silent tavern, everyone focused on a single point. They were all looking at Cesare, who was sitting in front of the counter with an awkward expression mixed with fear and surprise. Ardis walked to Cesare, who was the star in the tavern, took out a copper and flicked it to him. Cesare, where do I take these to claim the bounty? Cesare, who had a pale face, squeezed out his voice. And no way. Those behind you are. Yeah, this white one is the bell chaser. The twin-head bird is the four-winged, then this red woman head is the crimson eater. The tavern which heard all of that became noisy all of a sudden. I mean, I just told you about them this morning. It hasn't even been a day. Wouldn't that much time be more than enough? Ardis laughed as if it was a silly thing to say. Well, there's probably nothing else Cesare can do but to be speechless. They're the demonic beings that even the army of Nagara's kingdom cannot defeat after few subjugation attempts over many tens of years. On top of that, it wasn't one but all three. And it's even done within the period from morning until before the sun had set completely. It wasn't anything Cesare could comprehend. And where should I take these? Ardis asked while having a smile akin to a villain. At the receiving end, Cesare's expression looked a little harsh. He probably had realized it too, the reason why Ardis came specifically to ask Cesare about it. Of course, Ardis had known where he should take the proofs to get the bounty. But the reason why he had brought all the heads of the demonic beings here was to show Cesare. Cesare is an outstanding information broker. He would definitely offer information befitting of the price. But that is only when it's a business. Ardis wouldn't know if he can trust Cesare fully as an individual. With an opponent that Ardis knows that he can't have a trustworthy relationship, he needed to show Cesare the merits of being on his side and the demerits of being his enemy. Ardis's strength had already been known by Cesare, and he should have thought that Ardis is someone dangerous if antagonized. That's why Ardis decided to bring the heads of the demonic beings and show it to him the consequences of betraying Ardis, to change Cesare's perception of Ardis as someone dangerous if antagonized to someone he wouldn't think to antagonize. It is because Cesare understood Ardis's thoughts that he made such a harsh expression. Where the soldiers' station, or the headquarters of the knights should be fine. Well, it would have been fine even if you showed to the guards when you entered the city. It couldn't be helped that Cesare's words had some thorns in it. Is that so? Got it. Thanks. Saying his thanks simply, Ardis turned around and left the tavern. Brother, is that really the three great demons' heads? It was the bearded man before who asked. Yeah, it might be unbelievable now, but well, you'll know after a few days. The three great demons' presences in the kingdom had been a long-time headache after all. Since Ardis had subjugated it, there's no doubt his name will be known everywhere. Hey, the waitress there. Why yes. Bring some drinks for everyone with this. It's my apologies for the fuss. Ardis called out to the waitress and handed over a bag full of silver coins. Opening the bag, it was filled with enough silver coins for everyone here to be drinking till dawn with spare tea. This much? The surprise of the waitress eventually spread throughout the tavern, and it didn't take much time for it to turn into cheers. Hey, brother, is it really fine? Serious? Today's free drinking? Let's drink. The tavern, which was in total silence just a moment ago, became noisy in an instant from the drunkards. Ardis, who was satisfied with the reaction he was aiming for, tried to leave just like that and was stopped by the bearded man. Brother, what's your name? Ardis. I see, thanks for today. The man grinned at Ardis, and yelled out at the tavern in a loud voice. Oi, you all. Today's the treat of Ardis, who subjugated the three great demons. Let's drink until the tavern is empty. With the sound of cheering coming from his back, Ardis stepped out to the capital that was starting to be enveloped in the grey skies. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. After the subjugation of the three great demons, Ardis's name had spread widely in the capital. It took 6 days for the kingdom to verify the truth, and when the kingdom had finally announced the demise of the three great demons officially, the entire capital was enveloped in a festive mood. At the northern mountain area where the Bellchaser nested, it had been confirmed that the area there is indeed rich of heavy metal ores, So the ore traders and blacksmiths are all excited. Even for the merchant ships that had to take a roundabout sailing route because of the four-winged, they can now use the shortest route again, shortening the time needed to sail to the west by more than 3 days. In addition, the local fishermen were delighted by the opening of a new fishing ground near the capital. As for the fortress where the Crimson Eater resided, it seems that the army had been stationed back there to maintain security. There were also plans for developing the land surrounding there for farming. The monsters that were concerns of the kingdom were all subjugated at once. Due to the numerous economic effects brought about by it, the future of the kingdom of Nagras looked very bright. Of course, the name of the person who had made this possible is sure to be spread in the capital. It can be said that there's no one who doesn't know the name of Ardis in the capital now. His name probably would even spread to Thoria in a few days. If hiding his identity would prove difficulties, then contrary to that, Ardis just has to spread his name more, so that anyone who was aiming for him would have no choice but to withdraw. To mess with someone who can deal with the 3 great demons on his own, not even idiots would do that. As expected, the people who tried to capture you before seemed to have given up. Cesare came all the way to the inn Ardis was staying in just to tell him. Well, that's fortunate. The result of his effort of showing a strong impression after hunting all of them at once had paid off. Ardis smiled in his heart. And thanks to you, there were eyes on me all over the place. Cesare's sigh was mixed with frustration. He's talking about the night when Ardis appeared while carrying the 3 great demons' heads. May had realized that the act was for the sake of showing to Cesare. If so, there is sure to be some who are investigating Cesare's relationship with the one who defeated all 3 of the demonic beings. Well, because of that I've got more business, so it isn't entirely bad news. The information broker that had dealt with Ardis, of course that kind of fame would bring him business. But being an information broker, there is merit and demerit for standing out like this. Being known to a certain extent as an information broker brings more customers. On top of that, being able to forge good relationship with other information brokers would definitely come in handy. On the other hand, since his face is now known, it'll limit his capability and freedom, since whenever he's trying to gather information from someone, he will be guarded against. So, have you come to disturb someone's breakfast just because of that trivial matter? While resting his elbow on the table, Ardis fed himself the sandwich in his hand. Even though I came here with good intentions to deliver you some news, even if it meant skipping my breakfast, you're being so harsh. It's not like I asked. Could it be that you're looking for easy money from me just with that? That much isn't worth anything, but isn't a business formed when it's beneficial for the both of us? Ah, little miss. Can you get me a sandwich and some juice? Cesare ordered his breakfast on the way. It seemed like he's getting into the main topic. So, what do you have? That time, didn't you use me as your stepping stone to sell your name? You're not saying that I need to pay for that, right? Ardis frowned. No, it's not that matter. Just that, I was wondering if I can get some information on the 3 great demons for using me as your stepping stone. Ardis, who listened, that was convinced. Although they're now subjugated, they're still the demonic beings which left the kingdom a long-lasting headache. Cesare is acting fast since that piece of information still has value now. Certainly, there's no guarantee that there won't be similar monsters appearing ever again. It could be that there are similar monsters that are just living in somewhere that no one ever set foot in, or it could be that sudden mutations would happen to monsters and threaten people again. That time, information about the 3 great demons would probably be worth golds. Unlike other information broker, the fact that Cesare knows the person who actually subjugated the 3 great demons brings him more credibility. Then as an information broker, it's natural to take advantage of that and get detailed information about the 3 great demons. I see. So, what do you want to know? Since Ardis himself is conscious that he had used Cesare for his purpose, he decided to pay back some of that debt in this way. As such, Ardis had willingly described the difference in information he received and the real thing. The strength and weakness after he had battled it personally, the abilities and actions they have. So basically, the strongest one was the Crimson Eater? Yeah. The Bell Chaser and the Four-Winged weren't much. Bell Chaser was weaker than a grinder, although the Four-Winged is troublesome when it flies on the sea, but it isn't really that strong. It was only the Crimson Eater that was uneasing because of its unknown nature. The special trait that it will be hostile to anything red, the way that it makes liquid sounds when walking, and the toughness that would even break a short sword that's made of heavy metal, and the fact that its resistance to most magic elements. When its head was severed, its body turned back into the liquid. Only the head didn't liquefy but stayed as one. Every single aspect of it, Ardis could only say that it had something that disgusted him. I took its head, and its body dissipated. But whether it had really died or not, in the first place, it's strange if it's even a living thing. That story, have you reported it to the kingdom? Just in case. I talked about it when I reported the subjugation. Well, it didn't look like they took it seriously though. The soldiers who heard Ardis's story took note while smiling bitterly. Since mercenaries like to exaggerate their work, they probably thought Ardis was doing the same too. For Ardis, he doesn't care what might happen with the head he handed over, or even if the crimson liquid on the floor revives itself. If it's needed, then he will just have to go for another expedition. What is important for him is just preventing unneeded annoyance by selling his name, and of course the bounty. He had already received the bounty for the 3 great devils. The total bounty he received was 800 gold. It's quite cheap of a price considering they were the demonic beings that had caused numerous headaches for the kingdom for many years, but, for the kingdom, it's probably too much of money to be given to a random sacrificial pawn of a mercenary. Their intentions of just letting some reasonable amount of money to attract some mercenaries to defeat them is too obvious, since just the fees needed to sortie the army once would amount to 800 gold. Of course, Ardis had realized their intentions, but he didn't bother, since his priority wasn't the money in the first place, and he had found some material in the fortress that can even replace the bounty during his subjugation of the Crimson Eater. Well, the average soldiers wouldn't understand the importance of information after all. Cesare said it as a matter of fact. The waitress that took his order just a while ago brought the sandwich and the fruit juice he ordered. Sorry for the wait. It'll be 3 small copper coins. 3 is fine. That's quite the cheap price. Leaving aside if it's an inn guest, the norm for guests who are only looking for breakfast is about 7 or 8 small copper coins. A price under 5 is already uncommon in the capital. Our inn prides in our affordable price after all. The waitress received the coins from Cesare, and left a charming smile before leaving. Of course if it's a company commander or the general, they won't say such a thing. Puha. Cesare, who tried to continue the tropic, took a bite at the sandwich, and immediately spat it out. So bitter. Cough, cough. What in the world is this? After finishing his round of coughs, Cesare, who washed his mouth with the juice in the cup, complained to the waitress. Little miss, what's this taste? It's super bitter. Huh? Was it not to your likings? It's our special chicken sandwich with bitter grass. What do you mean not to my likings? Bitter grass isn't something you use normally, right? There's no precedence of using it for a sandwich. In the first place, the bitter grass is too bitter and nobody thought to use it for cooking. It's exactly so. Because no one had ever used it before, it's worthy to challenge as development of a new taste. No 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 no. This costs money, you know. It's so bad that it'll be better to be paid to eat it. Is it even food in the first place? Isn't it some kind of harassment? It's not a harassment. Isn't Ardis-san eating it perfectly fine now? While being watched by the waitress and Cesare, Ardis took a bite of the sandwich and ate it. Ah, you're fine eating that? It's not inedible. Ardis said so without his expression changing even a little. As expected of Ardis-san. It's only Ardis-san who says my cooking is delicious. Well, although it was as expected of Ardis, he never said anything along the lines delicious, but it seems that it became like that in the waitress' mind. Mornin', Mila-chan. What's today breakfast? The inn guests came down from the 2nd floor and greeted the girl. Judging from the time, it seemed to be about the time when the dining hall gets populated by guests. Good morning. Today's menu is my special bitter grass sandwich. Today's breakfast is Mila-chan's work. Ah, I don't need any breakfast. I will also head to work immediately. I don't need it. And just like that, the inn guests started scattering. There were some that scurried back to their rooms, some that finished their own food, some that left the inn immediately. There were various reactions, but it seems that there are no challengers brave enough to take on the girl's cooking. For the long-time guests in this inn, Mila's cooking was something they want to avoid at all cost, even if it means wasting their already paid breakfast fees. Cesare, who saw their reactions, whispered to Ardis that, I might be bothering you, but why not move to another inn that has better food? Isn't the inn that you stayed at before a better option? If I stay in an inn that sells their guests information, I can't sleep peacefully. With that said, Cesare couldn't reply anything, because it was the truth that Tadin had sold Ardis's information to Cesare. Cesare panically changed the topic. In the first place, you have the bounty money of the 3 great demons, right? Rather than the inn, don't you think you should retire from this dangerous job as a mercenary? Certainly, a mercenary isn't a job that you can do forever. If a fight starts, then it wouldn't be sure that you would even survive till the next day, and many jobs for mercenaries are all life-threatening. Although it's a popular job that many young, poor people and ruffians dream of because of its potential of earning a huge sum at once, the people that actually enjoys it are in the minority. And for mercenaries like Ardis who had earned a large sum of money, many of them choose to retire from a dangerous life and live a peaceful life. In fact, there are many mercenaries that had earned enough choose to retire and open a tavern or arms store in the city. Totaling the bounty and what Ardis had before, it was enough funds for him to be living in the house in the forest for the rest of his life. But, the thoughts of leaving the mercenary occupation, Ardis didn't have a sliver of that. You are looking for more wealth. That's wrong. Money isn't a problem as long it's adequately enough for Ardis. Or more fame? That's also wrong. A fame that doesn't invite excess troubles is enough for Ardis. Or could you be aiming to be a knight? How idiotic. Ardis disliked being bound in an organization the most. Or maybe a peerage? It was a cold joke. It isn't realistic for any mercenary to become a noble. In the first place, Ardis didn't get what's so good to become a noble. That's why at Cesare's questions that were mixed with sighs, he was hesitating to answer any of them. For what reason had you become a mercenary? Chapter 49. Chapter 49. While the aftertaste of the chicken sandwich which was all bitter lingered, Ardis left the inn behind. His next destination is a smithy, to find a replacement for his short sword that was broken during the fight with the Crimson Eater. Ardis planned to visit a smithy in the capital before noon and have someone forge a new one for him. Cesare, who appeared coincidentally before his plans. It can be considered to be a fortunate encounter. Ardis paid a small sum to Cesare in exchange for information regarding a good smithy. Before heading there, the craftsman street that had smithies lined up on both sides is a little far from the main street. There were sounds of hammering metal from all over the street accompanied by the smell of molten metal. Clouds of white or black smokes rose from the chimneys. Occasionally, there would even be mysterious blue or pink smokes. It's here. It was a single-story house that didn't stand out at all in front of Ardis. According to the information he got from Cesare, it's the shop of a blacksmith who will do proper work. There wasn't any signs or banner at the door, so he could only knock the door and wait. However, there wasn't a single response. Having no choice, Ardis opened the door and entered inside. Ardis entered a room with no one else in it. It's probably a room for resting and guest reception. There's a table in the middle of the room, and countless weapons were hung on the wall as a display of the blacksmith's skills. It was neither gorgeous nor clean, but it was well organized. Although there wasn't anyone in the same room as Ardis, there was a door further inside, and sounds of hammering metal came from inside. Is there anyone? To not get overwhelmed by the sounds of the metals, Ardis yelled in a loud voice. Finally, a young man appeared from the door. It was a thin young man that was taller than Ardis, but contrary to his relaxed atmosphere, there were strong muscles on his arms that are uncovered by his rolled-up sleeves. You called? I've got a request. Although the young man wasn't friendly, Ardis didn't pay attention to it and conveyed his business. Replacement for these swords. I want 3 of them forged. While saying, Ardis put the broadsword that he normally uses and the short swords that he uses for the sword magic on the table. They're all in a miserable state. While muttering to himself, the young man looked at the swords lined up on the table. Even as he continued, the sound of hammering metal never stopped coming from inside. It was probably that the owner here is still forging in the workshop. The young man looked to be in his mid-20s. He's probably the owner's disciple or something. After looking over the swords for a little while, the young man sighed shortly and said to Ardis, "Go home." "I came here for a business though." Ardis's brows furrowed. "That's why I'm telling you to go home. I have no intentions of accepting your request." "Why?" "I'm saying that, for someone who treats his swords this badly, there's no way I can accept your request." "Look at these." Leaving the broadsword aside, aren't the short swords completely in tatters? To have the blades made from heavy metal be in this state, it's only possible if you never maintained it or used it crazily. And there's even one completely broken. The young man pointed at the swords in tatters as he reprimanded Ardis. Of course, Ardis had his own saying of words. He didn't have any recollection neglecting the care of his swords every day or treating them roughly, albeit they are swords made from heavy metal. It can't be helped that they broke after fighting against the 3 great demons consecutively. Talking with you is useless. Take me to the master here. An amateur like you, there's no need to cause troubles for my master. You're being a bother, so get out. The young man thought Ardis was an amateur because he looked young, while Ardis insisted to talk with the master. Because of their clashing opinions, their fuss continued for quite a while, before the door inside opened once again and a tough man with considerable age appeared. Horsed. How much longer are you going to slack? Come back quickly. Ah, master. It was a man with short hair of grey and white. His brown eyes had a sharp gaze and his voice that doesn't show his age. It was exactly the image of an experienced and skilled blacksmith. The firm body and the scars of burns that are dotted around his body tells his experience of swinging a hammer. From how the young man calls him, he's probably the master here. No. There's a brat here that won't step down no matter what. A guest? No, it's like he never cared of his swords, and they broke. But while listening to the young man's words, the tough man who is also the master of the store looked at the swords Ardis put on the table. Phew, aren't they totally destroyed? To have swords made from heavy metal in this state. The master took the swords into his hand in silence. After appraising it for a while, he threw a question to Ardis. Are these all used by you? Yeah. Phew, is that so? After scanning Ardis's stature for a little while, the master took out a sword from one of the shelves and handed it over to Ardis. Try swinging this. Ardis, who received the sword, did as the master asked and swung it. Phew, then try to slice this. The master grabbed a cleaning cloth that was left on the table and tossed it over to Ardis as he said. Ardis lightly circulated his mana into the sword, and cleanly sliced the cloth mid-air. The cloth that was split into 2 directly down the middle dropped onto the floor with a rustle. Confirming the cuts on the now 2 pieces of cloth, the master voiced out his exclamation. Eh? What? On the other hand, the young man's eyes were big in total shock. To slice a piece of cloth that's tossed into the air cleanly, only swordsmen of the highest caliber can do that. You're young yet possessing such skills. With that much skills, the swords won't get into such a state, right? The master directed his gaze at the short swords that was left on the table. That's probably because the opponent was too tough. What kind of opponent? It's the Bellringer, Four-Winger and Crimson Eater. Especially the Crimson Eater that was too tough. One of my short swords was broken because of it. Crimson Eater? Eh? The master and the young man let a surprised voice at the same time. See, could it be that the one who took out the 3 great demons is you? The young man who seemed in disbelief pointed at Ardis. I see, with the 3 great demons as your opponents, of course swords made from heavy metal wouldn't last. On the other hand, the master seemed to be convinced. Fine. It'll be worthwhile for me if you have that much skills in swinging a sword. So, you want me to forge 2 short swords for you? Yes, 2 short swords, but, since I'm here already, I want a broadsword as well. So, it's a total of 3. The materials? It's heavy metal as expected. Even if it's made from heavy metal, it'll reduce to something like the short swords on the table if the opponent is wrong. With that in mind, Ardis didn't think of getting another generic metal or steel weapon. The base will be heavy metal, but I've got something interesting. I want you to use that. Ardis proceeded to take out a small leather pouch from his bag. Opening it, there were powder substances that seemed to be giving off sparkling lights. See, could this be? This time, it was the master who was speechless. Let me take a closer look. As if robbing the leather pouch, he raised it high to examine the light let out by the powder substance closely. The real one? The real Leshor powder? The master's voice was trembling. There was a certain gem among the countless types of gem named Leshor. It was the hardest, the prettiest, and the most compatible with mana. It was known as the precious stone among precious stones since the olden days. But the manufacturing methods were already lost in the long past. The only Leshor found in this era are all raw crystals, and none of them are in high purity. That's why refined Leshor gems and ornaments or equipment that are made with Leshor have an unimaginable price. Even raw Leshor that hasn't been processed, it would cost almost 10 times the cost of gold. And Leshor powder refers to the refined Leshor gem that had been crushed into powder. Since the technology now isn't even able to chip the gem or even crush it, It's a rare material that has no way to be made in this era. I got it coincidentally. Might as well use it in the forging of the sword." Ardis said so without seeming to care about its rarity. Tools that are made with lesh or powder have their performance raised by a huge margin. Coating the equipment on the surface is fine. Mixing it in the base, which is heavy metal, is fine too. Using it in a sword would increase its sharpness, and in an armor piece, it would increase its toughness and defense by several folds. In this era, when it's no longer possible to process lesh or to forge something with lesh or powder, can be said to be a huge honor for someone who's a blacksmith. At the same time, it can also be said it's where the soul of a craftsman lies. Is it really fine to use it? Wouldn't you get a huge price if you sold it? The master asked reservedly. In fact, even Ardis didn't know how much the lesh or powder is worth, but it definitely has more worth that it will make the bounty of the 3 great demons look like spare changes. But for Ardis, rather than money that he has other methods of procuring, a sword that's sharper and doesn't break is more important. Well, in fact, it's something he found after subjugating the Crimson Eater. So, he thought that using it to forge the short swords that will replace the ones that broke in that fight would be fitting. Such illogical thoughts that would let Ted and the others speechless was unfolding in Ardis's mind. "I don't mind. Please use all of it." That's quite the good news. "But, it's hard to say, but for me to forge a sword using the lesh or powder, it'll cost quite a lot, you know." "How much?" At the very least, 1 would cost 100 gold coins. 3 would cost 300 gold coins. And if forging it also requires mana to be provided, we need to secure a magician for a long time too." "Got it. I will pay 600 gold coins. As for the mana part, I will be the one to do that." "I should be better than some unknown magician out there." "Is that so? You have the bounty of the 3 great demons, huh?" "Well, if you say you will pay 600, then I don't have any complaints." "Then it's a deal." "How long will it take?" 3 months. "No, give me 4 months." "That's fine." "Tell me if you need to forge it with mana." "If I'm around in the capital, I will be staying in the Sazragi Inn in the entertainment district." Leave it to me. To think a day for me to forge a sword with that lesh or powder will come." It seems that the master could no longer suppress something, as his face collapsed into a grin. "Phoo, phoo, phoo. It really boils a craftsman's passion. With the name of Schmelz, I shall definitely give birth to a sword that will leave its name in history." Besides the master, who seemed to have vigor unbefitting of his age, his disciple of the young man seemed to be stunned from the scale of the talk just now. 600 gold coins. It was a sum greater than his imagination, as he continued to mutter 600 gold coins many times more. Chapter 50. It had been 4 months since Ardis and the others left Thoria for the capital and started living in the forest nearby. Ardis had stopped trying to not stand out like before, as he hunted the violent monsters around the capital one after another. Since Ardis had already judged that it wasn't needed to hide the existence of sword magic, the second name of sword magic user had started spreading along with the name of subjugator of the 3 great demons. With this much, there surely wouldn't be anyone left who'd dare to make a move on you. At least the mercenaries in the capital wouldn't. Cesare, who was the information broker, said, although Ardis is now known as an exceptional mercenary, he had never teamed up or formed parties to accept any request. Ardis, who only accepts requests by himself, makes him stick out like a sore thumb among mercenaries who normally form parties of 4 or 5 people. On top of that, strong monsters that are normally subjugated with a full party of mercenaries, are easily taken care of by Ardis. Of course Ardis would have even more eyes on him. As for Ardis, he didn't have any difficulties even when moving on his own. Rather than that, if the opponent is a demonic being, most mercenaries are frankly useless against them. They can't be compared to Ted and the other members of White Knight of Bright Stars. However, they'd help with efficiency. Ardis would like helping hands for retrieving materials and holding baggage, like Gresh and the others in Thoria. But, when he actually tried to recruit people, there were only people that wanted to leech off Ardis because he was the subjugator of the 3 great demons. Because of that, Ardis would rather hunt by himself. As usual, Ardis is by himself today, as he headed towards the craftsman district, walking down the main street of the capital of Gran. Ardis had heard that the 3 swords he had ordered had been completed. "Master, you here?" After knocking lightly on the door, Ardis entered without waiting for a reply. Since he had been infusing the mana into the sword when they were forging it, It's a place that Ardis had visited many times in the past 4 months. There's no need for him to be feeling reserved now. "Welcome, Ardis." The one who replied was the disciple young man, Horst. Compared to the time when the both of them had a head-on clash on the first meeting, his attitude seems much more mellow than before. From the master's explanation, it seems that Horst had thought that Ardis was an inexperienced mercenary. Well, even if that were the case, Ardis is paying 600 gold coins. He wasn't shameless enough to be rude to Ardis. Even if he's not a craftsman, he must have been able to understand that retaining a paying customer is important for his own livelihood. On top of that, with Ardis being such an exceptional mercenary, he's a customer that all craftsmen would try to retain by all means necessary. "I came as I heard it was completed." "The master? I will go call him now. Please wait for a bit." Horst went inside the room and called the master. A few minutes later, the master came out with Horst together with the 3 swords in their hands. "My bad for the long wait, Ardis. Are those the completed swords?" Ardis's gaze was on the 3 swords. "Yeah, they're the once-in-a-lifetime masterpieces of Schmelz." The 3 swords are then placed on the table. "Their names?" "This one's the Springtime Mist. It's a sword with wind attribute." The master took out one of the short swords from its scabbard. Its blade is giving off a weak yellow-green glow. That is the special effects of a metal when it's mixed with lesh or powder. Depending on the attribute of the mana of the one infusing it, or the way the mana was infused, the attribute of the metal will change like a rainbow too. That's why lesh or powder is also known as the rainbow dust. Then this moon's blizzard. It's the one with ice mana in it. It was another short sword that the master pulled out of its scabbard. It had a white chilly aura encompassing it. And lastly, the skies of myriad colors. Its sharpness and toughness are reinforced by the unattributed mana. It was the broadsword that was longer than the other 2 swords. Ardis took the sword into his hands and drew it. The blade was reminiscent of the autumn sky, a slight bluish glow on its blade. "How's it? Aren't they quite well done?" "Yeah, thanks for your good work." "Here, the last of the payment." Having paid the 200 gold as deposit before, Ardis handed over the remaining 400 gold coins. Handing over the leather pouch containing the rest of the gold coins, the disciple received it with trembling hands. "I will be heading over to the forest right away. If there's any adjustment with the grip and the scabbard needed, then come again," said the master, waving lightly. Ardis excused himself and headed towards the Courser's forest east of the capital to hunt. There aren't many who step into Courser's forest willingly, due to the many demonic beings lurking. The only visitors are the mercenaries who come here to hunt demonic beings, or the peddlers and caravans looking for the shortest route, with their mercenary escorts, or occasionally the eccentrics and treasure hunters looking for rare materials and relics in that dark forest. It is believed that in the past, a town might have existed where the forest now stands. There are a lot of ruins under the overgrown shrubs and bushes. There have been several occasions where structures that look man-made have been discovered. Of course, unlike those who hunt or peddle, the treasure hunters aren't guaranteed results in the forest. There are many occasions where no ruins or relics are found even after a long and hard expedition. Although there are some occasions where the treasure hunters are quite skillful mercenaries, but most are brand new mercenaries without any experience. That's why whenever the treasure hunters tried to investigate the forest, they usually hired a few mercenary escorts, because there aren't many appearances of dangerous demonic beings near the entrance of the forest. There is no problem with only having a small number of escorts normally. If the treasure hunter himself has the ability, then he might even go by himself. However, Ardis is currently deep in the bowels of the forest. Being deep in the territory of the whips, there shouldn't be any other humans around here. That is exactly why Ardis could give his all rushing through the forest, safe from prying eyes. Hearing the desperate calls of someone, Ardis spotted a human mana signature surrounded by 3 other large mana signatures using his mana detection. Ardis immediately leaned his body forward and kicked against the ground. Reaching his top speed in just an instant, he weaved through the trees and headed straight to his destination without reducing his speed once. Help! Not even 10 seconds had passed, and the figure of the owner of the voice was reflected in Ardis's eyes. Covered in a blue robe, it was a person with a small figure in light equipment carrying a bag on his back, together with the 3 Ruktors which were surrounding that figure. Go! Ardis drew out Springtime Mist and Moon's Blizzard from their scabbard respectively and tossed them into the air. Drawing skies of myriad colors himself, He dived straight to the nearest target without dropping his speed. Before the Raktos could realize something is wrong and move its gaze from the prey in front of it to Ardis, its neck came into contact with skies of myriad colors. As if getting absorbed into the giant snake's neck, the bluish blade ruptured its muscles and meat, cleanly severing its neck without any resistance. Similarly, springtime mist and moon's blizzard dropped the other two Raktos' heads. With the excessive momentum, Ardis, who stopped past the Raktos, was satisfied with the sword's edge, as he recalled the two short swords. They're good swords, as expected, of blades tempered with the rainbow dust. With this much, surely it will hold up even against opponents of the Crimson Eater level. Wiping away the stains of blood from the three blades, Ardis stored them back in their scabbards, and looked at the person who raised the distress call. A child. Since the voice was high-pitched, and had a small figure, Ardis totally thought that it was a girl, but it seems that his judgment was completely off the mark. Despite having the remnants of a baby face, there's no doubt that the face belonged to a boy. As for his high-pitched voice, it's probably because he hadn't reached puberty yet. "You all right?" To not scare him, Ardis tried making his gentlest expression and called out in a soft voice. "Why yes." Somehow, as Ardis pulled up the young boy from the ground, there was a question mark in Ardis's mind. With the young boy in front of his eyes, the location is definitely not right. The location is deep inside Corsa's forest, which countless demonic beings inhabit. It's a place where no one would dare to enter unless they are experienced and strong mercenaries. Although Ardis felt that the young boy had more mana than average, it's probably right for his age. Even the hand he pulled up had no signs of creases or experience holding a sword or any scars of battle. To come here by himself with that level of ability, it couldn't even be called lacking. With his pearl-white hair, he was too pretty to be a mercenary. "Where are your friends?" The young boy must have gotten separated with his comrades in the forest. They might have already fallen prey to the forest. It was natural for Ardis to think so. That's why Ardis asked about his companions to the young boy. If they were separated, then Ardis is willing to take care of him until he reunites with his companions. However, it seems that the young boy who was asked of his companions wasn't able to open his mouth. Did they get taken out? Ardis took the boy's silence as an affirmative. But contrary to Ardis' expectations, the young boy shook his head a while later, and opened his mouth after a little hesitation. "The escorts, they went back first." "Ha! With that much payment, here is where we say goodbye. You will need to pay more if you want to go further," they said. It seems that the escorts that the young boy hired had abandoned the young boy in this middle of the forest and returned. As he just heard an absurd story, although it didn't show on his face, Ardis was deeply confused. It's exactly those kinds of people exist that mercenaries are still being referred as barbarians and ruffians. "Is that so? I understand your situation now. Then let's leave here quickly. There's something big heading here." "Big?" The young boy's eyes that seemed innocent and naive looked at Ardis. "A high chance it's a demonic's being." Demonic's being. When Ardis checked out the young boy's location with his mana detection, he had also checked out the surroundings as well. There was a big reaction that's moving towards Ardis and the young boy. It'll take less than 5 minutes before it reaches them unless they move first. Let's move quick. Leaving his words short, Ardis threw the young boy over his shoulders, and left the corpses of the Raktos there. After 5 minutes, Ardis lowered the young boy back onto solid ground. It should be fine if we're this far away. So, continuing back from where we stopped. After judging that the young boy had calmed down after surveying his surroundings, Ardis started the conversation. "Here isn't somewhere safe for people who don't know how to defend themselves. If you want to go back to the capital, I'm willing to bring you back." Since it was Ardis's original plan to test out his new swords, he had planned to try it out on whips or something. Because his pocket is still quite warm, there wouldn't be a problem even if he went a day without income. "You chose the wrong escorts." "Well, let that be a lesson for you. Next time, hire some proper escorts." But even though Ardis said so in a gentle tone, the young boy's response was dull. After a short moment of silence, the young boy averted his gaze, and slowly opened his mouth. "I don't have money." Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Much thanks to Richard for supporting the translations on Patreon. The young man who was saved from the death's door by Ardis confessed his financial problems. "I don't have any money left." "Huh? I didn't have enough to pay the escorts. The unexpected answer made Ardis's eyes turn round. Could it be that you were robbed of your money? It would be unforgivable if it was the case. They didn't just abandon the young boy in the middle of the escort, but also robbed him. There's a need to find and report them to the police. No, that's not the case. At the young man's response, which was weak, Ardis had a bad feeling. Then couldn't it be that you paid all the escort fees in advance? That's right. Is it not the case normally? That naivety made Ardis sigh unintentionally. You see, it'll be fine if you paid just a part of the entire amount in advance. If you paid the whole sum like that, there's no guarantee that they will do their job until the end. It became a troublesome matter as Ardis's brows furrowed. It seems that the young man, although he had hired mercenaries as escorts, he paid all of the fees in advance and got abandoned in this middle of the forest. But, if I didn't, there weren't anyone willing to accept my request. The young man said so as if it was unavoidable. So, how's it gonna be? If you want to return to the capital, I can bring you with me. While squinting at the young boy's excuses, Ardis returned to the main topic. Thank you for the offer, but I can't return like this. Huh? Did you forget that you almost died just now? Do you know here is where even veteran mercenaries would die even if they are in a party, just by yourself. On top of that, you don't even know a single bit of fighting. You would be a cold corpse in just an instant. I've known that. But, there's a reason that I must continue no matter what. Although it was a soft voice, Ardis felt that it had a strong will behind it. It piqued his interest, as Ardis sat on a fallen tree and continued the conversation. From what the young boy says, he seems to be looking for a certain relic. His destination was clear, and the goal of his expedition, find the sword that was left in the ruins, was clear too. But the problem is the location of the ruins. If Ardis's memory didn't fail him, it's right in the middle of the Whip's habitat. It's a place where average mercenaries wouldn't be able to reach. How many did you hire and how much? It was 4 mercenaries with 1 gold coin. If it's 4 person and 1 gold coin, then it's just 2 silvers and 5 coppers for each person. It was the bare minimum for mercenaries to be willing to take his request. On top of that, that's only if it's around the forest outskirts. If they are supposed to escort the young boy to his destination, the compensation isn't even near enough. At first, Ardis was angry at the mercenaries who abandoned their job simply and returned. But, from the compensation, they probably weren't veteran mercenaries. In any case, it'll be too far of a stretch for them to escort the young boy deep into the forest if they were just average mercenaries. On top of that, the young boy is determined to continue his expedition even if there's no escorts. It might be also that the young boy was refusing to listen to the mercenaries to return. As such, the mercenaries couldn't do anything but went back without him. That much is about barely enough for escorts to bring you around the outskirts of the forest. If it's until here, then there's a need to hire about 5 or 6 trained mercenaries, and the bare minimum should be 5 gold coins. Is that so? He was probably refused by the mercenaries in the capital many times. The young boy had a mix of convinced and disappointment in his expression. You want to continue no matter what? I'm saying this in case you're still ignorant. There are demonic beings even stronger than the snakes just now, you know. It's 1 in 10,000 chance that you will even make it alive. In other words, if it's not a miracle, it's certain that the young boy's life will be lost. Even so, if it's 1 in a 10,000 chance, it means that it's possible, right? It's either that the young boy is not right in the head, or there is a reason for him to do so despite losing his life. He did not seem to have any sign of changing his decisions. Ardis took a deep breath and sighed deeply, and finally he asked the young boy's reason. Tell me your situation. The young boy's name is Kyril. It seems that he's an orphan raised in one of the orphanages in the coalition located west of Nagra's kingdom. When he reached 10 in age, he had joined one of the merchant associations as an apprentice, and it's the 2nd year for him now. In the first place, for an orphan to be joining a merchant association, he would have needed more than talent. On top of that, Kyril who can think fast and make use of opportunity. It seems that the owner of the merchant association, his master, had taken an interest in him. It was half a year ago when the trouble started happening. It seems that the head of the merchant association had failed considerably, and got the association in quite a debt. Of course, the head had tried various ways, but it seems like there's no result no matter what. And finally, they had no choice but to request help from the merchant association from the capital. But, The condition was that Naysan will be forced to be a mistress to Julius. Naysan refers to his master's daughter. Although she's not his real sister that is bound by blood, she had been caring for him countless times ever since he became an apprentice. She treated Kyril like her real little brother. It seems that she doesn't discriminate against the rich and poor. She has a good personality that can be benevolent to anyone. Even the apprentices and the employee children are all close to her. The man who is serving as the head of the large merchant association in the capital, Julius. He had already offered Kyril's sister to be his mistress before to his master. But, since she was the master's sole daughter, also the sole successor of the merchant association, if he agreed, it meant that their association will go under the opponents. Even if it's not that, as a father, Kyril's master couldn't approve of the fact that his daughter will become a mistress rather than the former wife. But, that changed when Kyril's association failed in their business and incurred a huge debt. For the association to survive, there wasn't any method left for them but to offer the daughter. The master had no choice as he tearfully accepted the offer from Julius, and the daughter herself seemed to have accepted it as well. As a conclusion, well, it's quite the common story. It's not as if she would be sacrificed for her life. Albeit a mistress, she is still going to be fed by a head of a large merchant association, so there couldn't be any possibilities she will have any difficulties. Rather than that, she might even be able to live a more luxurious life. Although it would mean that the merchant association that Kyril is in would lose its successor, at the very least, they can avoid the path of definite ruin. On top of that, it might be even more of a merit instead if they got the protection of a large merchant. And why did that lead to Kyril's current detriment? Ardis couldn't understand. Sister, she apostrophe s. A pruned. Pruned? What? Ardis asked for the meaning of the word that he'd heard for the first time. The pruned, it refers to those that are born as twins and the one who is allowed to live. From what Kyril explains, in the town he lives in, whenever twins are born, it's the practice that to kill the one that are born last as the filth. With one of them dying and carrying the twins' sins, it's believed that the other half would have their sins atoned. That's why, after dealing with the filth, it's the norm to raise the one twin that is left normally. Depending on the region, they might kill one side off and raise the other. Suddenly, Ardis recalled Ted's words. Although he never thought anything important of it before, now that he'd heard it again, it felt terrible. By cutting off one of the twins as the filth, the other one is allowed to live as the pruned. But just with that kind of title, it's easily imaginable how the society will treat the living half of a twins. The bad rumors about Julius had never stopped in the first place. There were several times that he'd welcomed orphans or daughters from poor family as his mistresses as well. But all of them passed away in just a few years, and the witnesses of them are hardly even there. It's from what the others say, but the corpses of the mistresses all have countless bruises, although it's not clear since it wasn't verified. But, hearing from Kyril, it seems that this Julius is suspected of abusing his mistresses, and if Naysan who is also a pruned end up in that kind of place, I can't imagine how she'll be treated. Although Kyril's expression was dark, it seems that there was a glimpse of hope in his eyes. But this month, there was another large merchant association who agreed to help us out with another condition. And that condition, is it regarding the sword in the ruins? Yes. The reason why Kyril himself would dive this deep in the forest even knowing that it'll be dangerous is now clear. But it doesn't change the fact that it's too dangerous. He should hire appropriate escorts to dive that deep in the forest, and if he can't pay, then he shouldn't try the impossible, because that the chances of Kyril gambling actually paying off in this cruel forest was basically nil. But Ardis suddenly had an idea as he faked an evil smile. I see what's your situation now, but do you have the need to go that far? In the end, she is just another stranger, and also of a twin. Twins are the cursed children after all. Kyril magnificently caught onto Ardis's words. Naysan is not a cursed child. She's amazing. She knows all kind of things, even her handwriting is neat. And she's also the best in calculating in the whole association. Even when I was sick, she would take care of me gently. She didn't treat me badly even though I'm an orphan. She's a very nice person. There's no one else as nice as her. The matter of being a twin or not doesn't matter. But aren't twins the devils who are against the goddess? In fact, they are regarded as heretics by the church. There won't be anyone blaming you even if you abandoned her. Kyril's dark blue eyes were glaring at Ardis. I won't be able to forgive myself. if it means to abandon someone that had taken care of me so much even though there's a chance to help her. As Kyril bit his lips and said so, he fixed his posture and continued. I'm really thankful to you for saving me, but I will still go. If there's even a single hope, I want to help Nasan. He probably had no intentions of hearing Ardis's reply. Kyril had already turned around and walked deeper into the forest. And Ardis asked towards Kyril's back. Even if it means going against the teachings of the goddess. Of course, just because she's one half of a twins, it's wrong that she will have to suffer. If that's what the goddess taught, something like that isn't a goddess. Kyril, who answered without looking back, denied the goddess angrily, before disappearing from Ardis's view. Ardis, who was still sitting there, gazed at where Kyril disappeared for a while, before facing the sky while shutting his eyes. The practice of pruning that he'd just heard from Kyril was painful for his heart. The cruel story to kill one side of the twins the moment they are born, it might even be the result of what their seniors had thought of painedly to save even one of the twins. With a renewed anger, Ardis thought about the young boy, Kyril, a child that is still obviously young. He's walking straight into the forest filled with demonic beings. The fact that he had paid all the escorts in full in advance can be thought as his inexperience with his age. But as a 12-year-old child, he is more than enough smart. It might be that he had gotten good teachings in the association of his apprenticeship. The answers he gave was satisfying and his thinking speed is good too. The courage to bet his own life for a sister not of the same blood, taking action by himself to come out this far to Nagara's kingdom, and the persistence to not give up no matter what. On top of that, the fact that he had the values which would even go against the forbidden children teachings face front. It was exceptionally satisfying for Ardis, who is shielding Philia and Rihanna. He was too precious of a person to be dying a dog's death here. Just because she's one half of a twins, it's wrong that she will have to suffer. If that's what the goddess taught, something like that isn't a goddess. That's right. As the words that Kyril left behind resounded in his brain, Ardis muttered as if he was persuaded. Who would stand something like that being a goddess? Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Ardis spread his mana and confirmed Kyril's position. Although it wasn't long since Kyril left, there's already a demonic being presence is around him. It's a Whips. If it's demonic beings of the Corsair's forest, then Whips is one of the most famous species. Although they are in the category of demonic beings that are less hostile, but they still wouldn't show mercy to anyone who ventures in its territory. A young boy like Kyril, he would lose his life way before he could even take a single breath. Ardis hastened his pace and chased after Kyril. Although the dense trees of the forest are obstructing Ardis's path, it's no match for Ardis, who is running seriously. Ardis caught up within a single minute. Wait, Kyril. Fortunately, Ardis caught up with Kyril before he had encountered the Whips. Ardis-san, why? If I left you just like that, it'll cause me nightmares. Since I was coincidentally trying these guys out, I will tag along until we return to the capital. While explaining so, Ardis drew Moon's Blizzard and threw it into the shrubberies. Just as the moment Kyril had doubts about what Ardis was doing, an ear-shattering sound resounded. It was the ends of a Whips. Although it's a little difficult to control his short swords at somewhere he can't see, there's not much problem because of the size of a Whip's body. Ardis had no need to be precise as he just roughly sliced up the large torso. After all, Ardis had confirmed that there's no human-sized mana nearby. What was that? Kyril was scared at the abnormal sound. Since there was a demonic being trying to approach, I dealt the first blow. A demonic being? The young boy's shoulders spiked, and he looked around anxiously. Don't worry, it's already dealt with. Dealt with? Don't mind it. Let's go. While leaving behind unrealistic words, Ardis continued into the forest. You know where the ruins is it, right? Let's go quickly, take the sword and return. It isn't good to stay here long. As if agreeing to Ardis's words, the sounds of beasts arrived at the young boy after being carried by the winds. Wait please. Kyril's shoulders started to tremble as he chased after Ardis panically. 3 hours of wandering in the forest after that. They both finally arrived at the destination ruins. There it is. It's here. Ardis-san. Kyril's voice was filled with joy. What was in front of Ardis and Kyril was a building reminiscing of an old church. It was about the size of a small two-story inn. The stone walls of the building, was it weathered by the passage of time and collapsed, or destroyed by the hands of people, More than half of the walls had turned into rubbles of different sizes. Even the building is covered with vines, and the huge roots of the trees were as if squeezing the walls. It was as I heard it. The sword is in the ruins. Here, right. At Kyril's words from his smiling face that don't have a sliver of his fatigue of walking just now, Ardis furrowed his brows and muttered. Certainly, they are currently deep in the Sorcerer's forest. The danger zone of Whip's territory. It's a place where normal mercenaries would die within a single hour after stepping inside. But it was a place definitely possible for experienced mercenaries to investigate while avoiding encounters with enemies. Of course it's the case with Ted and the entire party of Bright Stars of White Knight, but it seems that Clenty and the others, the escorts of the peddler Michelle, had the ability to do so as well. Of course, it's under the presumptions that they had prepared meticulously and proceeded carefully, but it's definitely not impossible considering the location. The building was completely out of place. Also, Ardis couldn't rule out the possibility that other mercenaries or treasure hunter had discovered this place before. Well, it'll be clear once we enter. Certainly, this place is different than other places. Ardis had felt that in his guts. Along the way, they have been chased by demonic beings countless times. Although it might not be obvious to Kyril since the demonic beings were all dealt with before he ever seized them, Ardis had finished off more than 20 demonic beings. But, the closer they got to the ruins, it became evident that less demonic beings appeared. Now that they've reached the ruins, there wasn't even a single demonic being in Ardis's detection range. There's probably some kind of reason that demonic beings are specifically avoiding this spot. There's no knowing what kind of danger there is here. Don't ever go in front unless I say so. Yes, follow exactly my steps behind. There might be traps after all. Ideally, Ardis should check the ruins for any dangerous elements first, but it's not like he can leave Kyril here in the dangerous Sorcerer's forest by himself as he does that. Even if there's nothing as far as his detection reaches, he couldn't leave Kyril behind where his sight doesn't reach. Ardis carefully threaded into the building. Although it seemed like there was a door here before, now it's just a huge gaping hole. The arch that remained seemed to emphasize the existence of a huge door that stood in its place in the past. Although he had warned Kyril about the possibilities of traps, it's not like having traps here have any meaning after all. Even if there were indeed traps around, it's doubtful that if they even work anymore in this state. There were no signs of partitions inside the building. The roof is high, and there were no signs of any walls that separates the rooms. The whole building is just a large room. It seems like directly opposite of the entrance. Its floor slowly raises as it goes deeper, and a pedestal-looking chunk of rock is at the middle. There wasn't anything from the entrance till the pedestal rock. There were only rubbles left and right and a straight path to the pedestal from the entrance. A church? Could it have been that? Behind Ardis's back, Kyril muttered as if he realized something. Might be. Just like what Kyril said, the style of the building is similar to the churches in the town. But at the same time, the location of the windows and the pedestal are different. It could be that churches in the past had such an interior, and styles of churches had undergone changes in the passage of time. One thing's that's sure is that the style here is not of any countries in this time. Ardis kept his guard up as he continued walking forward slowly while Kyril followed behind. There's nothing though. Ardis turned the sceneries he saw into words. From what he can see, there are only countless rubbles and the half-collapsed walls and roof. There wasn't signs of anything valuable. That's not supposed. Although Kyril seemed to deny Ardis's words at first, his voice faded off into nothingness. Since the only thing that was reflected in Kyril's eyes are rubbles after all, it was unimaginable for any treasure to be here. Are you really sure it's here? Yes, there's no way it's wrong. Even the appearance of the building, it's just as I heard. Regarding that, Kyril said with confidence. So, where's the sword at? I don't know. Huh? Ardis's eyes became round. Wait a minute. Didn't you say you came here to retrieve the sword? Yes, that's the case. But, you're saying that you don't know where the most important sword in question is at? I mean, Marida-san said that you'll know when you see it. It seems that this Marida is the one who told Kyril about the sword. Being told you'll know when you see it, and coming here all the way without even knowing where it's at, it's quite a reckless story. But, it couldn't be helped considering Kyril's position. For Kyril, it's his last hope to save his sister. Even if the requester's story is suspicious, he couldn't have rejected the helping hand. You'll know if you see, Ardis had a troubled expression as he looked across the entire room once again. If it has any mana in it, then it should have a reaction, right? It's a sword specifically wanted by a merchant. It should be something valuable that has mana residing in it. Thus, Ardis used mana detection to search the surrounding. There was an unnatural feeling as if mana was leaking out from something suppressing it. If Ardis didn't pay attention to it, it would have gone unnoticeable. It was really a tiny amount of leakage. There's something? There's an underground space below. The mana reaction came from below their feet. The problem is, where's the entrance to that? Ardis said so after looking around at the piles of rubbles on the ground. Well, there's no choice but to search the entire place for it. As such, Ardis and Kyril started the search for the entrance to the underground. By the time they found the entrance to underground under a pile of heavy rubbles, even Ardis had a fatigued face. Of all places, the entrance was under the largest pile of rubble. Kyril tried to help out by clearing out the rubbles, but he couldn't lift anything since he's still a young child. If it's just clearing out the rubble, then Ardis has numerous ways to deal with it, but it'll just ruin everything if his methods destroyed the entrance. In the end, Ardis could only take the roundabout way of moving the rubbles slowly, so there was an underground passage in this place. Looking at the entrance to the underground passage, Kyril spoke his thoughts. I would have never realized if I was here by myself. Even if I knew, I couldn't have done anything about the rubbles. It was really great to have met Ardis by chance, as Kyril smiled brightly. On the other hand, Ardis had a strange expression looking at the entrance. That's not because that the entrance is sealed with a strong steel hatch, nor the hatch was locked up. It was because that the keyholes of the hatch seemed like they were just put on forcibly after the hatch is constructed. On top of that, the numbers of keyhole aren't normal. From just a glance, there's 8 different keyholes on the hatch. Even if they intended to lock it securely, surely there's a better way than doing it like that. If they are going to stop people going into it, then wouldn't it be better to conceal the hatch better in the first place? With this kind of locks, it seemed like its purpose was to only extend the time needed to unlock it. Contrary to Kyril's happy face, Ardis continued to break off the locks on the hatch one by one expressionlessly. Thanks to their age, the locks crumbled after receiving an impact from Ardis. Breaking the locks, as Ardis opened the metal hatch, there was a staircase down just wide enough for a single person to pass through. The stair looked to be quite deep, as Ardis's illumination magic wasn't able to reach the end. There's sure to be the sword here. Looking at the staircase that continued underground, Kyril's excited voice echoed inside. On the other hand, Ardis's eyes were on the walls of the passage. After the hatch, the walls that looked to be pure black in soot, and the broken handle of the hatch. Rather than being broken, it looked more like someone tried to forcibly pry it open. Ardis-san, let's go. Not showing his complicated expression, Ardis nodded at Kyril. Together with Kyril, who seemed like he would rush down at his excitement, Ardis took the first step down of the staircase. Chapter 53. How much longer is this going to continue? Kyril asked with an uncertain voice. It can't be helped if Kyril felt uneasy, as they have already proceeded more than 100 steps down the staircase. Who knows? Well, it's definitely going to be quite deep. In the first place, they have no idea where the underground passage leads to. If it's just a food storage or storeroom, there's no need to construct it this deep. Ardis lightly smudged the wall beside him, his fingertips turned completely black. In the staircase that continued deeper into the earth, the walls and the roofs were all covered in black soot. Certainly, the above-ground ruins are in tatters, but that's purely dust and rubble. Compared to that, the underground passage is clearly covered in soot. However, the reason behind the soot is fire, or could it be due to some kind of magic, isn't determined. Finally, the long staircase's end is in sight. After descending down the long stairs, the passage finally opened up. It was an empty room about 3 meters in height, almost wider than the ruins above ground. Although there wasn't any rubble on the ground as compared to the ruins above, substituting in its place were charred objects. Looking from the shape, it seems like they were tables or chairs in the past. On the left and right wall, there were a total of 6 entryways that leads deeper. Except one, the others all had an arch that seemed to have the remains of a collapsed charred door. Where would the sword be in here? If the person who told you about the ruins is right, then it should be here. Although Ardis is always on caution with his mana detection, He checked all the room one by one carefully just in case. The first room seemed to be some kind of storeroom. Cutting open the charred door and entering, there were piles of decayed items by the wall. As for the second room, it seemed like a workplace. There were barely recognizable tools and tables scattered all over the place. The third room is the same as the first room. There were charred objects leaning on the wall. Looking at their thin shape and the dust in the air, it looked like the room was somewhere they kept books. Stepping into the fourth room, Ardis immediately stopped. Ardis-san, what's the matter? Kyril asked Ardis as he stopped walking all of a sudden. Just like what Ardis said before, Kyril had only been walking behind Ardis as they explored the rooms. The room looked much wider than the rooms they looked through before. When the ruins was still in use, there were probably many people that have used this room. Inside the room was similar than the other rooms. It was filled with charred objects scattered as expected, but hatefully. Their sizes were things that Ardis had seen many times before. Nothing. It's empty here. After a short silence, Ardis answered shortly, and turned around as if to block Kyril's sight. Let's go check the other rooms. Yes. As if chasing away Kyril away from the room, they moved on to the next room. The fifth room, similarly to the other rooms, there were only wreckage scattered. There wasn't anything interesting around. Finally, the sixth room. It was different than the other 5 rooms. The door had still held up despite its age, although it's charred the same, and looked like it was bent. The metallic door had stood against their advances. Ardis used mana detection as soon as they arrived in the empty room and had confirmed that the source of the mana is indeed behind the sixth door. If there's really a sword, then it should be there. Alright, let's go. Getting Kyril's attention, Ardis walked in front of the door. It feels like something will come out. With Kyril's comment, Ardis took some distance and used springtime mist with sword magic. The blade enveloped in a yellowish-green sliced at the aged metal door. Slicing 3 times at the door, Ardis added on a mana shockwave from his arms. A deafening sound was heard in the underground space as the metal door collapsed. With nothing hindering their path, Ardis stepped inside while still on his guard. The room inside was narrower than any of the rooms so far. Although the walls and floor are still dyed in black similarly, it was different than the other rooms in that one can still imagine the original state of the room. What was inside the room was only one. On the pedestal that's about waist height in the middle, there was a sword in its scabbard lying. Looking at the length of the scabbard, the blade is probably about 80 centimeters. Although it didn't have any frills or decorations, the intricate carving on its handle and scabbard gave it an elegant beauty. Ardis could tell now that he's this close that the reaction from above ground is without a doubt from this sword. Even if it isn't Ardis, any magicians or those who are familiar with mana could tell that there is a strong mana enveloping the sword. That's it. It's the sword Ardis-san. With this Nasan-kan in front of the sword that he had been looking for, Kyril's excited voice resounded. Kyril seemed like he would leap out at any time, but, peeking at Ardis who is still standing still, he asked, wouldn't there be some kind of trap that activates when someone touch it, or it's actually a cursed sword? What Kyril said was right on point. Places like treasuries of the ruins, most of them had been armed with traps to deal with invaders. On top of that, what they are after was an unknown item. There were no less occurrences that the treasure in ruins were actually cursed items. For treasure hunters who live by exploring ruins, they might be able to discern it. However, for Ardis, who's only a mercenary, he didn't have the knowledge to tell. What now? I don't really know since I'm not a treasure hunter after all. What should we do? Having said so, it's not like they can return without anything after arriving at their destination after a dangerous expedition. Leaving aside if there's something wrong with the sword or not, the outcome that they will return with the sword is determined. Well, let's try first. Ardis muttered by himself, and tried to move the sword on the pedestal with his mana. Clunk. The sword floated upwards along with its scabbard. Although Ardis had been cautious of the possibility of resistance, he successfully moved the sword easily. Beside Ardis, who was a little relieved, Kyril's surprised squeal came from the side. "Nen, what's the matter?" Ardis-san. The sword moved by itself. For Kyril, who had not known that Ardis was the one moving the sword with his mana, he probably feared the sword's movement. "Oh, I'm moving it with my magic." Is Ardis-san moving it?" "That's right." Kyril was meeting eyes with Ardis with his mouth wide opened. It seems like he who had finally grasped the situation complained at the companion who wasn't considerate. Please say it in advance if you're going to move it. It scared me so much, I thought it started moving by itself. Didn't you saw me controlling my swords like that before? Yes, I did see it before. But couldn't you have given me a chance to prepare? If Ardis-san just did it like that, there's no way I can tell it's being controlled by you. Kyril's words are justified. Since Ardis mostly moves by himself, he's lacking in being considerate for his party members. Come to think of it, Ardis recalled that he was scolded by Ted for something similar before as well. Sorry, my bad. I should have said it first. Thank you. Kyril's heart probably jumped up at that development just now, as his voice for his reply became weaker. Well then, there's now a way to carry it back safely, but the night had already come. Let's rest for the night and depart in the morning. If it's just Ardis by himself, there's no problem for him to power back to the capital in the middle of the night. But, with Kyril here, his stamina probably wouldn't hold up. Then, should we use this room? It's a little narrow, but it's better than the other rooms. No, let's get out of the underground first. Pushing forward Kyril, who was still tilting his head as to why they can't rest here, the both started climbing back up the long staircase. Certainly, it'll be better if they rested in the room underground. But there were rooms that Ardis didn't want Kyril to see. That scene, it was something that a child should never witness. Taking more than double the time they used to descend, Ardis and Kyril finally reached the ruins above ground again. Although the ruins above ground are in tatters, fortunately it's still good enough for them to avoid rain and winds. Well, at the very least, it's multiple folds better than camping out in the forest. Ardis casted water magic on a suitable corner to clean it roughly, and dried it with wind magic, then collected some dry firewood to light a campfire. How is the lookout going to be? Not needed. I will wake up immediately if there's anything. But, we're in the middle of a forest. There's no demonic beings or beasts around here, so you can stop worrying. In the first place, if something does come out, it probably won't be those demonic beings or beasts, as Ardis muttered in his heart. A response like the wind blowing by came from Kyril's mouth, albeit so, he could only follow Ardis, who clearly has more experience in this business. Kyril, who curled up in his coat, lied down. Probably due to the fatigue that finally caught up, he fell asleep in just a few moments. Ardis, who saw that, used mana detection once again just in case. After verifying that indeed there aren't any dangerous monsters nearby, Ardis closed his eyes and lied down as well. The wind blows by, above a warm and peaceful hill. A small opening where the trees doesn't connect. Ardis had his body sprawled out on the grass as he stared into the sky, catching the clouds that passes by with his gaze, and when those went out of his sightline, he chased another instead. From time to time, the birds that flew by covered the sun, causing a shadow to be casted on Ardis's face for a brief moment. The distant voices of his comrades were heard. Probably someone had done something idiotic again. There were voices that sounded cold, laughter as if hugging their stomach, and angry howling. All of them were preciously annoying. The happy memories that resided in Ardis. The precious daily life that he could no longer return to. Ardis realized even if the entire world is stained in blood, it's somewhere that he belongs to, his hometown that he should return to, and the cruel fact that he can never return. Everything was because that he was foolish. Everything was because that he was weak. Everything was because that he couldn't protect who he should have. Ardis, who was still looking up at the sky aloofly, caught ears of the footsteps drawing nearer. The steps that sounded light as if dancing. Ardis knew who it was without looking. Ardis's eyes became hot. Ardis, how long will you be still sulking for? Didn't the captain said to not mind it? Don't be so down just because your timing on the assault was off a little. It's not like there was any losses. Why not stop that unhappy face? Ardis's view was blocked by a young girl's face. The face that was reflected in his view upside down. She seemed evidently angry. She had the same black eyes and black hair just like Ardis's. The long hair that flowed behind her is tied up with a violet ribbon. Come on, if you're not hurry, then you'll be late to the breakfast, you know. Everyone aren't that kind to leave a portion for their comrades that isn't there after all. The young girl extended her hand at Ardis while smiling lightly. Tears started spilling from Ardis's eyes. His gaze was shaken, even though he wanted to see more. Contrary to his intentions, his eyes blocked that. As if fed up with Ardis, who still wouldn't get up, The young girl seemed angry as she warned Ardis with her hands on her waist. "Geez, just wake up already. If you don't, it might be dangerous soon." Ardis, who opened his eyes wide suddenly, immediately stood up and drew skies of myriad colors. The campfire had already extinguished. Only the illumination spells that Ardis casted before dimly lighted the insides of the ruins. At the silence that continued, Ardis used mana detection wordlessly. There were reactions. When did they? Surrounding Ardis and the sleeping Kyril were multiple sources of mana. Chapter 54. Ardis's mana detection had caught several reactions. There were more than 10 spots. Although their strength didn't seem much from their mana, it's rare for something to come so near before Ardis notices. Demonic beings, not that Amidst the darkness, the figures that surrounded Ardis and Kyril were finally in sight. They were crimson humanoids. They looked similarly sized as a normal person. They looked like human shadows dyed in red and materialized. Ardis didn't feel any hostility from the creatures. In the first place, considering them as living beings is a little skeptical. They were strange humanoid monsters that had weak mana in them. They only stood unstably on the ground in the ruins that were surrounded by silence. Only the peaceful breathing of Kyril, who is still asleep, is heard. An undetermined time had passed as Ardis stared. The humanoids were only shaking around, but suddenly their movements became violent. Some started hugging their heads, some curled on the ground, and some looked up to the heavens with their hands together. Even when each of them had their own sets of incomprehensible movements, the humanoids slowly made their way to Ardis. At the same time, the humanoids started letting out anguished cries. Although they didn't seem to have mouths, their voices had certainly reached Ardis's ears. What? With the loud cries, it's no surprise that Kyril was startled awake. Kyril, who sat up, looked around, as he saw the red humanoid-shaped creatures drawing closer to themselves and realized that the sound before came from them. Kyril's body suddenly spiked. What? What are those? Don't do anything extra. Just stay put. Without losing composure, Ardis warned Kyril while still taking a stance with skies of myriad colors. Even during that, the red mysterious creatures were still closing the distance slowly. Well then, how to handle this? Ardis thought in his mind. There still isn't any hostility felt from the creatures. But, getting surrounded by some unknown creatures, on top of that, they are slowly closing the distance. It didn't look good to Ardis in any way. Regardless of the opponent's intentions, or if they even had consciousness in the first place, there's no way Ardis would let them continue. Come closer. Stop there. I will strike if you advance any further. Ardis gave his warning. Inside the ruins that had a high roof, his voice reverberated. But it was another incomprehensible anguished cry as a reply. It didn't seem like communication is possible. No choice. Giving up trying to get through to the creatures, Ardis let loose springtime mist and moon's blizzard. While still taking a stance with skies of myriad colors beside Kyril, Ardis had released both his short swords to the humanoid creatures. One of them went straight for the humanoid creature directly in front of him, while the other circled around the top and attacked the others from the back. The two short swords cut through the air and sliced at the humanoid creatures. The creatures didn't even try to dodge the swords. The next moment, the swords severed the humanoid's body as they were commanded. Describing as a normal person, then it'll be about their abdomen that they were sliced into half horizontally. The humanoid creatures turned into mist and faded. It didn't seem like there was any resistance at all, but, the moment when one of their kinds got attacked, the other creatures turned violent again. It was cries that was louder than any before reverberated in the surroundings. The humanoids, who seemed to be at a crawling speed just a moment ago, suddenly rushed at Ardis furiously. As Ardis clicked his tongue, he continued bisecting the remaining creatures with springtime mist and moon's blizzard. Using wind magic at the same time, he stopped all of them from ever reaching him. Pale white of judgment that severs the sins of the far emptiness. Stige helmet, blades of fierce strike. Inside the ruins, separated from the outside by a wall, a strong wind manifested. The furious typhoon that manifested in an instant with a loud roar caught the red humanoids and blew them away. Small rubbles grumbled under the intense air pressure. Ash and dust accumulated for many years filled the air. Receiving such wind blades, the humanoid's body ruptured and became in pieces. Another ear-splitting cry resounded. The humanoids were carried by the intense winds to the roof, and fell to the floor with momentum. Before their bodies impacted the ground, they disappeared unnaturally after getting sucked into one single point. Where the humanoids disappeared into, was the sword that they've retrieved from the ruins. By the time Ardis and Kyril noticed that, the sword that no one had touched till now was drawn from its scabbard. The shiny blade that they saw for the first time was glowing red. Could it be that the sword was cursed after all? That might be the case. Inside the ruins dimly illuminated by Ardis's spell, a painful silence returned. So how is it? Would it be better if we leave the sword behind? A long silence after Ardis's question. Kyril shook his head. I won't give up after coming so far. I want to take it back since we've got it. No. I must bring it back no matter what. But Kyril's words clouded at the end. Well, it couldn't be helped. If Ardis were to not accompany him, he could never break through the forest on his own no matter what. Even more so if he had to carry that unknown cursed sword. If Ardis chooses to back off now, Kyril had no choice but to leave the sword behind. It can't be blamed that Kyril is feeling down. Ardis sighed lightly and smiled bitterly. It's a ship I've boarded. I won't abandon ship now. Just like what I said before, I will bring you back to the capital properly. Saying that, Ardis controlled the glowing red sword and kept it back in its scabbard. Now then, it's still a little too early to depart. Let's sleep for a little longer. After that kind of things? Sleep when you can. It's the basics of mercenaries. Wait, you're not a mercenary in the first place, huh? Well, if any comes up again then I'll just deal with them again. So, good night. Talking in a tone as if it wasn't anything significant, Ardis curled up in his coat and lied down again. Although Kyril seemed to have something to say, but he gave up eventually, before lying down like Ardis to take his second sleep. The next morning, in the end, the strange humanoids didn't appear again. Although both Ardis and Kyril didn't have the chance to fully rest well, it's not like they can be complaining about that. Swiftly finishing their preparation, they left the ruins along with the dawn. Those monsters, will they come again? Probably, though it'll be better if they don't. Albeit they aren't threatening for Ardis. Having some mysterious monsters that might come at him at any time is just stressful. Having known the sword has indeed some special traits, holding it directly will be too risky. Thus Ardis is still carrying it with his sword magic, although it'll cost him mana to maintain it like that. They have no choice since it will be safer. The place where the ruins was. It was about 2 days of walk from the entrance of the forest. Although Ardis by himself could have saved a lot of time with floating strides, he couldn't do that with Kyril accompanying. Having no choice but to match Kyril's physical stamina, in the end, they took 3 days before exiting the forest. Other than the usual beasts and demonic beings that came at them in the forest, there wasn't any significant events. For Ardis, dealing with the monsters in the Sorcerer's forest, it's a piece of cake even if it means that he's carrying the cursed sword and the young boy in tow. The problem is the strange humanoids that always appears every night. In the end, the 2 nights they've spent in the forest, the red humanoids appeared every night. Of course, dealing with them is an easy feat for Ardis. But, without knowing the root of the problem, they will just appear again when night comes. Although it's not much of a problem till they arrive in the capital, the problem comes after. Returning to the capital, handing over the sword to Kyril's requester, that's too reckless in Ardis's opinion. It'll be good if we find some way to dispel the curse in capital. Kyril seems to understand that himself as well. He didn't show a happy expression even when they've got the sword he was looking for. With that slightly awkward atmosphere around, Ardis and Kyril finally made it through the forest. Bathing in the warm sunshine that they've both had since a while, Kyril narrowed his eyes. There's still a little more to go. After making through the forest, it'll take a day to arrive at the capital. Although there's still a problem regarding the sword's curse, it'll be better of a plan that they leave it after they return to the capital. Now that they had gotten through the forest, there isn't much life-threatening elements around. But of course, that's only true when comparing to the monsters residing in Sorcerer's forest. Albeit the grasslands, there are still monsters appearing, or, it might be not monsters that attack them. Merchants who don't hire escorts, or mercenaries who looks like runaway brats are good targets. You lots. Hand over all your items. Those who aim for the weak, it's none other than another human. One side is a young boy, and the other is a young man who looks to be a magician in his 15s. As their praise, They seem too attractive. If you listen to our demands properly, then you'll be spared. A few minutes since they left the forest, numerous shadows encircled Ardis and Kyril. Other than the red humanoid creatures, they were the normal humanoids that Ardis and Kyril finally meet since a while. They had a face, and wearing clothes. It was the appearance of bandits who can talk normally. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Right after leaving the forest, Ardis and Kyril were surrounded by a group of bandits. Looking around, there were 8 people. Other than them, there were still 3 hiding behind shadows of trees or inside bushes. A total of 11 people. Although it can't be said that they're a small group, they don't have enough people to be considered middle-sized as well. Looking at Ardis and Kyril, the bandits probably thought that they were tasty young mercenary preys. However, that's a huge misunderstanding on their part. If it's just Kyril, then he's probably an easy prey for the bandits. It's because that Kyril indeed looks young, and doesn't seem like he's been in any kind of battles. But, together with Kyril, the other young man definitely didn't look like he's an easy prey. That's why, the bandits had evidently chosen wrong targets. Ardis-san, what should we do? Kyril asked in a soft voice. Kyril had already witnessed Ardis's abilities in the forest. But, for Kyril, who had no prior knowledge of the strength of the demonic beings in Corsair's forest, he's probably having a hard time realizing Ardis's abilities is truly exceptional. Because, for him, the whips and the Richters, both of them aren't much different since they are both lethal enemies for himself. That's why Kyril couldn't judge that if Ardis truly has the abilities to break through this situation, since the opponents have more than quadruple the numbers compared to their own. On top of that, Kyril don't know how to fight at all. It's better to consider himself as a baggage in this situation. It can't be blamed that Kyril couldn't judge whether Ardis can win against the bandits, which has basically more than 8 times their manpower. Don't worry, it's much easier than dealing with 2 Richters at once. No. Wait. After reassuring Kyril, Ardis seemed to have thought of something as he smiled. It's just the perfect timing. At Ardis, who muttered softly, Kyril looked at him suspectingly. Ardis-san? What? At Kyril's attempt of asking Ardis, a loud voice from one of the bandits completely wiped that away. Oi, where's your response? Strip everything you have, or become a cold corpse. Decide it now. If you can't choose, shall we do that for you? Of course. It would be the latter for you. Together with the loud voice, the other bandits grinned. Ardis took a step out, and moved the cursed sword behind him to his right. Please wait. I will offer this sword we found from the ruins in the forest. Please spare us. While saying so, Ardis swung his right hand, matching with his hand movement. Ardis moved the sword as if it was being thrown. Well, it might be a different case for Kyril, who was just beside him, but for the bandits who were at a little distance away, it probably looked like Ardis threw the sword to them. The cursed sword landed near the feet of the bandits. Ardis-san. Kyril probably thought that Ardis is handing over the sword to the bandits. His eyes turned cloudy and glared at Ardis. On the other hand, the bandits were smiling deeply at the offering. This looks like a good sword. The man who said so immediately picked up the cursed sword, and examined the decorations on the sword. Those eyes were dyed in greed. Since they are bandits in the first place, it might be natural to be so. Phew. It seems that there's no problem holding it. Huh. As if a pharmacist who is testing out a new medicine, Ardis muttered at the result he got by looking. Ardis-san? Could it be? Kyril seemed to finally notice it. Because that they didn't know what's the effect if someone held the cursed sword. Ardis had to carry it by his magic for the past 3 days. To find out the effects, either Ardis or Kyril has to hold it. But having an unknown sword from an unknown ruins, and the fact that red humanoid creatures will appear in the night because of it, there's a possibility that something bad could have happened if they touched it directly. Because of that, Ardis thought that there's probably no other way than just spending his mana carrying it to the capital, and letting a curse specialist or an appraiser to take a look at the sword. But coincidentally, there was a group of people who are suitable to become a guinea pig appeared. Since the opponents are lawless bandits, it won't pain Ardis's conscience at all if something does happen. Ardis-san, you're such a... It can't be blamed that the Kyril directed a cold gaze to Ardis. Without ever knowing what their 2 preys were talking under their watch, the bandits drew the cursed sword from its scabbard. HNN. The color looks nice too, huh? Seeing the mesmerizing blade with a reddish glow, the bandits said so satisfactorily. But well, Didn't I said to leave everything you have? That's an impossible demand for you lots. Since there's not a single coin to be given. At Ardis's tone, which had changed drastically since the last sentence he spoke, the bandits frowned. Huh? Do you not understand your position? If you don't want to die, leave everything you have and disappear. Idiot. I said I'm refusing to. You bird brain. Against the bandit who were trying to provoke him, Ardis responded with exactly what he'd just said, all while having an expression that seemed like a villain. Ardis-san. Although under the criticizing gaze of Kyril beside him, Ardis continued to worsen the situation without paying a mind. Bastard. Don't beg to spare your life after this far. You lots, do them in. Together with a signal, all the bandits started to move. Kyril, don't ever move from that spot. Ardis immediately took a stance with both his short swords in the air, Moon's Blizzard protecting Kyril, and Springtime Mist shot towards the three hidden in the shadows. Ardis himself took a stance with Skies of Myriad Colors, welcoming the frontal assault from the bandits. At the abdomen of the first bandit, who had a small stature, Ardis hit it firmly with the scabbard of his sword. Next, at the tall bandit that came near him aiming to strike him down, Ardis broke his shoulders. That moment, at the edge of Ardis's vision, Moon's Blizzard, which was assigned with the task of protecting Kyril, severed the tendons of the legs of the two people rushing towards Kyril. Ardis, who decided that taking lives in front of a child is not suitable, as he continued to incapacitate the bandits. Although he's leaving it at a degree that won't take their lives, they are all injuries that'll be fatal for the bandits who can't get treatment immediately. However, Ardis wasn't as kind when it's at a place that Kyril doesn't see. The three bandits who were hiding in the bushes, Ardis had determined their position with mana detection, sending away Springtime Mist, and had severed their necks without them ever noticing. Be bastard. You dare. Without understanding the clear difference in strength, or could it be that blood rushed to his head, the bandit held the cursed sword and rushed at Ardis. While Ardis dealt with the remaining two bandits with Moon's Blizzard, he slashed at the bandit which held the cursed sword. Well, it looks like you're fine. What? Gwa. After taking a look at him a few times, Ardis slammed down Skies of Myriad Colors while it's still in its scabbard refreshingly onto the bandit's head. Having hit directly on the temple, the bandit stumbled a few steps before falling on the ground. A single minute hadn't passed since the bandits started rushing at them. Kyril, who had witnessed the fight from start to end, had realized anew Ardis's strength, also coming to know one side of Ardis that he never knew. Walking close to Ardis, who was putting away the cursed sword in its scabbard, Kyril said so with a difficult face. Ardis-san, you're quite a despicable person. That's cruel of you to say that. I just suppressed some seeds of trouble. Ardis disagreed as if he did not understand Kyril's words. No, I understand that, but I didn't think you would use the bandits as guinea pigs. Since we're going to deal with them in the first place, might as well try it out. It's not like there's any troubles for them if any problem does appear. If it's just about logic, Kyril understands too. For bandits, it's common sense that they're going to the execution grounds if they ever get caught. Even if one killed bandits, they wouldn't be prosecuted but be praised. In this world, bandits don't have any human rights after all. That's why handing over the cursed sword as an experiment, it wasn't going against the law at all. But having understood it and being convinced of it a different matter. For Kyril, it might be that he's hoping for the person that saved him behave like a true hero, not someone that plots evilly. Of course, that's just Kyril's selfish wish. It's not like Ardis is looking for praises from anyone, nor does he have the desire to be a hero. It's fine as long as his own priorities are good. His own life, his comrades, assets. It might even include the twins and the unrespectful servant that he came to know recently. In any case, thanks to that, we now know there's no problem holding it by hand. Since you're the one going to take it back, it's something that you have to verify first, right? No problem holding it by hand, no problem drawing it, no changes even if you clash with it a few times. It might have nothing else other than the red humanoids that comes out every night. While saying like that, Ardis handed over the sword in its scabbard to Kyril. Since it's the sword that he came for in the first place, there's no complaining that he needs to carry it by himself. Kyril, who received it albeit still a little afraid, seemed like he wanted to say something for a little while. But, could it be that he doesn't know how to rebuke Ardis? Only a complicated expression showed on his face. That's true. It's for my sake in the first place. I shouldn't be complaining about it. Sorry, Well, let's return to the capital before today quickly. I want to sleep in a bed after a long while after all. Strongly hitting Kyril's back, who seemed a little down, Ardis started walking and leaving behind the bandits who were still groaning. A beat after that, it was Kyril who was hugging the sword that chased after Ardis panically. Chapter 56. Ardis, who returned to the capital, died in sunset, exchanged words with the familiar gatekeepers before entering the town together with Kyril. Their destination, other beds in the inn, is what Ardis wants to say, but they had another more prioritized matter. After all, it's not wrong in assuming the red humanoid's creature will appear again in the night. Although they aren't a big deal for Ardis, who had fought them for 3 days consecutively already, he would prefer to get rid of the roots of the problem as soon as possible. That's why they have headed towards a curse specialist first. Old man, are you here? I have something to show you. It was a corner building on one of the streets that has lesser pedestrian traffic. While opening the tattered door, which was thinly covered in mold, Ardis raised his voice. Opening the door, it is a small room that they entered to. The walls were lined with shelves. On top of them were filled books, potteries and miscellaneous items. Although it seems like a gathering of random items at first sight, considering the owner of this place, it's probably the norm. What? It's Ardis who's here, huh? The old man sitting at the counter looked at Ardis and said, a shaman. Many people think that they have an image of an old witch, but it's actually more of a proper occupation that appraise items and concoct medicine. The person who called out to Ardis too, he looks to be an upstanding old man. If there's a half-decent feathered robe on him, he would be exuding an aura of a sage. It had been 4 months since Ardis started working in the capital. With much time around, it's normal for him to have some acquaintance and some familiar shops. Although the signboard doesn't show, this shop also deals with magical items. It's one of the shops that Ardis frequent. And shamans like him, they often sell medicine concoctions or charms, or, different than normal items that mercenaries normally bring to an arms shop or merchants, mana-imbued items are usually brought to a shaman place since it would fetch better price. However, Ardis didn't come to sell the sword that was found in the ruins. There are many shamans who are knowledgeable about magic and mana in objects, and such knowledge is useful for appraising and identifying unknown objects. It's an essential shop for treasure hunters to bring magical items to be appraised or cursed items to be dispelled. These two are considered the main source of income for any shamans. There are quite a number of shaman stores in the capital as well. Among them, the most capable shaman that Ardis knows is the old man in front of his eyes now. It was fitting for Ardis to bring the swords retrieved from the ruins to him. Come to think of it, Jean was looking for you. It seems that he has something to ask from you. Have you met him already? No, I haven't met him yet recently, but I will look for him tomorrow. Jean is a person who distributes work to mercenaries. For Ardis, who had subjugated the 3 great demons, Jean had already assigned various tasks for him before. He's also one of the human relationship network that Ardis attained in the past 4 months. Jean seems to be worrying about something. Help him if you can. Leaving that aside, who's that kid over there? Your disciple? The shaman asked Ardis about Kyril, who is behind him. No, it's a coincidence, and now he's temporarily my companion. He's not a mercenary after all. Is that so? His mana reserve seems high for his age. I totally thought he was a magician or something. High mana reserve, you mean me? At the shaman's unexpected words, Kyril unintentionally interrupted. That's right, kid. You seem to have aptitude for becoming a magician. Considering your age, you still have room to grow your mana reserve. Me, a magician? Kyril probably never thought he had the possibility to become a magician. At the sudden revelation, Kyril's eyes were round. The shaman was smiling slightly while looking at Kyril for a while. Then he shifted his gaze onto Ardis. I don't think you would came here for no reason. You picked up something interesting? A sword that will make strange humanoids appear that will attack you in the night. How about that? At Ardis's playful tone, the old man shook his head as if saying good graces. Bringing in things that are bothersome again. Ignoring such a reaction from the store owner, Ardis took the sword from Kyril's hands and put it onto the counter. It's a sword we found in a ruin in the Courser's forest. As you see, there's no problem holding it or drawing it, but when night comes, some strange red humanoids will appear. Phew, let me see that. Hearing Ardis's words, The shaman took the sword into his own hands and verified, using a magnifying glass as he checked the hilt of the scabbard, then drawing it slightly. The shaman's sharp gaze stared at the blade that was dyed in red. This is it's like this." As the shaman continued to mutter to himself, he slowly compiled the results. 2 silvers for this. If you want me to look more in details, then it's 6. Eventually, he returned the sword onto the counter, and asked for payment. "So it's something you can't tell just by looking?" While saying so, Ardis put up 6 silver coins on the counter. "Just the gist of it." While replying, the shaman old man took the payment into his pocket. "It'll take about 10 minutes, you can wait?" "Yeah, if you can dispel the curse, then do that too." "There's no need for that." "Rather than that, this is probably not a curse." "Not a curse?" Ardis asked at the unexpected reply. "Well, I will leave the explanation for later. Just sit around for a while." After saying so, the shaman took out various small tools and put it on the counter. Using each of them, the old man meticulously investigated the sword. Sometimes spraying reagents, sometimes sticking on amulets, sometimes casting magic. The shaman continued tens of ways as he tried to determine the true nature of the sword. That process was similar to a doctor trying to find out all the symptoms to know what kind of disease the patient has. Eventually, the 10 minutes that the shaman had said to Ardis had passed, and finally the analysis had completed. The old shaman sighed loudly. "Phew, it's finally done, Ardis." "So, what is this thing actually?" Immediately, Ardis pointed towards the sword on the counter and asked. "Well, first, just like what I said just now, it's not a curse." "Then, what's those stuff that comes out and attack during the night?" "Well, just calm down a little." The shaman slowed down Ardis's pace. "First, looking at the style of the craftsmanship of the sword, it's made a long time ago. Probably one of the relics of the era of Sorcerer's kingdom about 200 years ago. Look here." The old shaman pointed to one part of the scabbard. "This pattern here, it was usually used for ritual jewelry in the Sorcerer's kingdom. It's probably forged by a famed blacksmith and given to a royalty or the church." "The background isn't important at all." Ardis was frowning as he said so. After all, the reason that Ardis brought the sword here was not to hear such background stories. "Good grace. This is exactly why young guns are so difficult." As if lamenting, the shaman shook his head. "About the curse, right? Just like what I said before, it isn't a curse. But, it's certain that intense thoughts are enveloping the sword." "Intense thoughts?" "Meaning suffering, sadness, anger, and the hope to be saved." Those kinds of intense thoughts had been finding somewhere to go, and they've gathered around the sword. It's not just a single person's portion, but more than tens of them. Ardis continued his questions since he still didn't understand the difference of the thoughts and a curse. "That's different than a curse?" "It's similar but different. It's true that curses are also one form of intense thoughts, but curses are made with the intentions of harming people. If those harming intentions are mixed in the intense thoughts, only then it's a curse." But, as the shaman continued his explanation, "The thoughts that lingers around this sword, they don't have any intentions of hurting someone else. They're probably souls that couldn't be saved and had nowhere to go." "I get the point that it's different than a curse now. But how about what is needed to be done to prevent the things appearing every night?" "Well," the shaman Storoni massaged his eyebrows as he thinks. "Since there is no curse, the usual way to dispel a curse won't have any meaning. It's certainly a good sword originally, but you can just not use it, right? Why not just let me buy it from you?" "How about it?" Refusing the offer from the shaman store owner, Ardis and Kyril moved out of the store. Although they now knew what's the reason behind the red humanoids appearing in the night, in the end, they weren't able to solve it. "Well, how should we proceed?" "I guess a dinner first, huh?" The night had started to encroach on the capital skies. How should they proceed? There's a ton of stuff that they still have to discuss. In any case, hunger and lack of sleep are the worst enemies for any mercenaries. "Let's go, Kyril." "Why yes." Kyril chased after Ardis, who had already started walking towards his frequented inn, Swordsman Inn. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Thanks to Liam for supporting the translation on Patreon:\v. Here, please enjoy Miller's special potatoes with honey grains. It's the signature girl, Miller of the Swordsman Inn that Ardis stays in, who brought meals to Ardis's table. "Kyril-kun, please don't be reserved and eat more. Today's on Big Sister T. Thank you very much." Kyril said his thanks while seemingly reservedly, although he had never said it loud. Kyril is most probably screaming, why did it become this? In his heart, Ardis and Kyril, who had said goodbye to the shaman store, had sought shelter and warm food in the dining hall of the first floor in Sesragi Inn. As they called Miller to take their order, she had interest in Ardis' companion, Kyril. He's from the coalition? He's so young, alone. Finding out that Kyril had come to the capital by himself despite that young, Miller voiced out her surprise. On top of that, could it be that the appearance of Kyril had triggered Miller's motherly side? Or could it be that she took an interest with Kyril's name? Her treatment to Kyril compared to other guests are clearly different. In the end, she had forgotten her role as a waitress, and started offering Kyril free food. Well, it might have been a good matter, if all the food offered to Kyril aren't Miller's specials. As the signboard girl of Sesragian, Miller also has a few titles: palate killer, nemesis of food, or direct ticket to toilet, all of them describing her cooking. Anyone who is happy to be treated by Miller is obviously not someone that had tasted her cooking. It's a warning that's always exchanged between the guests here. After all of Miller's cooking were made as if with the purpose of going against the entire palate of humanity. The first bite that Kyril had, it was bad enough for Kyril's eyes to spin. But thinking about Miller's good intention to treat him, and seeing Ardis who continued to eat it without looking any different, Kyril couldn't bring himself saying anything. As such, Kyril is still doing his best to eat the works of art Door to an Unknown World, brought out by militarily. It's the first time I've heard potatoes with honey grains. What kind of grains it is? Kyril, who raised that question, was answered with Miller proudly sticking out her chest. It's not like that. The grains are just normal wheat, but the taste is thanks to my new culinary method. That's right. Grinding and mixing wheat and potatoes together, then soaking it in water for a while. Then, mix it with honey and it's done after removing the floating pieces. Kyril replied with silence. Ah, that's right. Ardis-san, Jin-san had been looking for you yesterday. He has something to ask of you, it seems. Yeah, I heard about it. I plan to meet him tomorrow. That's great. Jin-san seemed to be worrying about something deeply. Well then, Kyril, don't be reserved and tell me if you want a second helping. Miller, who left those words behind, went to another table. Kyril didn't have any choice but to take up his spoon, and dip it into the vicious liquid in the bowl. It was a sticky texture that stuck onto his teeth. The vicious paste seemed to absorb all moisture inside his mouth. To top it off, the sweetness of the honey just made it worse. Disgusting, Kyril shouts in his heart. The wheat and potatoes mashed together and mixed with honey shouldn't be this bad. But could it be that the method was bad, or is it just the despairing skills of the cook? The completed dish was farthest than anything delicious. Kyril, who desperately held himself back from puking, swallowed it forcibly, and looked up at the seat opposite of him. There it was. The figure of Ardis eating it as if nothing is wrong. Ardis-san. What is it? Kyril asked after a short period of awkward silence. Is it delicious? Ardis, who had been repeating the action of fetching food with his spoon to his mouth mechanically, had stopped. Edible. I see. At Ardis's answer, which had a long suspense, Kyril agreed. Just like what Ardis said, it's still food at the very least. As an orphan, Kyril can't be picky about what he eats. It's not just Kyril, all children from any orphanage are the same. In the first place, Kyril came from an orphanage where eat till full isn't even a possibility, so there are no children who are picky. That's why Kyril had thought that as long as he can get his fill, he should never complain about it. And on top of that, there's Ardis, who's eating it like it's nothing in front of him. He couldn't just be the only one whining about it. After a short exchange with Ardis, even while shedding tears from the utter disgusting taste in his mouth, Kyril continued to swallow down the food on the table. Oi, look, there's someone eating Miller-chan's cooking. Huh? Isn't it Ardis? Ardis is there as well, but there's another kid there eating. Lies. He couldn't be eating Miller's cooking. For real? That kid, he looks about the same age with my son. I bet my son would puke out every last bit of Miller's cooking while crying. Should I try feeding it to my kid? Better not. Miller's cooking isn't for children to challenge. Look closely at him. That kid is crying while eating. Even so, he's got quite the guts. As expected of Ardis's companion. Is that what you call birds of a feather flock together? The guests that sat around the dining hall were all commenting on Ardis and Kyril as they wished. But, for Kyril, who was only focused on eliminating his nemesis in front of him, He couldn't have noticed any of those voices, only continue moving his spoon, feeding Miller's demonic recipes born from good intentions into his stomach. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Thanks to Excess Speed for supporting OncoFit. Nice. After a meal that was harsh for certain reasons, Ardis discussed with Kyril about their next steps. Kyril, for the time being, stay here today. If you're fine with it, let me hold on to the sword for tonight. Also I will pay for you if you don't have money. Ah, no, I will pay for the night myself. I have reserved some money for the returning trip. Also, this. While saying so, Kyril offered several silver coins. What's this? Sorry, I only have this much now. Kyril said so with a sorry expression. I'm asking you what's this for though? Ardis asked Kyril once again while seemingly frowning. It's my payment for you for saving me and finding the sword. Don't need it. But I didn't help you because I wanted money. Also, you said that it was money for returning trip just now, right? Isn't this that too? Kyril's silence affirmed Ardis's question. I won't be accepting something like that. Kyril had probably thought to thank Ardis by offering him money even if it meant the bare minimum amount. Then, he probably planned to camp outside on the roads when he's returning to the coalition. For a kid who don't have any fighting experience, it was too reckless of a plan. It's unlikely that Kyril isn't smart enough to realize that. But, probably guilted by the feeling that he must repay Ardis's grace somehow, and the pain of not having anything to pay Ardis, he thought of this plan even if it meant he would suffer. So, he had arrived at the conclusion of offering Ardis his funds for the return trip. It is exactly this side of Kyril who has unbalanced reckless thoughts that it was like a child's that's giving Ardis headaches. Even if the coalition is just a neighbor country of the Nagara's kingdom, there's still danger of crossing the border, and it'll cost money to do so as well. If Ardis accepted Kyril's payment, Kyril would only have barely enough even if everything is going his way during the return trip. For people who are used to traveling, they wouldn't dare to go on a trip with this much. After all, there's no guarantee that they will arrive to their destination on time, since there could be some unexpected troubles that happens along the way. At the bare minimum, no matter peddlers or mercenaries, they would all prepare twice the expected required amount. As for Kyril, who probably never set foot outside his hometown even once in his life, it couldn't be helped if he never knew. It isn't that Kyril isn't capable. Considering his age of 12, he had arrived at the capital of Nagara's kingdom by himself, hiring escorts, and went into the Courser's forest. For any other normal children, even arriving here would be a feat of itself. Even if Kyril had become an apprentice in a merchant association at the age of 10, and saw more of the world than children of his age, it's still not something that can be done easily. Of course, there are children who are working in the fields since young, but most of them are still in the age of getting parental protection. What pissed off Ardis the most was the person who was crazy enough to send out this young child to a neighbor country to find a sword in the demon's being infested Courser's forest. He couldn't stand it because they could have at least sent an escort together with Kyril, or maybe have another adult with him. But from what he'd heard from Kyril himself, the funds for this trip that was given are too less in the first place. The fact that he could only offer a gold coin for the escorts can't be helped. I don't need a kid to be worrying over me. Rejecting the payment that was offered from Kyril, Ardis asked back towards him, who seemed to be down. You're a quester. Did she send you here because she wanted the sword? Eh? What do you mean? Telling you to get the sword as the facade, but the true intentions is to... Ardis swallowed his words that was in his throat. But the true intention is to get rid of you because you were a hindrance. It weren't words that he could speak to a mere kid. No, it just seemed too unthorough of a plan. It didn't feel like she was serious in you getting the sword. Saying so, Kyril tilted his head. Yawn. Ardis, who had his mouth open wide, suddenly stopped. Just now, what did you just say? Ardis confirmed with Kyril with a serious face. I don't think that's the case. After that, just like what Mariida-san said, we found the sword in the ruins, and also met with Ardis-san. That, Ardis pointed out at Kyril's words. Eh? What's the matter? What you mean by just as she said? You're saying that as if you've planned to meet with me in the first place. As the result, Ardis lent his help to Kyril and obtained the sword he was aiming for. The reason why Kyril was able to return from a forest that he could only make it out alive if he hired veteran mercenaries originally, it was because of the chance meeting with Ardis. At the very least, Ardis didn't know about Kyril until their encounter. It was probably true for Kyril too. If he knew about Ardis, then Kyril would have reached out to him at least one time before he entered the Courser's forest. No, I didn't hear about Ardis-san's name as expected. What I was told was only you can trust the person with a violet headband. Kyril denied Ardis's words. What Kyril heard in advance was not a name that pinpointed someone. But Ardis put his hand over the violet headband that was wrapped around his forehead. Even considering the vast population in the capital, if they're talking so specifically about the color of a headband, then people who matches it should be few. It was as if the opponent knew Ardis when they instructed Kyril. Ardis felt an uncomfortable feeling in his throat. What is it about in detail? I also don't know any more than this. She only said it without telling me the reason, and told me to never forget it. It was a merchant whose name is Mariida who instructed Kyril. She was the person who instructed Kyril to retrieve the sword from the ruins in Courser's forest in order for them to fund the merchant association that Kyril is in. Ah, come to think of it. As if remembering something, Kyril started searching in his small bag. She said to open this when the sword is obtained, saying that what was taken out was a letter about 5 centimeters in length. What's that? Who knows? Mariida-san said that it's something necessary after obtaining the sword. Kyril answered with a confused tone. The letter looked thin and light. So, it couldn't possibly be containing the money that's needed for Kyril to return. Well, open it and we'll find out. Yup. It was something that he was instructed to open after obtaining the sword. Since they've got the sword now and returned to the capital, it shouldn't be any problem if they opened it now. Kyril immediately opened the sealed letter, and inside it was a small card. Kyril, who stared at the face of the card for a while, had a confused expression on his face. What's the matter? What's on it? Well, that, I don't know. It was a reply that seemed to be mixed with some embarrassment. Don't know? Is it not words that's written? Not that, I can read it just fine, but I don't understand the meaning at all. What's it written? Our swords are for the sake of victory. Our hearts are for the sake of our comrades. Here we march, with glory in our flags, What could it mean? Hearing the lines that Kyril had just read out loud, Ardis's complexion suddenly changed. The wooden chair that he'd been sitting until now fell on the ground sideways with a loud noise. What's the matter? Kyril was surprised at Ardis, who showed an unusual reaction. As if not even hearing Kyril's question, Ardis leaned out and snatched the small card from Kyril's hands. Then, he read the words that were written on the card again and again. His gaze was fixed on it. Ardis-san? Kyril called out to Ardis worriedly, but there weren't any replies from Ardis, who seemed to have isolated himself from any noises in the surrounding. Words that didn't seem like it directed to anyone came. Why? Who would? Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Follow me. The sealed letter that was handed to Kyril by Mariida. After reading the words written on the card repeatedly, Ardis pondered for a while. Eventually, Ardis seemed like he had made his decision with a determined face and offered to accompany Kyril to the coalition. Kyril, who had already received too much from Ardis and has nothing to pay back, tried to stop Ardis from helping him too much, but Ardis said that it's nothing. I just have a reason to visit the coalition now. Having you along won't hurt. The coalition that's west of the Nagara's kingdom, strictly speaking, it isn't a country. It's just a gathering of various city-states, and their alliance is what holds them together. There's a king for every city-state in the coalition, and a city-state can never interfere in another's politics. That's why, although the term of coalition of city-states is more or less recognized as a country by outsiders, for the people living in the coalition, it's more like an area name rather than a country name, or perhaps the name of the faction their city-states is a part of. As for Kyril's hometown, which is the city-state of Riitan, it's situated in the east of the entire coalition. It's sandwiched between the Nagara's kingdom and the rest of the coalition, so it's developed as the eastern trading point of the coalition with Nagara's kingdom. It will take about 3 days walking from Nagares to Riitan. The security on the way is better since there's a highway straight from Nagares to Riitan. But that's only when comparing to other places. There's still the danger of encountering dangerous beasts or bandits. It's unthinkable for someone of a child like Kyril to be traveling by himself. That's why Ardis had offered his help to Kyril. But when Kyril asked him his reasons, Ardis would only reply, "Don't mind it, or I got something to settle there as well." All of them weren't clear answers. For Kyril, It's reassuring for a mercenary as strong as Ardis to be accompanying him. Even though Ardis said he had matters himself, the reason for him to be acting that way is because of the contents of the sealed letter, so Kyril still felt bad somehow. "Let me hold on to the sword for tonight." Kyril handed over the sword found in the ruins to Ardis helplessly since he couldn't do anything about the creatures that appears in the night by himself. Kyril, who had gotten a good sleep in a warm bed since a while, left the capital along with Ardis the next morning. According to Ardis, it seems like the humanoid creatures had appeared once again last night. As for the reason why the guests in the inn weren't woken up by the anguished scream of the creatures, it's because Ardis had purposely went to a secluded place before waiting for the creatures to appear. Kyril felt guilty since only Ardis was doing everything. Kyril's rationality is saying that he's too helpless as of now, but his pride didn't want to acknowledge that. He thought that just saying his thanks to Ardis would be too cheap. But it's not like he had any other methods of paying back. It's my own decision to go to Riitan, and it's also part of my request after all. But Ardis would just shrug at Kyril's words every time. The short robe that wrapped around his body, the violet headband on his forehead. He looked to be about 15. It's normally an age when someone becomes an adult, but Ardis's behavior is filled with confidence and his words carried a certain weight, albeit having an average appearance. His black hair and black eyes gave a sense of ease to Kyril. Even though Ardis looked like he's probably only a few years older, he looked like he had several tens of years of experience in life more than Kyril. When he becomes the same age as Ardis, can he become a person as great as Ardis? While thinking like that, Kyril fastened his pace as he chased after Ardis. The next day after Kyril and Ardis left the capital, when they're nearing the border of Riitan, they went towards the north from the highway. It was to fulfill the request that Ardis got from his acquaintance, Jean, in the capital. The request was to subjugate a demonic being that appeared near a water source. A demonic being had appeared about 5 days ago in the village near the country border. It was when Ardis and Kyril were still in the Corsair's forest. The villagers who headed to the lake to fish as usual realized that there was a purple creature floating on the surface of the water. They thought it was their mistake at first, but they were so shocked that their legs gave out when they saw the figure clearly. What the villagers saw was a demonic being of the name Unholiness, a huge round body that resembles a blue mineral, and encompassing that are purple flesh, only a small part of it. Presumably its eyes are above the surface of the lake. From its body that couldn't be differentiated as the head or torso, 12 tentacles stretched out, and at the ends of it were suckles for the purpose of capturing prey. It's a demonic being that can be simply described as a lump of purple flesh with 12 tentacles. The villagers who had trembling legs moved cautiously as they returned to the village. When the village got the news, the entire village was thrown into chaos. It's because Unholiness is a fearsome demonic being after all. On the grasslands, despairs are the ones on the top of the food chain. On the other hand, Unholiness dominates the aquatic side of things. Its strength is easily on par with despairs. If they're submerged in water, their strength would even exceed a despairs. Of course, being the villagers they are, they could do nothing but wait for help while gritting their teeth. Even if there are mercenaries who live by hunting monsters among them, it was too much of an opponent for them. The village head immediately sent a messenger to request help from the capital, but the capital was enveloped in a festive atmosphere after the news of a new heavy metal mine opening. There were horse carriages that transported various supplies to the north and horse carriages that brought back ores or wood. Of course, the capital had to assign people to station the heavy metal deposit. That's why a portion of the kingdom's army had been occupied, and of course, those people there aren't the one dealing with the heavy metal ores. As such, the kingdom had gathered the mercenaries with compensation so good that almost all of the mercenaries in the capital had headed north. On top of that, the kingdom also needed men to investigate the island that the Four-Winged had previously occupied, and also to the fortress that the Crimson Eater was in to reclaim it. So, the kingdom's army hadn't had time or the resources to sort a subjugation squad for the Unholiness. Although there aren't any victims yet, the lake is the main source of food for the village. If the situation persists, the village would have difficulties in feeding themselves. Jean, who had planned to hire mercenaries back from the north no matter what, was overjoyed at the news of Ardis's return. Meeting with Ardis, the fact that he had offered a high price of 2 gold coins was indication of his desperateness. In the end, since it was in the same direction as Riitan, Ardis decided to accept the request. "It's about time we should see the village in question." Kyril, tired? "No, I'm fine." After all, they had been walking about 30 minutes off-road. Eventually, their destination started to come into sight. It seems to be a normal village from afar. The houses there are built wooden, and the surroundings are guarded with simple fences. Kyril and Ardis, who entered the village, realized the strange atmosphere. There's no one here. It's too quiet. No matter how secluded of a village it was, there should be sounds of people around. Could it be that the villagers had already evacuated? Then that's a problem. When Kyril's question was answered by Ardis, there was suddenly a loud noise. It was the sound of wood getting teared apart forcefully, and accompanying it was someone's horrified scream. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. The distress call originated not far from their position. "Is it in the back?" Ardis immediately started running through the houses of the village, arriving at the back of the village. Kyril as well, wordlessly followed behind Ardis as quickly as he could. After circling to the back of the village, there was another lone house. It was that moment that Ardis saw a purple creature trying to smash the wall down. The purple creature had a body of a mollusk's, and more than 10 tentacles were on the ground. Its body is almost as tall as 3 meters. It was most probably the demonic's being, Unholiness. Every time its tentacles waved around and smashed at the wall, the wooden wall let out a dry crackle before blown into chips. "Help! Someone please!" It was a female voice that came from the inside of the house. "Kyril, hide behind something. Yell if anything happens." "Why yes." Kyril immediately ran towards some crates at the end of the road, and hid in its shadows. It's a little unfortunate, but the only thing that Kyril can do now is to stay within Ardis's view docilely. After giving out instructions to Kyril, Ardis drawn his short sword with a white blade and threw it towards the Unholiness. Drawing his broadsword of the color of autumn sky, Ardis swiftly circled around to the back of the demonic being like a gust of wind. The white short sword severed the tentacles that had continued to destroy the house. Till that moment, the demonic being had probably only saw Ardis as someone who couldn't harm itself. Having realized its enemy all but too late, death had already approached from the back of the Unholiness. Although he didn't know if it was its eyes or what, Ardis had caught the round object that looked like a blue mineral. "Rot in hell." Muttering the last words he had for the demonic's being, Ardis swung the autumn sky-colored broadsword in a wide trajectory. The demonic being was blown away along with the blue mineral object, which was now separated into two. It seemed like it lost its string before collapsing to the ground. It was not even 10 seconds since Ardis gave his instructions to Kyril. At Ardis's figure and light movements which dealt with the abomination easily, Kyril's eyes had a sense of admiration while he watched. Amazing. Kyril tried to get up from his crouching position because he thought the danger had been dealt with. But the next moment, noticing that Ardis hasn't let his guard down with a tense expression, Kyril panically surveyed the surroundings. TCH, it was an offshoot. Ardis, who clicked his tongue, looked up at the sky. Kyril's gaze, which followed Ardis's, saw another purple creature was floating even higher than the roofs of the surrounding building in the sky. There's no one who can understand the thoughts of the Unholiness which continued to hover in the sky. But what was heard from the purplish creature above was akin to an unsettling sound of something vibrating quickly. An offshoot. Just as I thought. As if waiting for Ardis's words, countless shadows started appearing from the purple body that floated in the sky. The color and shape of the Unholiness in the sky didn't change. What changed was its size. The Unholiness that was in the sky was about the same size as the one Ardis dealt with just now, but now there were countless smaller offshoots at about 20 to 30 centimeters surrounding it. The numbers were unimaginable. Kyril could at least count 30 of them with just his bare eyes. Babies of demonic beings. Even for Kyril, who isn't clear about the life cycle of demonic beings, he understood after seeing the countless smaller demonic beings separating from a single larger one. "Kyril, come here." At the same time Ardis's voice rang. A white-bladed short sword came beside Kyril. Stopping just in front of Kyril's eyes, the short sword sliced up the surrounding offshoots of the Unholiness, which approached easily. Why yes. Kyril seemed stunned at first, but, to not be an even more useless baggage by crouching there, he immediately ran towards Ardis. The offshoots started chasing after seeing their prey had started running, but all of them were met by the short sword floating beside Kyril. While sweating at the prospect of the tentacles of the offshoots grazing the top of his head, Kyril continued running towards Ardis. Have your back towards the house and sit tight. Leaving behind the white short sword to protect Kyril and the villager, Ardis threw his other short sword towards the group of offshoots and started chanting at the same time. The tune of Rupturing Winds played by the pristine shrine maiden Selway. Wind blades. With each swing of the sword, another offshoot died, together with Ardis's wind magic. The offshoots started dying one after another. But there weren't even any signs of the numbers of offshoots decreasing. How many more offshoots did the parent give birth to? Ardis couldn't figure it out as more and more appeared behind the houses even while he continued crushing them. Shit, if we're not right in the village. Ardis could have casted a large-scale destructive magic that have a wide area of effect. But, since he couldn't have known that where else the villagers are hiding in, if he casted such a magic, all the houses would collapse. While having such thoughts, Ardis finished off the offshoots one after another. Of course, when its own offspring are getting killed, the parent unholiness didn't sit quietly as well. It had already lowered its altitude substantially so that its tentacle attacks can reach Ardis. Following up on that, the offshoots of the unholiness started coming at Ardis from all sides. Ardis just continued controlling the yellowish-green short sword and cutting down the bodies of the offshoots with the broadsword of autumn sky. There's no end. Ardis cursed at the never-ending stall. Even as he did that, one body after another collapsed on the ground. Witnessing Ardis who continued cutting down one demonic being after another, Kyril was stunned. Well, about that person he's too strong. On a scale that's incomprehensible for us. What came up in Kyril's mind was the words of a man he met in the morning as he left the capital. It was a man Kyril met when he was spending time idly in the tavern when Ardis was meeting with another person called Jean. The man seemed to be interested in Kyril's name, the reason why Kyril is together with Ardis, and their relationship. Talking with some stranger is something Kyril would have avoided normally. But, dragged in the flow of the man who for some reason had a reassuring kind smile and polite tone, the fact that Kyril spilled everything out was probably a showing of his experience in life. Hearing information that was leaked out by Kyril, the man said smilingly, "Lady Luck was with you." Normally, for someone to hire him, they'll need about 10 gold a day for him. At Kyril, who seemed to have round eyes at the amount, the man continued on while having an expression of self-depreciation. He's someone very assuring to have as an escort. But, just as much, it's scary if you antagonize him. At the very least, it's scary enough to assume that there are no mercenaries in the entire capital to dare turn on his bad side. From the stories he'd heard, Ardis had completely destroyed the 3 great demons in one day, which were demonic beings that had been gnawing at the kingdom for more than tens of years, with no subjugation before his succeeding. As such a person, he's extremely famed among all the other mercenaries in the entire capital. Oi, Cheza, don't simply mess around with someone's companion. And it was when Ardis had returned after finishing his talks about the request. Messing. We're just chatting idly, right? As if trying to make an excuse, the man begged for affirmation from Kyril. Although he didn't know why, Kyril felt a sense of fear in the man's expression. So it seems that you're going to the coalition? Do you need any information? Number. I've heard what I need from Jean. You're so cold, Even as he said so, the man didn't seem like he was disappointed at all. Kyril, let's go. Without even facing the man, Ardis gave his reply and called out to Kyril as he walked out of the tavern. If you got anything interesting there, let me know when you come back. While hearing the man's voice from behind, Kyril chased after Ardis's back. For Kyril, who isn't someone who lives in Gran, he had no way of knowing how strong of an opponent are the 3 great demons. But, if what the man said was real, witnessing it first-handedly now, even when taking on an entire swarm of demonic being, Ardis stood strong by himself, overpowering the demonic beings. Every swing of Ardis's sword, more and more offshoots of the unholiness were decimated. Occasionally, at his swing of his left arm, magic of the element of ice or wind would be released, and they will surely take down a big chunk of the demonic beings. Kyril thought that chanting is something that's essential for magic, but Ardis seemed to be able to use it with just a swing of his arm. At the mashup of Ardis's sword magic and his display of magic, Kyril's eyes couldn't catch up at all. Eventually, even for the unholiness's offshoots, which seemed like it was endless at first, seemed to decrease as time goes on. As expected, even as demonic beings, The army of unholiness, which seemed to have lost their number by half, started to retreat, and there, Ardis mercilessly followed up with an attack. The dance of eternity of the shining deep green in the color of imaginary land and the silence. Trusius Fote. Storm of the North. The moment Ardis had confirmed that there was enough of a distance from the village, Ardis didn't hold back and summoned a blizzard storm, freezing and destroying the offshoots of the demonic being, before dealing with the remaining main body of unholiness with his two short swords. Good grace, that was too much of a bother, Ardis muttered while sighing lightly. It was the announcement of the end of the battle. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. It was really a close call. I can't thank you enough. The man, who was the chief of the village, lowered his head as he thanked Ardis. He looked to be in his middle age and mature, but he was quite young considering he's the chief, facing Ardis who had saved their village from the demonic's being, unholiness. Even when Ardis told him it's enough, the chief never stopped lowering his head to Ardis. Well, it's a given since he was the chief of the village that Ardis saved, but it seems like that he's personally very thankful to Ardis as well. It seems like the woman that Ardis had saved by a hairbreadth was the chief's wife. In the end, thanks to Ardis's feat, there wasn't a single casualty in the village. There were just a few houses ruined because of the damage. It can be said as a fortunate among unfortunate. If Ardis and Kyril had arrived even 10 minutes late, surely the situation would be unsavable. Because the chief understood exactly that. He and the villagers couldn't thank Ardis enough. Magician-san, please rest well tonight. It might not be much, but please let us treat you to a feast. The villagers, which were released from the terror of the demonic's beings, had a bright expression. Their excitement was all over the place. Since Ardis and Kyril had already planned in advance to stay a night after Ardis's job is over, they didn't have any reasons to reject their offer. Surrounding the well right in the middle of the village, houses after houses started bringing tables out and arranging them. Because it's a frontier village, along with the fact that they were troubled by demonic beings for a while, the feast that was prepared was in no way extravagant or luxurious. But they were all smiling from their hearts and laughed loudly as they were truly rejoicing over the fact that there were no casualties and they can return to their daily lives. There were figures of people toasting all over the place. Honestly, thank you. Thanks a lot. You're so amazing even at that age. What? No worries about the houses. We just have to rebuild it. It's much better than have someone dying. Here, don't be reserved and eat. The villagers all came one after another in front of Ardis, praising his strength and thanking him with a smile. Their sentences, which had a long suspense in the end, is probably unique to the local area. It seems that other than the chief villager, everyone else had that quirk to the end of their sentences. But Ardis-san, you look really strong compared to how you look. We didn't realize that it was a parent demonic being. If we knew then, we would have evacuated immediately. It was a bearded middle-aged man who poured liquor into Ardis's mug as he said so. At his words, Kyril felt suspicious and asked from the side, is it that bad if they're parents? NN? Ah, the companion kid, huh? It seems that the man had finally realized Kyril's presence for the first time after he was called out. The man was quite drunk already. Let's see. I don't really know about other demonic beings, but unholiness is extremely dangerous in its reproducing stage. It's in a different level than when it's by itself. The reason behind that are the offshoots of the unholiness. Unholiness normally don't form groups, but it's an exception during their reproductive cycle. You also saw them, right? The offshoots. Kyril silently nodded. The amount of demonic beings rushed out from the parent unholiness. It was a scene right out of a nightmare. After all, unholiness seems to lay us a real amount of eggs. Again, you seen that, so you would know, right? Then, he faced back to the man who was swinging swords and turning the offshoots into corpses just a while ago. And, the problem is the offshoots will consume every living being around them. The reason why the unholiness had taken nest around here to reproduce is probably because that the lake was full of praise, and the praise included the villagers. Surely the man had understood that as well. He looked complicated as he continued drinking. But, if they have so many demonic beings born, it's scary to think when they grow up. That's not gonna happen. Their kind, once they grow to some size, they start cannibalizing. Cannibalizing? Yeah, that. The offshoots will even eat their own siblings, and only about 5 will be left at the end of it normally. Kyril, who heard that, was convinced. In the end, their numbers would decrease considerably. But, before that stage comes, they would not hesitate to consume any living beings in sight. they're more than just being a trouble to those on the receiving end. That's quite some knowledge. Ah, you're raised in the cities? Yes, I'm from Riiton. Is that so? People in the city probably don't have much interest in demonic beings' life cycle. But you see, everyone here is living alongside the threats of demonic beings. It's a matter that dictates our lives and deaths. So, we get taught when we were kids, living in a secluded village meant that threats could manifest any moment. If some dangerous beasts or demonic beings appeared and they just didn't know, worst case, all of the villagers would die. That's why, at the very least, the details about beasts and demonic beings in the area are taught as general knowledge to the kids here. The drunk man explained. And also I'm a hunter, so of course I know more than others. From the story, it seems that it was him who discovered the unholiness first. The man's face tensed up, probably recalling that moment. Well, even so, our magician brother here dealt with all of them, so it's nothing to worry now. Huh? Did he use magic again? Well, whatever. Ardis, who had finished fighting early, reported to the chief villager that all of the unholiness including its offshoots were dealt with. Even if one escaped, it would mean huge trouble for the village. If Ardis moved to deal with the parent first, the offshoots' movements can't be predicted afterwards. That is why, it's important to deal with all the offshoots first before the parent. Ardis had even thought of that even while being surrounded by walls of demonic beings. Just as he thought, Ardis is an amazing person. Kyril was once again reaffirmed of that fact as he looked towards Ardis. And there, being offered liquor by a group of villagers, the figure of a magician who had a tired and sleepy face. Kyril and Ardis, who had stayed the night at the chief's house, headed towards the empty space in the village where all the remains of the unholiness rested. Yesterday, the villagers were going to burn all of it. But, Ardis came and stopped them. It's not widely known, but the suckles on the tentacles of the unholiness have an effect of absorbing mana, Ardis explained. It's not like it can be sold for a huge amount, but the shaman that he was familiar in the capital told him to get some if he have the chance. Till now, it wasn't known that unholiness tentacles had any uses, so it wasn't recognized as something to be collected normally. But should there be any uses discovered in the future, the prices will definitely shoot up. The shaman that asked him to collect had a hobby of researching materials that didn't seem useful other than running a shop. By the way, the round object that looked like a blue mineral that seemed to be of some use is totally useless. Since the night was already coming yesterday, they've decided to postpone collecting the suckles to today. Having said so, if they left the remains of the demonic beings behind, it would just call for unnecessary danger. As such, Ardis had buried all of them a little distance from the village. At the sight of the remains of the unholiness disappearing into the earth as if eaten up, it can't be blamed that the villagers had a surprised voice. And now, Ardis resurfaced the hidden remains from the ground again. From the empty land that had nothing there before, 2 large unholiness, and a surreal amount of the corpses of the offshoots appeared. Now then, I will be going to collect the suckles. Kyril, just burn the offshoots after throwing them together. All right. Replying affirmatively, Kyril, who was stretching out his hands to the offshoots, suddenly stopped as he realized. There's no problem holding it by hand, right? Even if it's a corpse of a young offshoot, it was still originally a dangerous demonic being. For Kyril, who had never even fought, it can't be blamed that he felt uneasy touching a demonic being by hand. Ha ha ha. It's fine. There's no problem being barehanded. While having an expression that's like a dry smile, Ardis assured, if you're concerned, use gloves. I will try my best. Well, Kyril was totally helpless when he left the sword to Ardis. He couldn't try to burden Ardis with such a small matter again. Kyril made up his mind, grabbing the offshoots of the unholiness. Just as he did so, Kyril cringed his face unintentionally at the weird and disgusting texture of the tentacles passing through his hands. Chapter 62. Riiton, east of the Coalition, a trading city that had developed thanks to its relationship with Nagra's kingdom. There's an abundance of peddlers and carriages moving around in the city. The competition is fierce in this town, which has many merchant associations taken root. If you don't take risk, you would get out-competed. If you're not careful, you would lose all your assets. The main street that stretched from east to west of the town, there were all kinds of different buildings with different merchant association lined up. And among them, one building. It was the building with the signboard lit Merchant Association. The surrounding buildings is in the same style. The first floor is reserved for the storefront, the second floor is for reception space or the office for employees, and finally the room of the president. The doors of that building didn't seem new. They have probably taken care of it for a long time, even when the owner of the building changed or when the president of the association changed. With the old door still standing setting the mood, the building gave off the impression of its lasting history. "Why did you let him go by himself to Nagras?" It was a yelling voice that had ruined the solemn atmosphere. There were two women in the president's room. The one yelling loudly just now was Rovell Merchants Association's successor, Ellie. She's a woman with long vibrant blonde hair who seemed to be in her late teens. Her shoulders trembled with her pupils that showed anger. On the other hand, the person she was directing her anger to, was the owner of the room, Lit's president, Mariida. Short grey hair and maroon eyes. She seems to be in the 20s, just about the same age with Ellie. The both of them aren't unbelievable beauties, but they certainly have good looks. If it was an idle and peaceful talk, then it wouldn't be weird that they would attract gazes from men. However, it can't be said that the atmosphere flowing in the room at this moment is peaceful at all. Against Mariida, who was sitting on the sofa composedly, Ellie was standing up while glaring at her. It seems that Mariida is trying to calm Ellie, who is eager to rush at her any moment. "Aren't you the reason behind me being like this?" Ellie's voice seemed to have softened by a little, as she crashed onto the sofa while still looking frustrated. "I'm also a merchant after all. Even if it meant saving my friend, I can't be allocating funds without reason in front of my subordinates. In exchange of funding Rovell, he will be doing something for my association. That's what we call a trade, right? But, even so, it's nothing to do with Kyril. There's no such thing like that, you know, Yon. Kyril is also a member of Rovell despite being an apprentice, right? Since the situation of his association dictates his future greatly as well, isn't it obvious he will have to do his best to avoid the collapse? Well, actually, for Kyril-kun, it felt more like he did it for Ellie's sake rather than the association. As Mariida thought about the young boy, the matter about the funding is already solved. Jimbrel's Julius-san would lend a hand. So Ellie would become a mistress of that Julius. You think Kyril-kun would stand by silently seeing that? It couldn't be helped for my case. In fact, I didn't think of marrying in my life. Being a pruned, it would be better that someone else excellent in Rovell succeeded. Ellie. Suddenly, Mariida looked at Ellie with a serious face. Certainly. There's some people who will condemn you for being a pruned. If Ellis is going to succeed your association, then surely there'll be troubles regarding that. But, Ellie's large pupils stared right into Ellie. Stopping her normal casual tone, she said it as clearly as possible to correct Ellie. If you choose to give up on your life because of that, what will the people who gave their best supporting you so far do? Your father or Kyril-kun, what they did for you, that will mean denying all of that. Sorry. Probably getting Mariida's point in her words, Ellie apologized. Hearing that, Mariida's aura returned to her normal cheery one again. There's no need to apologize, Yon. Well, I'm not in a position to say that too. Mariida understood well that she is the person in the least favorable position. After all, she had used the excuse of her childhood friend being in danger and taken advantage of a young boy while spouting lies. I would definitely be in hell if I died. Mariida thought so casually as if it was not her own matter. Hey, Mariida, shouldn't you be sending someone to receive Kyril now? There's no meaning in that now, Yon. He would be already heading here from Nagras if it was according to schedule. Just like what Mariida said, Kyril had departed Reitan more than 10 days ago. There's no point in sending someone to get them when they're already returning. Isn't that if they're safe, right? It would have been fine if he was an adult. But Kyril is still a 12-year-old boy, you know. Even father kept silence at that. Ellie's father, in other words, the president of Rovell Merchants Association, had of course been notified beforehand. To not let Ellie realize Kyril's departure, he had put on some excuses for Ellie. If Ellie had come to know of this matter early, then it's no doubt that she would gather escorts and chase after Kyril. After all, Ellie is such a girl. In the end, it was exposed nonetheless, but today would be the day Kyril might return after all. She probably wouldn't send people out since they might miss each other. It's fine, it's fine. Kyril-kun is mature despite his age. I gave the required funds for his journey too, and I've let him hitch ride with my acquaintance to Nagras. If he hitches a ride on a caravan back here too, then he would return in just a jiffy. Really? Ellie asked sobbingly. Honestly, as a merchant, It wouldn't be good for her to be so emotional. Although Ellie is like this, she's excellent usually. In fact, her ability as a merchant is better than Marieda's. Knowledge of goods, calculative skills, discerning ability, pricing ability, imagination. All of them were at least on par with Marieda, or even higher. But she has just one problem. She's too emotional, albeit a merchant, especially when it is matters relating to her family or friends. This trait of hers would show itself evidently. Being a veteran merchant, it might be better if she would be more calculative and meticulous. Even now, Marieda thought that even if the matter about being a mistress broke down, it might be better that she gives up succeeding rather. Keeping a calm mind while having a smile on your face together with decisiveness is what makes trading after all. Even if it meant making use of her own childhood friend as a facade, just like what Marieda is doing exactly now. Although it wasn't anything to be praised of by using her own friends as a stepping stone, it's normal for her to take advantage of her friends to the extent that it won't do any harm for them. But deciding where to draw that line is difficult, as Marieda thought that in her mind and smiled to Ellie as a reply. Yup, no worries. Well, the funds were probably nowhere near enough. They were the words that Marieda never spoke of. Well, if it's a caravan, then there are escorts too. He will be fine, right? I'm sure he will be back safely. It's all right. If he played his cards right, he would even gain a monstrosity of an escort. There would be zero danger if he did that. Come to think of it, why did you send Kyril to Nagras? It isn't anything important, Yon. It's just to bring someone here. Just as Marieda said so, there was a light knock on the president's room. The young man who had been given permission to enter gave his report. Kyril Sama from Rovland, another companion of his wish of a meeting. They have no appointment in advance. How should it be handled? Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Subjugating the unholiness in the frontier village. Ardis and the others who left on the next morning arrived at Triton after 2 days. While being hushed by Kyril, who seemed really eager, Ardis casually walked down the streets while looking around the town. Entering a building with the signboard, Lit Merchant Association, Kyril told the receptionist woman their purpose, and waited for a while before guided into a room. After being served some courtesy tea, they had waited for about 5 minutes before 3 people came inside. The one leading was a young woman. She had a short grey hair and big maroon pupils. It seems that she's blessed in appearance. Following behind were 2 men. One was a middle-aged man wearing a tidy uniform like a servant, and the other was probably a bodyguard. Although he never had any armor on him, there was a sword on his waist. Dark green hair and pupils of the same color. He had the muscles needed for a swordsman despite looking thin. He looked tidy overall. Even the way he presents himself with no gaps, it was evident of his abilities. When he entered the room, he took a glance at Ardis before letting out an incomprehensible "Yuha." Hearing that, the middle-aged man beside him gave him a very weird gaze. Sorry for the wait, Kyril-kun. I'm glad you're back safely. Without even minding the development behind her, the young woman greeted Kyril before sitting on the sofa. Yes, Marieda-san. I have returned safely. This. The sword in question. Kyril handed the sword that he had been hugging dearly for the past few days to the woman named Marieda. Certainly. Good work. Marieda received and gave it a short glance before putting it away on the table. Ardis felt something was wrong with her action. After all, she was the one who purposely sent Kyril deep into the forest to retrieve the sword. Normally, someone who did that would surely draw and inspect the sword at the very least. Not even examining the sword's scabbard or handle, not even showing a satisfied face on the item that she'd requested. It felt like that it was just something that she didn't want. This means that the funds will be provided, right? Of course, Kyril-kun's hard work will surely be compensated. Hearing Marieda's words, Kyril seemed to have a relieved expression. By the way, who is this young man here? Marieda sent a gaze towards Ardis and asked Kyril. He's Ardis-san. He helped me out a lot in Nagras. That's formidable. You've taken care of Kyril-kun well. Let me say my thanks to Yon. Although she smiled, she never loosened her guard in her eyes as she said his words of appreciation. It's nothing. I just did it because I felt like it. In response, Ardis replied while looking grumpy. The person who handed the card in a sealed envelope to Kyril is this person, so there's no way Ardis can take what she says at a face value. Well then, Kyril-kun. About the funding, I will be talking with your master in the next few days. Rest 12 for today Yon. Ah, but Ellie is waiting in the president room. I recommend you go there first. Why is Nasan here? As if hearing the most unexpected thing, Kyril had round eyes blinking as he asked. Sorry, she found out. Mariida said so while sticking out her tongue like that. Well, it would have been good if we kept it secret one more day, but she heard it from somewhere, and came to me huffing just now. It seems that Kyril is starting to sweat. Now, you should go to her now that her patience still hasn't reached bottom. Maybe if you don't hurry, Ellie will be the one coming. But Kyril, who seemed to be half stood up, looked alternatively at Mariida and Ardis, and the president room door back and forth panickily. You don't have mind me. Go calm your Nasan down. Yes. Kyril, who had hesitation to leave Ardis behind the room, immediately darted out the room after he heard the reply from Ardis. After seeing off Kyril, Mariida confirmed with her servant. That room, have you prepared it? Yes, I have prepared it just as specified. Then bring this to there. Saying so, Mariida handed over the sword on the table to him. And then, I want to talk with this young man here. Nicole, can you leave us alone? Mariida gave her instructions to her bodyguard, but her servant complained. Please wait, miss. I advised to have Nicole stay behind. It's fine. You don't have to worry anything. But that can't. Oi Nicole, you say some. Nope. Can't do. That is not what I can deal with. There's no chances of me winning at all. The bodyguard man who called Ardis that immediately waved his hands and refused. See, Nicole said so too. Just go quickly, miss. The servant still didn't give up despite that, but he was pushed out of the room by Mariida. I will stand by outside the room just in case. Please yell if anything happens, though I don't know if I will be of any use if that happens. The bodyguard man had a cold tone as he left those words and left. Thus, Ardis is now alone in the room with Mariida. If it's a scenario where a man and woman is left alone in a room, it would be discussed heatedly by young girls or madams who like to gossip, but the atmosphere flowing in the room was evidently not so sweet. Well then, Mariida, who sat on the sofa once again, took a sip of her tea before starting. Let me greet you anew. I'm Mariida. I'm a merchant, also the president for this association. Yon. Nice to meet you, Countless Sword Sorcerer-san. Ardis's black pupils was full of question marks as he just heard a name he'd never heard before. Countless Sword Sorcerer? What's that? After moving to the capital, Gran from Thoria, Ardis hadn't tried to hide his abilities. That is why the existence of sword magic, and the fact that Ardis is a user, had spread in the capital, earning him the second name of sword magic user. Other than that, because of the feats of defeating the three great demons, Ardis also has the title, Subjugator of the Three Great Demons. But, Countless Sword Sorcerer is a name he'd never heard once in his life. Well, I know that you can't get it. Yon. While smiling, Mariida decided to gloss over what she said just now. It's Ardiscan's first time in Raitan. It's a trading city, so there are many kinds of food ingredients imported, and many dishes here. Yon. You can get interesting things to eat when you stay here. Yon. Well, but we're far from the seas, so fishes are mostly nil though. Mariida had started spouting things that weren't in any way interesting to Ardis. It seems that she has no intentions of starting the main topic herself. We have food from Nagres too, but you don't really have to. Who are you? Finally, Ardis, who had no patience tagging along with her idly talk, shot out a straight question, and Mariida replied with an unchanging smile. Didn't I say that I'm the Mariida of Lit Merchant Association? Right? I'm not talking about that. Well, don't make such a scary face. I will say it first, but I'm not Ardiscan's enemy. Yon. Mariida, who said so with a nonchalant tone, was greeted by Ardis's glare. I'm not trusted. That's a given. You think I have any trust for someone who would send a young child by himself to a demonic being-infested forest? Originally, the matter with Mariida's personality and Kyril's matter is separate. But the one who sent Kyril in the forest full of demonic beings was none other than this woman. If she's someone who has conscience, there's no way she would do that unless she had malice towards Kyril. But in the end, Kyril returned safely, and the sword in question was also retrieved. But that's because that Kyril had met with Ardis by chance. If Ardis didn't help him, there's no way Kyril could have survived in Corsa's forest, not even reaching the ruins. Even if he did, There's no way he could have left while fending away the attacks from the strange humanoids. Thinking with common sense, if she had a swordsman like that Nicole as a bodyguard before, she should have more than enough money to let Kyril get proper escorts in the capital. But before that, giving a task to investigate in the demon's nests isn't what anyone would do. But it's a fact that Kyril Khan had completed his task, Yon. That's just hindsight bias. Well, I would have given more travel and escort funds if I could, but if I did that, Kyril Khan would have never met with Ardis Khan right now. What in the world is this person saying? Ardis was super confused at Mariida's unclear words. If Ardis takes her words literally, it was as if her real purpose was to let Kyril meet with Ardis. But there's no way that could be the case. The fact that Ardis entered Gorse's forest on the day was total coincidence. Coincidentally, the blacksmith had finished the sword he ordered. Coincidentally, Ardis hadn't taken up any mercenary request. Coincidentally, Ardis had decided to try out the sword he just got in Gorse's forest. Even for Kyril, he entered the forest coincidentally on that day. His escorts abandoned him coincidentally, and where he escaped from the demonic beings was coincidentally towards Ardis. There's not 1 in a million chance this can be planned. If she had knew that Ardis would appear, then she could have certainly predicted that they can find the hidden hatch in the ruins, that they can deal with the red humanoids in the night, that they can make it back to Reitan safely. But Kyril himself didn't seem like he knew clearly about Ardis at all. In the first place, even if Kyril did know, it was too many coincidences that it was impossible. Lastly, the words that was written on the small card that was handed to Kyril. That was undoubtedly a message directed to Ardis to get his attention. The card you gave to Kyril. What are you planning? What do you know? Who are you? Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Mariida only smiled at Ardis's question. Want to know? About me? It's a gracious young lady smiling charmingly for any onlookers. But Mariida's nonchalant and joking tone had only irritated Ardis further. Ardis' expression probably turned very ugly because of that. Oops. Don't make such a scary face. I said it just now. I'm not Ardis Khan's enemy, Yon. Rather, I would consider myself a friend, Yon. Mariida panically tried to soothe Ardis. If you want to know about me, that means a deal regarding my information, right? But I'm also a formidable merchant, Yon. There's no way a merchant would hand over her stuff for free. You're saying that I will need to pay? I don't need money, but how about something worth the same? A trade? Yes. My information for yours. If Ardis Khan is willing to trade his information for mine, then it should be an equal trade. Ardis was silent at that proposal. As long as he cannot tell if the woman in front of him is an enemy or not, he would never give information about himself carelessly. The twins, about Nia, and Ardis's own past. It was things that he didn't want others to know, or things that he didn't want to say. What the woman knows and what she's thinking isn't clear. There's no way Ardis can take her offer lightly. I refuse. Of course, Ardis can choose to deceive her by providing her false information, but that's the same for his opponent. If it wasn't someone that can be trusted, a trade's prerequisite isn't fulfilled. To think I'm not trusted, how grieving. Mariida had probably knew about that long before she spoken about the trade. While putting up her arms in front of her eyes, she acted as if she was crying. Then if so, just when he thought so, the next face she showed was a bright smile as she opened her mouth. How about getting something I want? If Ardis Khan is willing to get it for me, then I'll confess everything. That's her true intentions from the start. Ardis guessed. Certainly, Ardis would have refused at all cost if it meant giving out information about himself. But on the other hand, Ardis definitely had to hear the reason why she knew the words and why she knew that Ardis would meet Kyril. And what's that thing you want? As such, Ardis was willing to take a step behind. That's the spirit. Here, come with me. Mariida stood up in a flare as if the trade was sealed, and snapped her fingers, heading towards the door. Oi, I never said anything about accepting it. I know, Yon. For the time being, it'll be faster that you see it. Saying that, Mariida immediately exited the room. Ardis disliked people who won't listen to others the most. He clicked his tongue but had no choice but to follow behind. Following Mariida's guide, they arrived at a certain room in the basement of the building. In the room that looked like it served as a food storage originally had 2 persons waiting outside. One of them was the servant man from before, the middle-aged man with a mix of white hair and a face defined with wrinkles, and the other one is a young man who is wearing an exotic type of clothes. He had a small stature, but his skin showed a healthy tanned color. Sorry for the wait. Is the preparation all complete? Yes, Oju-sama. There were no gaps. Mari-ida confirmed, and the servant man answered immediately. Looking at where the both had their eyes on, there was something like a magic circle drawn on the ground, and on top of that were various gems and plants, some kind of fangs, and a parchment that had some kind of spell words written on it scattered, and right in the middle of it was the sword that Ardis and Kyril found in the ruins. What's this? Ardis raised his question, and Mari-ida turned around and explained. We are making that sword a little docile for a while, with this. What you mean? There you go again, even though you knew it. Along with a playful tone, Mari-ida winked at Ardis as she said that there's some preparations needed to calm that sword, so we need to buy some time till then with this yon. Calm? Buy time? Well, seeing is better than hearing. We are going to apply a temporary seal on the sword now, but there's still one ingredient we are lacking. Saying so, Mari-ida stretched out her both hands to Ardis. If you happen to have some suckles of unholiness, can you sell some? At a price of 1 gold coin per. Wow! At the totally unexpected words, as expected, even Ardis would be flustered. The fact that Ardis is currently in possession of unholiness suckles, there shouldn't be anyone else other than he himself, Kyril, and the villagers in that village know. In the first place, suckles of unholiness is something that mercenaries typically dispose of, in other words, useless trash. There's no guarantee that there's someone who have that while walking around even if you looked in the entire capital. But the woman in front of Ardis is clearly requesting him to sell her the suckles if he had it. Although she had said if you have it, Ardis couldn't think otherwise than that she confidently somehow knew that Ardis would have it. Who you have some, right? Tilting her small head, Mari-ida asked once again. Why do you think I have it? That's the secret, yon. If you want to know, then retrieve what I want. That something you want isn't the suckle? Nope. I offered to buy that from you at a price of 1 gold coin per, right? Mari-ida shook her head lightly as she said, 1 is good. 1 is more than enough. Ardis is currently holding on to a total of 24 suckles that he collected for the shaman in the capital. In the first place, there wasn't an amount needed specified, and it wasn't an official request as well. Even if he sold 1 here, there's still 23 left. Ardis had pondered for a while, but, judging that there aren't any problems especially, he sold 1 to Mari-ida. With this the preparation is complete. The servant received the suckle and put it on the magic circle, and Mari-ida called out to the small stature man. Then, it'll be up to you, yon. Yes, the small stature man replied shortly, before standing in front of the magic circle and chanting. It was in a language that Ardis wasn't familiar to. It was different than the chants of magic. It was more towards the prayers that the priests sang in the church for the goddess. Similar but different, it gave off such a feeling to Ardis. Different from the prayers to the goddess, Ardis didn't feel disgusted when he heard it. Eventually, at the same time the chanting is finished, the magic circle let out a faint light. The faint light became threads that extended in various directions before covering the sword. It's a success. As the small-statured man said so, the sword seemed like it was tied down onto the center of the magic circle by the threads of light. With this, it should be fine for 7 days. But when that passes, I know, yon, we will handle it from now on, so don't worry. Sorry for holding you up so much. No, please don't mind such little things. Rather, with this much, I can't possibly return your grace. Yes, it's fine. Good work for today. Yes, I will excuse myself for today. I will visit once again in the future. The small-statured man spoke with Mari-ida shortly, before departing from the room. Ardis had thought that he was a member of the Merchant Association, but it seemed like he was an outsider. Now then, Ardis-kun. What? With this, the sword will be docile for 7 days, but it's not like the problem had all solved. I guessed so. That's where the something I need come in. It's something needed for calming the sword entirely. And what I need you to do, is to get that something for me, Tilda. It's that kind of matter, huh? Ardis muttered in his mind. So? What's that something? Once again, unexpected words came out from Mari-ida's mouth. Ardis immediately had a huge question mark. What I need is a single strand of hair, yon. Color is ice blue. And it must be from a woman with a high magic capability. Right. Needless to say, Her pupils must be of the sky color. Ardis's expression clearly showed more caution towards the woman. Alice blue hair, woman with strong magic, sky-colored eyes. All of them were descriptions said as if to target Nia pinpointedly. How much does she knows about Nia? What about the twins? In the first place, who is this Mariida woman? Ardis's brain was full of questions that had no answers. Just when Ardis wanted to ask her about the questions, Mariida opened her mouth first. Why? What's the matter? If you want to know, then prepare something of an equal value for the trade. In 7 days, right? Chapter 65. Chapter 65. I can't promise you anything. Ardis left the Lit Merchant Association along with those words. People he had given up to ever meet again once. There's a possibility that he can get a clue about his comrades. While suppressing his feelings that would have overflowed normally, Ardis gave his reply vaguely. As he greeted Kyril before leaving the building, Kyril and his sister suggested, "Please let us thank you," and that Ardis stay in Riitan for a while. But Ardis had no leeway to be staying in Riitan now, especially the sister. She was really insisting on retaining Ardis, but as Ardis told her that he has an emergency to attend to, and will be back to visit within a week, she finally compromised with "Then you must visit us during then." Ardis, who left the Merchant Association behind, decided to resupply his daily necessities and preserved food from the general stores. They're quite cheaper than in the capital. Ardis, who confirmed the price after looking around, said. Then he bought some dried meat, salt, some spices and polishing sandpaper. By the time he had done with shopping, the time was already afternoon when he looked up in the sky. Ardis stood around as he surveyed the people who walked in the main street for a while. What Mariida had requested from him was a strand of Alice blue hair from a woman with strong magic capabilities and sky-colored eyes. Although she seemed to be referring to Nia when she said so, still, she never pointed specifically at Nia. If there's someone who fits the requirements as well, even Mariida wouldn't be able to complain. Ardis didn't want to involve Nia and the twins if possible. It was Ardis's true intentions. As such, Ardis is trying his luck, looking around if there's anyone else who fits the characteristics, but so far there isn't. Alice blue hair is rare after all. Not even Ardis had seen more than a few times in his life. Would there be someone if he went to the capital? He thought, but when he started to imagine Alice blue hair with the other characteristics, Ardis started frowning. In the end, it seemed like there's no way other than bringing Nia's hair somehow. While thinking so, he felt irritated since everything seemed like it was going Mariida's way. That time, Ardis's gaze fell on a certain man. It was the small-statured man who casted some kind of spell onto the sword in Lit's building just now. With that exotic clothes of his, he stuck out like a sore thumb in the busy streets of the trading city. After extinguishing his moment of hesitation, Ardis went closer to the tanned man. "Can I have some of your time?" "Eh? What is it?" The man who was called out had a surprised expression at first, but after seeing that Ardis was the person beside Mariida just now, he lowered his guard. "Ah, you're the person beside Mariida-san just now. Sorry for the bother, but can I talk with you for a while?" Since Ardis was someone Mariida knew, the man quickly agreed. Ardis called out to the man in hopes of getting even just a little information of the mysterious woman. The man belonged in a group of traveling artists. From west to east, their travel was accompanied with various kind of danger throughout the year. The danger of being ambushed by bandits, being eaten by carnivores. All of them were able to be fended off with strength. The group were surrounded by mercenaries as they traveled. But there's something you can't win no matter how strong you are. According to the man's story, there's also the danger of getting some kind of dangerous disease while traveling. Coincidentally, they were unlucky. The symptoms of the epidemic that they've got from another country suddenly started appearing before they reached Riitan. Of course, to let them enter the city with the epidemic on them would mean spreading the sickness. As such, they were not allowed in the city. For Riitan, it would have been better if they went somewhere else. Although the city was basically hushing them to go away, it's not like their group could do that. After all of them collapsed under the disease. There were only a few people who can move properly. "We wanted to buy medicine, but we can't enter the city, and it's not like the doctors or pharmacist would come out of the city all of a sudden. Even if we wanted to move to another city, there were too many of us that couldn't move." That time, the only one who helped us was Mariida and her Lit Merchant Association. Mariida's association had provided food, water and medicine regularly to the people outside the town who was rejected by Riitan. Thanks to that, their group had recovered about half a month later, and was finally allowed to enter the city. Of course, it's not like they did it for free. Even so, they charged us cheaper than the market price. Above all of us were saved. That's the most important part that even money cannot buy. He wanted to thank them no matter what, and such he was requested of sealing the sword that Ardis and Kyril brought in. Can coincidences like that even happen? Ardis was really skeptical in his mind. Along with the timing that Ardis and Kyril found the sword in the ruins and brought it back, now, it's revealed another traveling artist had coincidentally saved by Mariida, and he coincidentally had the techniques to seal the sword. If it was only one thing, then it can be dismissed as a fluke. But it's said that 3 coincidences form a miracle. Rather than being a miracle, it felt more natural to suspect that the outcomes had been going accordingly to someone's plan. Without showing his suspicion, Ardis continued the talk. What was that just now? It didn't look like magic, but it also seemed different from the prayers of the priests. The priests, huh? The man had a bitter smile. That's a special technique passed down in my tribe after all. It's different than the usual magic. As for being a prayer, well, it's about half correct, at the very least. It's different from the prayers in the church. With a soft voice, the small man explained, as they were in a public place and it wasn't a topic to be discussed loudly. Following him, Ardis lowered his voice as well. It's different than the prayers in the church. The prayers in the church are more like praise our goddess. My tribe's prayer is a little different. In detail, what difference it is? Well, it's about the same meaning as may a good journey be blessed unto you. Like our journey in life, it's a prayer that has the meaning to hope for the brightest in our future. I see. At the very least, it's a prayer better than the prayers that praise the goddess blindly. Sorry, I think I will have to excuse myself soon. Sorry for holding you up. Thanks for your time. Although Ardis thought that he could have gotten some information about Mariida from him, the story he got from the man had just added more confusion. Ardis, who said goodbye to the man, stayed in the main street for a while to keep a lookout for any Alice blue-haired person. But there wasn't any result in the end. He concluded that searching in Riitan is futile, and left the city before dusk completely falls, and headed back to Nagras. Ardis started walking eastwards towards Gran. Eventually, when the night had completely fallen and the surroundings are covered in darkness, he left the highway and took off in a secluded area after confirming no one is around. Just like that, accompanied with darkness, Ardis arrived back in the capital after half a night, and waited for dawn before he entered Gran. With no signs of fatigue, even though he hadn't had a wink of sleep, he went to Jean to report about the successful subjugation of unholiness. Then he went to the shaman to give him the suckles. About the use of the suckle he saw in Riitan, he decided to keep it a secret for now since the legitimacy isn't confirmed. After that, Ardis visited the information broker, Cesare, along the way. Along the way, huh? Quite the treatment you have for me. Cesare voiced his complaint sharply. It's true you're along the way after all, Ardis replied as if nothing was wrong. So? A female with Alice blue hair. That's right. And she must have sky-colored eyes and strong mana. Any clues? To confirm if anyone fit the characteristics that Mariida gave, Ardis asked Cesare about it. Well, even for the mighty Ardis, he has neither the effort nor will to search through 300,000 people living in the capital. Are you thinking that I'm some convenience store or something? Even if I'm a capable information broker, there's no way I know everyone living in the capital. Even after voicing out his complaint listlessly, Cesare still searched through his memories. Alice blue hair, sky-colored eyes, strong mana, female. Wait, huh? Cesare looked up at the sky as if he recalled something. Isn't that the mercenary woman? What? You're trying to tease me even now? Cesare threw out another complaint with a frown formed on his serious face. It's only her as I thought. Eh? What do you mean? Since it was rare seeing Ardis sigh, Cesare asked him. No, it's nothing. Sorry for bothering. After deflecting Cesare's question simply, Ardis flicked a copper coin to him, before leaving the store. Ardis, who finished all his business after going around the capital, muttered while staring at the sky. I guess it's time to return. Oi, Ardis. Suddenly, a rough voice came from behind, calling out to Ardis. The voice wasn't polite, but it wasn't unpleasant to hear. Rather than that, Ardis knew the voice from somewhere. Ted? Even Norris and Orphea? Ardis, who turned around, found the members of Bright Stars of White Knight that he worked together when he was in Thoria. And so, Ardis changed their location to his frequented inn, says Ragiin's dining hall. Ardis and the members of Bright Stars of White Knight shared a table for lunch. Geez, I know your situation, but you could have told us first. That's right, Ardis. Even Ted here is super worried about you. Yeah, he made a face like this with his worrisome personality. Ardis would know, right? Shut up, you lot. Ardis's cheeks loosened at the casual interaction that hadn't been happening for quite a while. You geese didn't change at all. But didn't I send a letter to you guys after I left Thoria? Was it not received? Although Ardis didn't have many acquaintances in this world, but he had tried to be a little considerate for the three of them who can be said to be his comrades. As such, Ardis had gone out and sent a letter to them after settling down in the capital about half a month in. A letter? Are you referring to this? Ophelia took out a single parchment and put it up on the table. There's not even a name of the sender or where you went. How can we be assured with just that? Ted and Norris, who were beside her, nodded, agreeing. The letter wrote as such: I'm doing fine with the others. We left Thoria for the time being. P.S. I'm not tone deaf. It was a letter consisting only of the essence of the essences. Rather than a letter, it felt more like a simple signal. Even so, Ardis has his own reasons too. After all, if he wrote where he went, there was a possibility that when the Thoria army gets their hand on the letter, they would know where Ardis, Nir and the twins went. On the same note, he didn't write his name because it might cause troubles for the members of Bright Stars of White Knight. For Ted and the others who had spent a lot of time with Ardis commenting that he's a tone deaf should know that the sender was Ardis because of the note he left in the letter. As for the location, Ardis planned to contact them again after he had settled in and the situation with Thoria had calmed down. Certainly, Ardis can't blame them for reprimanding him as he hadn't contacted them after that single letter. But Ardis couldn't understand if it was that serious for them. While surrounded by the three's voices, Ardis was thinking peacefully. But well, since the rumor of subjugator of the three great demons had been known in Thoria not even a month later. We knew where you went immediately. Ahaha. Everyone didn't believe it at first, thinking it was just another fake news. But then came the name of sword magic user, so we knew that it was Ardis. So, are you returning to Thoria? Ophelia asked Ardis as the representative. I'm currently based in the capital. At the very least, I'm not going to return as long as Sir Thoria and the general is still there. Leaving the general aside, it would be tens of years later when Sir Thoria goes. Ted said so as if fed up. The House of Thoria is a famed family since the forming of Nagras. So, if there wasn't anything super serious, their house probably wouldn't ever go out. The current head, Frederick, is still considered young as he's before 40. It's not sure when he will have a successor. That being the case, it seems like Ardis probably wouldn't be back in Thoria for a while. It's not like we can change our base of operations to here as well. After all, Bright Stars of White Knight had taken root in Thoria for a long time. With their long history of contribution and trustworthiness, their results and honor, connections with other people, and mercenary comrades who will be willing to support them. It probably wasn't possible for them to throw all that away and change their base of operations. Well, I will contact you if anything happens. Sneaking inside and rendezvous is easy after all. On the other hand, Ardis didn't look the slightest disappointed. He had been doing most things by himself, so he didn't have any lingering to a party. By the way, what are you guys doing? Have a request in the capital or something? After all, it's rare to see Ted and the others who has their base in Thoria come so far out to the capital. Yeah, we have some good paying job in the coalition. So, we're actually on the move to there. The coalition? In specific, the town in the east, Riiton. Norris added on supplements. What a coincidence. I'm heading to Riiton in these few days too. Hearing Ardis's words, they were surprised. Then should we move together since a while? I'm not really sure as of now when I will be ready. Is that fine for you all? Nope. We're not in a hurry after all. Well, if it's within 3 days then it's fine. That's fine if that's the case. So Ardis accepted their offer. Let's leave the scheduling for the departure for next time. I will meet you all tomorrow. Leaving behind those words, Ardis left Sesragi for the time being, returned to his home and rest for the night. Ardis was thinking of the image of my home that he'd been away for a while, as he walked down the main street that led to the gate. After lightly greeting the gatekeepers that he'd become totally familiar with, leaving behind the busy capital, he walked towards the forest that has the house where Nir and the twins are waiting. Chapter 66. Nir's morning is early. Before the morning sun shows itself, About the time when the sky is starting to light up is when Nia gets up and change. In the bed, there were still the twins making happy faces in their peaceful dreams. It's still a little too early to wake the twins. Not making a sound, Nia changed her clothes into a simple outfit that Ardis bought. The clothes she had before wasn't suitable for doing housework. Finishing changing, she left the room without making a noise to not wake the twins. Only Nia and the twins are in the house at the moment. Even if Nia were to oversleep till the sun had gone overhead and enjoyed herself, there's no one to reprimand her. Even so, Nia wouldn't lay in bed. Exactly because her master isn't around, she is determined to execute her job as a servant, looking after the house perfectly. First, checking on the condition of the barrier that was put up around the house to protect the twins. It's difficult to maintain it for a long time, but it's there to assure the house's safety when Nia is surveying the forest. After feeling the presence of the dagger hidden in her pocket, she went into the forest as if taking a morning walk. Walking into the forest with light steps, she continued chasing away any beasts that would bring harm to the twins. Whenever any carnivorous beasts appeared, she would scare them away with magic, causing them to run in the opposite direction of the house. Among those that don't recognize Nia's power, and continued trying to attack Nia, she wouldn't show mercy. Stopping their breath, as if pulling out weeds one by one, she burned them to ashes to prevent attracting other carnivores with the smell of blood. The allies blew hair dancing in the wind as Nia continued pacing through the forest swiftly. Was as if the morning wind passing by. But, for the beasts that lives in the forest, it was more of a wind symbolizing death, almost as terrifying as the scythe of a death god. Fume. They had decreased in number quite a lot. No matter how unintellectual beasts might be, even they would come to learn that the area around here is dangerous with their instincts after being around here many times. Compared to the times when they started living in the forest, the carnivores that now approach their house had evidently decreased. On the other hand, with less carnivores around, the docile herbivores started gathering around their houses. A safe area within the dangerous forest. It's probably like an oasis of a desert for the herbivores. The area where Nia actively chase away the carnivores is only a small area of the entire forest. If she's serious, it's not even a problem for her to turn the entire forest into herbivore paradise, but Nia's objective is to just ensure the safety of the twins, not destroying the ecosystem of the forest. That's why there's only a small population of herbivores in the entire forest that can enjoy the safe spot. Of course, even if it's safer than the other areas in the forest, it's not like they're guaranteed to die of old age. Even if they manage to escape from the threats of carnivores, the herbivores would also fight among themselves for food and shelter. On top of that, Nia is still there, being the sole predator of the entire safe area, and the poor souls that are getting the short end of the stick today are two rabbits in brown fur. They're the unlucky ones that are chosen by Nia to become food to feed the twins and herself. Nia, who finished her patrol after about 30 minutes, brought the spoils back to the house, gently blowing away sand and dusts on her clothes. With wind magic, Nia went straight to butchering the rabbits that was just caught, washing away the tools and her hands that are stained with blood using water magic, then freezing the meat to preserve it better. The same time when the surroundings started to be filled with the smell of blood, Nia manifested a gale, ventilating the entire area. Then, as she proceeded to prepare breakfast for the day, Nia heard light footsteps on the wooden floor. Nia, good morning. While rubbing their sleepy eyes, the twins came to the kitchen. Ardis is back. Following the morning greeting, the twins asked for Ardis's return. It's a normal occurrence for every morning. Master is still not back. When will Ardis be back? Wonders. It's up to Master to decide when he returns. Now, the breakfast is almost done. Go ahead and wash your faces first. Hearing Nia's reply, the twins had a slightly sad face, but they know well complaining about it wouldn't accomplish anything. Following Nia's words, the twins went to the water reservoir to wash their faces. During that, Nia swiftly continued the preparation of breakfast, reheating the soup she'd made, lightly warming up the bread that was baked yesterday and washing the vegetables that she'd harvested from the small garden just now, and sprinkling salt on them lightly. It was in no way a grand breakfast, but it provides enough energy for the morning. If she wills it, making a noble's full breakfast course isn't something impossible. But, since the master of the house didn't wish for luxurious meals, Nia only had a simple menu that includes the required nutrients. Warmth bread, tasty. Without complaining once, The twins finished their meals just like the days before. The twins had a big smile with bread stuffed in their mouths. Fortunately, the twins aren't picky at all. All the dishes that are made are usually finished without leftovers. Their attitudes that wouldn't show any demands or spoiling. It just shows how much of a predicament they had been through. Nia only heard it secondhand from Ardis, so she didn't know their situation exactly. But of course, she had known the practice of forbidden children, and the absurdity of it. No matter how much time passes, humans are still unchangingly foolish. Muttering in a soft voice that was almost inaudible, Nia shook her head in disappointment. It's not Nia's role to reprimand humanity's foolishness or to guide them. Her role was to only follow through and accomplish her mission. Thanks for the meal. Nia called out to them as usual to the twins who finished their breakfast. Once you bring the tableware to the washing basin, then do as you wish till the noon. But don't wander out the garden. Yes, got it. The twins who replied energetically carried their tableware to the basin, and started leaning on each other as they discussed what are they going to play today. What to do today. Together with Philia, let's play the swing. Then let's play the swing with Rihanna. Who should go first? Together. Can it move together? Interesting. Let's go, let's go. The two held each other by hands, and went to the garden while making loud noises. Their destination was to the small swing that Nia had made in the garden 5 days ago. For the twins that aren't given permission to leave the perimeter, Nia had made various things for the twins to play with. Even in these 10 days, Nia had added swing, slides, seesaw, and even a vaulting box to the garden. The empty garden that was thought to be quite spacious when the house was initially built was filled with various facilities, making it feel a little cramped now. I should quickly finish these up. Nia cleaned up the dining table and washed the tableware. After finishing those, she went on to cleaning the house. Having said so, Nia's cleaning wasn't anything like sweeping the floor or wiping the furniture with cloths. She had used a combination of water and wind magic, gathering up all the dusts without dirtying her hands, and washed up all the dirt. Although it's a work that would have costed more than half a day to do by hand, she finished it in just 30 minutes, before moving on to the laundry. First, she filled up a tall basin with water, then added on something Ardis had bought from the capital that's supposed to remove dirt from the laundry. Then, she dumped all the dirty laundry into the basin, then started moving it around with her water magic. A small-scale whirlpool manifested inside the basin, and the clothes inside it followed the current as they danced around. Phew! Something like this should do. Nia, who finished washing the laundry in a short moment, hung the robes and clothes onto somewhere where the sun hits. Then, after verifying that the twins are still having fun with the swing, she walked back into the house to prepare for lunch. Nia and the twins' days passes like this usually, living peacefully in where one would not think they are in a dangerous forest. Nia, who had finished her housework, walked out to the garden, sat down on the bench that she had made and looked after the twins who are playing. There's no harm in relaxing sometimes like this too. She would have preferred to go with her master if possible. But her master is still young, his future is still long. There's no problem even if they take 2 or 3 years of slow life. Phew, who knows what the others would say if I told them. Nia muttered with an unusual bitter smile. Nia, look. As she looked at the twins, their long platinum blonde hair was swaying to the rhythm of the swing. The hair, which had become a huge mess because of the wind, stuck to their faces. Looking at the twins, who seemed to have a little annoyance at that, Nia thought, come to think of it, their hair was never cut. Nia went back into the house and took out a chair and a pair of scissors, before going to the middle of the garden and calling the twins. Called Nia, play too? The twins, who came here while panting a little, had their hair stuck to their cheeks because of their sweat. The two of you have grown your hair quite long. I thought it might be a good time to cut it, but, the two of you, do you want to have long or short hair? Hair? I think short hair will be good. Then, Philia will follow Rihanna too. Since it seems like the two of them didn't seem to be obsessed over their hair length, they chose a shortcut that wouldn't get in their way whenever they played. After they've decided, Nia thought to cut their hair now. As such, Nia worked on the twins' hairs immediately. If she would have used wind magic, then the scissors would be an extra. But, for Nia, cutting their hair seemed like a good way to spend time idly as well. While talking with the twins, Nia moved the scissors and started to trim their hair as if she enjoyed it. As the sound of the scissors snipping continued, the voices of the twins and the gentle swaying of the branches mixed together. Together with the chirping of birds that came occasionally, There was a feeling of being isolated from the rest of the flowing time. It's done. Then on to you. It's kinda spiky. Since Philia's hair is now cut, it's Rihanna's turn now. Rihanna will have the same length with Philia. It'll be good if we're the same. In the end, Rihanna chose to cut her hair to the same length as Philia. After spending time slowly cutting away at Rihanna's hair, the sun had risen considerably when they finished. This should be fine. Well, it's about time for lunch. Nia is fine. Nia wants to cut hair too. Nia, who was about to carry the chair back into the house, was met with the twins' questions. Me? I don't really. Then, Philia will help Nia to cut her hair. Rihanna will help too. The twins seem to be eager in doing it. Mew. You both? To cut my hair? In front of the twins, who seemed to be totally in agreement, Nia thought for a while. They used scissors before as well. I guess everything is an experience, huh? The twins know well that sharp things are dangerous. They probably wouldn't do something playful with the scissors like poking her neck with it. But it wouldn't be anything dangerous if Nia just put up a thin physical barrier along her skin. After Nia had made her judgment, she handed the scissors over to Philia before folding her knees and sitting on the floor. Alright, I'm ready. You just have to cut a little at the edge. Careful so you don't hurt yourself. At Nia's instruction, Philia's scissors came in contact with her hair. Then immediately sounds of the scissors cutting away was heard. It seems that Philia is slowly cutting away at the Alice blue hair while seemingly a little afraid. The unnatural sound together with the sounds of nature from the forest. The sound that was made from humanity's hands seemed to have a strange effect of soothing her mind. While thinking about such irrelevant things, Nia smiled slightly as she closed her eyes in comfort. That time, Nia suddenly felt a human's presence heading straight to here. But Nia didn't seem alarmed. After all, that presence is of someone she knew very well. Of course, it's a given that he's not someone who will bring harm. Eventually, the figure that appeared in the tree lines was a black-haired young man in a purple robe, with 3 swords on his waist, having a violet headband over his forehead, with the excess of the cloth swaying behind his head in the winds. Somehow, there were more things now. I'm glad for your safe return, my master. Facing her master, who is smiling bitterly while looking at the new toys in the garden. Ah, it's Ardis. Welcome back, Ardis. The twins, who noticed the return of the house owner, raised happy noises. And that was the mistake. Philia, who had been handling the scissors carefully, suddenly lost grip. Tear. A loud noise was heard as the blades of the scissors closed together. Following that, an almost inaudible sound of something soft hitting the floor. All 3 other than Nia opened their mouth and let out a noise at different times. 3 pairs of eyes were focused on a single place. The long Alice blue hair that stretched behind Nia's back had a portion missing, and following that, were the strands of hair that fell onto the floor mercilessly. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again, thank you More Clan.